Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of Day 2 of Round 2 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Series of Championships, coming to you live from Glanigors in North Wales. It's the turn of the super lightweight categories today. We had the lightweight cadets and lightweight juniors here yesterday. Today we go to the super lightweights and we have more of the same fantastic racing action that we were treated to yesterday. Here at GYG, we're in the county of Conway, about midway between Corwin and Betsy Coed, if you're looking for it on a map. And this one can be quite a driver's favourite. It's a challenging circuit and a lot of height change as well around the track. Completely different to where we were for the first race meeting of the championship at Rye House. And the weather you just saw there on the graphic as well. It's overcast. It's cooler than it was yesterday when we were starting off the stream with you here at GYG, but it is still predicted to remain dry throughout the day. Pretty low chances of rain in spite of the clouds in the sky. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position today alongside a good friend and colleague, Mr. Jacob Harris, Jacob Borodar.
Howard, yes. Friend, I don't know, but colleague, absolutely. Let's see how the day goes. I'm here to correct your pronunciation of certain Welsh words.
Which you did yesterday.
In North Wales, and I've spotted one already. You're on thin ice, Howard. But hopefully we can see an improved performance this afternoon and a great afternoon's racing as well. I'm
sure, well, I'm certainly sure of the latter of those 2 points, that will be treated to some good racing. Right now, on track, it is the last of the morning's practice sessions. We've just got a couple more minutes left to go on this one. It's Junior Super Lightweight Group C for people's reference. And we'll be, after that, looking to get into our qualifying sessions. In fact, maybe let's just cover the housekeeping of the overall format of the day. It is our first broadcast round of the championship for cadets and juniors here in 2024. So if you are joining us for the first time, a huge welcome to you and thank you for joining us for Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. If you wish to do so, let us know on the comments on the YouTube stream. We will be monitoring that throughout the day. So let us know who you're tuning in to support. Where you're supporting from. Be great to have some interaction with you as the day goes on. Let's talk about the format then. The practice sessions are just coming to an end. We're then going to go into the qualifying sessions, and that'll take us up to the lunch break. The qualifying sessions are all about setting the grids for the first rotation of finals. So after qualifying, after the lunch break, we will go into the racing proper, and those are split into what are known as the pre-finals and the finals. That's what they're officially called in the regulations, but just to be clear, they're of the same length and worth the same number of points. So for ease, you can think of them as 2 rotations of finals. The latter set of finals lead up to what will be referred to as the trophy finals, because they deem who will get the trophies at the end of the day. But in terms of championship points, even split in points, it's 130 points for whoever wins the pre-A final, and then another 138 points for whoever wins the A final in both of the classes that we have here for you today. And those 2 classes being the Super Lightweight Cadets and the Super Lightweight Juniors in different machinery. There is a dedicated Club 100 Cadet cart, which are used by the younger drivers. And then the carts that are on your screens right now, those are the junior spec carts, although there's the same Club 100 Rotax Evo carts that are used across all other disciplines of Club 100, so into the seniors, the senior sprints, which will be here next weekend. And in fact, I'm going to announce it right off the bat. There are still some spaces going on the grid for next weekend. So if you are thinking of competing in the Senior Sprints Championship here at the lovely Glanigor circuit next week, give the office a call, because there are still a few spaces going on that grid. For some people I know who are involved in the championship, it's quite a trek, but it's a fantastic track, and it's a beautiful part of the world to come to. Why not make that trek? It's a fantastic place. But yes, that's the broad format, qualifying into some pre-finals and some finals. We'll go into more details as we get underway with qualifying. And on that note, we're going to start to look ahead, because they're ready now on the dummy grid in the pit lane. we're going to look ahead to the Group A qualifying for super lightweight cadets. So the drivers going out onto track now for Cadet Group A. Of this long drag. Sorry, they're not going out on track yet. They're there, right there, with John Viger of CLUB100. There's the juniors, and there's the juniors coming in for their practice on the left-hand side, and the cadets going on the right-hand side. So you've got a little bit of a side-by-side comparison between the scale of the two karts there, just on the shot there. And now JV is now waving those cadets through out into their qualifying session. Let's talk then about qualifying session a little bit more now that we're going into them. All of the qualifying sessions are going to be 11 minutes in length, and there's going to be 6 of them. In fact, I'll make that even easier for everybody. Every single track session is 11 minutes in length. So when we get into the racing as well, pre-finals and finals are 11 minutes in length. For the qualifying, we've got those 2 classes, right? Your super lightweight cadets, your super lightweight juniors. Each one of those classes have been split into 3 qualifying groups. Those are randomly allocated. It does not mean anything for a driver to be in Group A, B or C. It's just how they've been allocated. They've been randomly allocated a kart on the dummy grid as well. So obviously it's an arrive and drive series here at CLUB100, and they do a fantastic job of maintaining the parity between those karts. Obviously in the nature and spirit of that arrive and drive nature, we don't want to be designating karts up front to drive. So they've all been randomly allocated to a kart as we get the first drivers coming through to begin the first flying laps of qualifying. And we've got these random groups coming through. The times, though, will be compiled across all of the groups qualifying. Okay, so at the end, so we're not going to be able to tell you who's on pole position until we get to the end of the Group C qualifying, because whoever sets the fastest lap across all of the super lightweight cadet sessions will be awarded the pole position on the pre-A final for the cadets. Okay, in cadets, the top 18 drivers across all those 3 qualifying sessions will get onto the A grid. So once we get to the finals, whether you're in A, B, C groupings does mean something. Okay, so the top A tier is where everyone would ideally like to be, because that's where the most points are on offer. So the first 18 fastest drivers across all 3 of the qualifying groups in cadets, and the first 22, I want to say, drivers in juniors, because we have slightly different entry numbers, maximum entry numbers allowed for in the regulations between the 2 age groups. Those will get through onto the A grid for the pre-finals, and then in the cadet class, the next 20 will get onto the B grid, and actually I think that's the same number in juniors as well, and then the remaining drivers will be put onto the C grid. Okay, that's how that one's going to work. So everyone would ideally like to get onto that A grid, but if you're a driver who maybe has up until now been on the C grid, maybe it's your goal to try and make it onto the B grid on pace for the first time, and so on and so forth. So everyone's going to have their own thing that they're aiming for, and then that will determine the grids across those 3 finals. If you have a bad day in the office in terms of qualifying, maybe you don't end up on the grid that on average you would expect to get onto, there is an opportunity for promotion up through the races, which we'll probably get onto explaining that system a little later on in the day. But that's broadly how qualifying works. Other bits of housekeeping just as we're kicking off the day's track action, and we're in the first half of this qualifying session for our super lightweight cadets. If you want to supplement your viewing experience of your Alpha Live broadcast, then I would suggest, if you've got a spare device or monitor, head to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on CLUB100. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk. That's alpha with a PH, and it's Alpha Timing, folks, not Alpha Live. Okay, live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on CLUB100 and you'll get the full timing screen, all the details. You'll get a driver tracker with a track map, and you'll also get any messages coming in from race control around race events or session events, green flags, full course yellows, any penalties or warnings that come in. Hopefully we won't see too many of them, but they'll come in on there as well. That's all available for you at live.alphatiming.co.uk. So go out there, go and check that out. Supplement, you know, obviously we'll keep the timing tower for you here on the broadcast, but yeah, that's a good way of supplementing your viewing experience. Once we get to the end of that, by the way, you can change the live in that link to a results. If you go to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on CLUB100, you can see all of the confirmed results there. So maybe if we've mentioned that penalties are going to be applied, all of those will be shown in the official published results from CLUB100 at that link as well, results.alphatiming.co.uk. Final point from me, if you are tuning in and you're supporting a particular driver, well worth making a mental note of what their what their kart number is, because they will carry that throughout the entire season. So that's really useful to note. Occasionally there might be references if we're in the heat of the moment and there's something that involves multiple karts, we may just only get a chance to register what the number is and not say the driver's name. So if you make a note of what numbered kart they're driving, it'll help in your tracking of their progress at any of the races, at any of the CLUB100 events they do this year. There's all the housekeeping. Jacob, have I missed anything?
So much, but there's not enough time to cover it now. You spent so long not covering it that we're just going to have to skip straight over it and we'll talk about qualifying.
Cut me deep, man.
Sorry. I started a list, but I ran out of space on my A3 sheet of paper.
The early pace coming in for this session is from Jensen Barnard in the number 22, who's on your screen right now. He's the third kart in this train. In fact, is this all of the top three? Because that looks like Jude Pudderfoot ahead of him as well, if I'm recognising that helmet and suit combination. Yes, it is, because it's Jacob Underhill at the front of the pack as well. So the top three, and this is a pattern that we saw yesterday, Jacob, in the qualifying sessions. The slipstream effect is massive here at GYG, and it's often these drivers can group together. Usually we talk about traffic and drivers want a clear lap, but that's not really the order of the day here at GYG, is it?
No, you'll see them now going up this big long straight, the Dragon Straight, and indeed around this right-hand kink that we call Spoon. But the quickest way to navigate that first chunk of the track is to get a slipstream or do what we call a bump draft up the hill. You'll have seen that at the start of the stream, a big Welsh flag was flying, and you'll catch a glimpse of a few more now as they come through the last section in just a moment. It is windy up here in the hills of North Wales, and therefore the wind resistance is strong. Not only is it a long straight, but you are plowing through plenty of wind, and so if someone can punch a hole in that air in front of you, you are guaranteed to go faster. And yes, we see drivers such as these lining up single file and benefiting from that slipstream. Often the lead driver of the pack will drop back a little later in qualifying. You don't want to be the one punching the hole in there, you want to be the one benefiting from it, as we see in Formula 1 quite often at tracks like Monza, which also have big long straights. So yeah, that'll be what they're doing here, the three of them, and the three of them being together will be of benefit to all of them, rather than thinking that they need some clear air in which to do their own thing.
Absolutely. So, but where it gets interesting, of course, is moments like what we've got on screen right there, which is it helps to work together. But if there's a lap where they go, okay, we're going to rearrange the order now, that lap will be a lap where they're not quicker.
Yes.
So that's the sort of interesting example there. Great lap just came in there from Fabian Gandhock in the 47 kart, a 53.737. That's taken him right to the top of the times at a really good point in the session. 3 minutes left on the clock, just to be clear. So long as the driver has started the lap before the checkered flag goes, they will be allowed to finish that lap, similar to what you might be familiar with in F1 qualifying. And that can be often when we get the fastest times, because the drivers are the most bedded into the circuit.
One of the things you did miss at the start, how it's super lightweights today, so super lightweight cadets and super lightweight juniors.
Indeed.
Not called so because they are in themselves super, although I'm so sure they are all smashing young people. Super lightweights are lighter than yesterday's cohort of just standard lightweights. Those fans of boxing may find it the wrong way around, but yes, these are lighter than competitors than the lightweights that we had yesterday, by virtue of 10 kilos across each class.
It is, yeah. These drivers are aged between 8 and 12. Well, you can actually start when you're 7 in the year of your 8th birthday and the minimum limit in the super lightweights is 40 kilos. As you say, that's 10 kilos lighter than we had in our lightweight cadets yesterday. Very good point, mate.
Yes, and that's 40 kilos that you have to weigh with all your kits on at the end of any given session. You are allowed to use lead ballast in order to raise your weight up to that minimum, and you can go as far above it as you want. I wouldn't recommend going very far above it, but this is for those in that age category who can't reach the lightweight minimum, which is 50 kilos.
Yep, absolutely, and it works to sort of do the best. Good point, mate. Actually, yeah, that's a great lap time that's just come in from Jacob Underhill there. Driver who finished 5th in the championship last year. And that is a brilliant time of a 53.635. Now here, Fabian Gandhock there is caught up onto the back of another fast driver in this session, Jensen Barnard, I can see. So they might be able to work together here. So wondering as well if we...
We'll have a couple more laps as
we
well.
will,
This
won't
is,
we? Yeah.
as with F1 qualifying, you get to finish your lap that you've started. Oh, have we got a spinner down there at Paddock?
We
Can't
have,
really
yes,
see.
just behind the gantry there.
Obscured.
That's very early on in Paddock corner to have had this.
It's Jensen Barnard, I think.
It is Jensen Barnard. So I noted as he was going down through compression, he was trying to put a move in. So I think, yeah, that's that's going to. Well, obviously that'll curtail his momentum in this session, but it also can curtail other people's momentum because there'll be yellow flags out there, and you can just see at the back of shot there another yellow out at the top of the hill. So it's a difficult conditions in the latter part of the session potentially for these young drivers to improve on their lap time.
Yes, we don't want yellow flags. Yellow flags, you have to slow down. If you have to slow down, you're not going to set the fastest lap. Jacob Underhill's position at the front of this one doesn't look to be under threat. Jensen Barnard has just been recovered and crossed the finish line. Unfortunately, the checkered flag was showing, so he will not get another chance to improve on his 3rd place position.
Indeed, and I
Around
doubt...
come another gaggle of drivers to finish, and Jacob Underhill secures his place at the front. Only Zachary Smith and Alex Ibanescu, Omar Ullah and Zaya Onur have the chance to surpass him. They will be coming through the final section around about now, should be coming into shot momentarily. These are the karts that have finished their qualifying for this morning. Here we go with the final 4 karts. There is a brief change. Zaya Ono has bumped up a few positions, but otherwise we are as we were with Jacob Underhill at the top, Fabian Gandhock in 2nd, and Jensen Barnard in 3rd.
Absolutely. So Jacob Underhill, the early pace setter there in super lightweight cadets. Next out will be Group A for the super lightweight juniors.
Here we go then for the first of our super lightweight juniors qualifying session. Group A making their way out on circuit now, and as you can see, the first drivers are at the top of the hill, all ready to start their 11 minutes of qualifying. Once again, super lightweights are 10 kilos lighter than yesterday's lightweights, but these are 12 to 18.
Yes. Well, yes. Yeah. So I think the youngest we get here, I think it's the same idea of the year of your 13th. You can start on this having graduated from the cadets. And you're absolutely right, 10 kilos lighter than the lightweight juniors we had yesterday, which means the minimum race weight is 60 kilos. And we've got some early visits to the grass as the drivers are maybe pushing hard a little too early on cold tyres. Just getting used to the track conditions. That's down at Carousel. And this is the first time we see, well, we caught the end of their practice session as we began the stream, didn't we? But this is the first time in earnest that we're seeing the CLUB100 Rotax Evo karts. Anyone who's raced in pretty much any of the CLUB100 portfolio of championships, whether it be the CLUB100 Senior Sprints, the Endurances, the British University's Karting Championship, the
Experience.
the CLUB100 Experience, If you've done some
Sprint 60.
Sprint 60, thank you. For some reason, I can't get the Royal Navy Karting Championship out of my head, which is something that ran on these karts, but that's a bit... Actually, no, that was TKM days.
That was...
yeah, that was before we went Rotax Evo, wasn't it?
Yes.
I'm now just becoming really nerdy on my...
The future is now, old man.
I know. They're still taking the mickey out of me. There was one point yesterday where I said, don't touch that dial, so I'm still getting... still getting...
touch screens now, Howard.
I know. So...
There's a Cilla Black reference earlier as well.
I didn't reference Cilla Black whilst we were on air. It's
I thought I'd bring it up though. While we're on the subject.
I'm old at heart. It's fine. So it's Declan Luff who's set the fastest lap early on here, a 50.810. This is often when we see the fastest laps that we see in these CLUB100 Rotax Evo karts because of this is pretty much the lightest weighted category across any CLUB100 series that lap and compete in this machinery. So we often see some of the quickest times around these circuits that we ever see in CLUB100.
Other than when I'm driving, yes.
Good point, mate. Good point.
Speaking of lap times, they are currently hitting 50.4s. I think some of the best lap times we had yesterday just about broke into that 49-second bracket, Howard. So it'll be interesting to see if this cohort can match that. I think the weather conditions were slightly more favourable yesterday, especially in the morning qualifying when the sun was out. So they might be a slight disadvantage for our super lightweights there. And generally speaking, these Evo engines and the CLUB100 karts that house them do deal with weight differences rather well. You're not too penalised, and the difference between 50 and 60 kilos, or no, 60 and 70 kilos in this class shouldn't show up too much, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk you through a lap then of the GYG. The drivers have just gone through the first corner at Club, and they're going now up the Dragon Straight. This section is called Spoon, as they sweep round and uphill to the right, and then into the first major braking zone of the circuit. They go through the last part of the Spoon complex, which the drivers have already gone through here. Then it's downhill braking into Carousel. There's a short, sharp start with the brakes. This double apex left-hander at Carousel before they go through these right-hand sweepers into what's known as the compression section of the lap. That's because they go through compression corner, which is the left-hander that they're about to go into now. And then into what's known as Devil's Elbow. There's a big dip in the track that they're going to hit there, and it doesn't look like much. It's just as they've gone past that CLUB100 banner, actually, on that corner. It doesn't look like much, and we did see a few yellow flags out, and that is why we've got a spinner there on the outside of compression, who will now go through the Devil's Elbow dip now. Doesn't look like much on your screens, folks, but believe you me, when you're in a go-kart and you're a few millimeters from the ground in something with no suspension, that is a considerable dip in that corner. It's probably momentarily the sort of steepest incline or decline that we have on the calendar. You feel that in the kart quite significantly, don't you?
Yeah, it's like going over a humpback bridge in your car. The downward slant of that just slightly unsettles you a little bit. And we saw one or two drivers getting caught out by it yesterday, didn't we, Howard? In the warm lap of one race, I think there's a bit of a domino effect when someone got on the worst end of the Devil's Elbow.
Yeah.
And caused a false start, or sort of a false start. It was called a false start officially, but they never actually got going. Yeah,
I remember distinctly the first time I came to GYG, this is a number of years ago, for a CLUB100 event to compete. And I should stress, this was on a slightly older design of the kart, including a slightly older design of bumper. But someone happened to give me a tap. I was sort of second in a train. There's a bit of contact going on here.
Into Carousel. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was second in a train of karts, and through Devil's Elbow, someone tapped the rear of my kart quite heavily at the precise point whilst we were going through that dip, and I ended up with my nose riding it on top of the bumper of the kart in front of me, just about gripping on, such that I lost all steering because my front wheels were raised off the road. That was only possible. Well, that only happened because of exactly perfect timing with that dip. So the kart in front of me was going significantly lower than me at exactly the right moment as I got touched. So it is a very significant dip in the road, make no mistake. And it was fine, by the way. I hit the brakes and I came off the back of the kart and carried on. But it wasn't the quickest way to tackle that section of the lap. I'll tell you that much. It's quite a novel. It's quite good to have steering through a corner. So I discovered. Zayn El Topshi is the fastest driver at the moment. He's the only driver to have dipped below the 50-second mark with a 49.959. And
Declan Luff, his main competitor, Max Davis in third. We've got Benji Hamilton in fourth and Max Sheldon Hayward in fifth. They're all within a couple of tenths of the leader, but still a bit of work to do to close that gap. Yellow flags.
Is that full course yellow?
It looks
That's
like it is.
unusual in the qualifying session. So somebody I think has perhaps.
I think there's an issue on the final corner, Howard.
Yeah, someone gone off maybe, and the tyres need a bit of a repair maybe.
Yeah, coming very slowly right past the start-finish line. You have to admit, at this stage of the qualifying session, 3.5
there's the issue. We've got a driver who, it's important to stress right off the bat there, we just saw in the insert, is communicating. It's a red flag, has been thrown. There we go. Important to stress, we just saw the driver there communicating with the officials, very much sort of fundamentally okay, as I like to say. They're talking to the officials, but red flag has been called there on that qualifying group. So the drivers get asked to line up like this in single file. That's just to make sure that we've got easy access for any medical crew to any part of the lap. Obviously, we don't want the carts scattered in a haphazard formation, so they'll line up in single file, as is standard red flag procedure. And I think we'll just get some attention to that driver who's down there. We're obviously not going to. We don't know which driver it is at the moment. We're obviously not going to speculate. So we're just going to take a bit of a pause here whilst we ensure that the right attention is coming to that driver. I would imagine at 3 minutes left on the clock, they'll probably call it there for the qualifying session. But again, that's a little bit of speculation on how that will be treated. So we'll wait for a confirmation on that as well. If it were, Zayn El Topshi was still the only person to have gone below that 50-second mark. We're just going to have a little bit of a pause here, though, at the track, whilst that driver gets all the appropriate attention. So just a bit of a pause here if you're just joining us here at Gleneagles, whilst we're waiting for a bit of attention to be given to one of the drivers who's had an off in Paddock corner into the tyres. We've already seen we haven't identified exactly which driver it is, but we've already seen them, conscious, talking to the officials. They seem fundamentally okay. That's the important thing to say. But rightly, we're just having a pause there whilst the medics get out to them, just to give them a check over, and everyone's lined up appropriately in single file. It's fantastic to see. I have to say, so many people. We're just hearing as well that the driver's out of the kart as well. So there's no major concerns. They're always good to hear that the driver is out, and as I say, my go-to phrase is always fundamentally okay. We can't speculate on what the issue is, but driver's okay, talking to officials, and is out of the kart.
Yeah, I can see out the window there. Gear's just been handed over the pit wall to some members of staff to take back to the camp. It was the number 22 of Onyx Hogarth who ended up in the tyre barrier, but we've not seen an ambulance out on track, so it wasn't too much of a big hit, I don't think. And as we said, they're out of the cart and recovering their belongings from it, so we should be back underway with racing soon, and I'm sure Onyx will be with us later on for the racing.
It didn't look too obviously it's a bit of a concern whenever you see a red flag being thrown, but all the signs there were pretty positive, and I just wonder if maybe perhaps slightly jarring on the legs, maybe if it was a frontal impact into the tyres, just getting that looked at. But yeah, hopefully it sounds positive there for Onyx, and hopefully we'll see him later on in the day's proceedings. But rest assured, either way, he's got exactly the right attention there, and the paramedics crew was onto the scene extremely quickly. And I can just see out the window, in fact you can see on the wide shot here of the track, that they're now just resuming their quick response position, which is there in the tree. It's quite a cool sort of quick response.
Backing into the hedge.
This is like it's quite yeah. It's quite a cool position there for them to be located. Yeah, to be fair, it's really good because you've got this little sort of bambino circuit on the infield. So actually, that's a brilliant position for them to be located because they can get to anywhere on the circuit extremely quickly. Probably quicker than if they were sort of, parked up by the dummy grid in the pit lane. So that's quite a cool deployment location.
That is why you see the carts lined up at
yes.
pit exits. Would be very inconvenient should
yes.
the ambulance have to come out of the pit exit.
It's a very good point. That's not the standard place for the carts to be asked to pull up. As I say, it's also standard for them to be in single file, but I wonder if they were asked to maybe break into a second line of carts, just because otherwise, if they'd all have been single file, they possibly would have extended all the way back to the corner where the incident occurred. So that's how that is. So we're just going to look now to see what the call is from race control to get the session, well, whether the session will get going again or whether they'll take them round the circuit and straight into the pit lane. Just as a reminder, it's Zainel Tobshi then, who's currently the fastest driver from that session, dipping into the 49 seconds, the only driver to have done so on a 49.959. That's after the completion of 7 laps and just shy of 8 minutes of the Group A qualifying session for Super Junior lightweights for round 2 of the championship. That's the other aspect that we haven't spoken about so far. We are on round 2. That's because round 1 was held at Rye House a few weeks ago. Your leader in the Super Lightweight Junior Championships coming into today is driver number 38, Frederick Navarro. Now, we get a chance to speak to him, actually, as part of our paddock walk, which will go out during the lunch break. Took the pre-final win and a 4th place, but it is mightily close, even so early on in the championship here. Mikey Brissenden, the driver who finished 8th in the series last year, had 2 podium positions across the pre-final and the trophy final at Rye House to line up 2nd in the championship. And there's only 1 point difference between the two of them right now. Jack Harrison took the win in the trophy final and sits 3rd in the points. It's an interesting class, though, this year. George Palmer Mobsby is your highest placed driver from last season competing in this season so far, at least. And he had an eventful Rye House. He was down on the B grid, which we don't often see from George at Rye House. So more on that in our paddock walk, because I did speak to him, but he was talking about how they had the changeable conditions at Rye House, and he just didn't have a good qualifying in the wet. He was on that pre-B grid. He finished 5th in the pre-B final. And then in the B final, so the second rotation of finals, he got one of the all-important promotion spots to bring him onto the back of the A final grid. And in that A final, he raced all the way up the field to be classified in 2nd place. So, obviously George, as a driver who finished 3rd in the championship last season, he's obviously going to have one eye on that championship this time around. And he's, I'd say, given how his qualifying went at Rye House, it was a fantastic bit of damage limitation for him to be able to race all the way up to 2nd place. The driver who got promoted alongside him from that B final as well is another name that we're going to want to watch this season, and that is the number 95 of Logan McAllister. Why are we going to want to watch him? Well, and by the way, just to confirm, we are getting this session resumed. That is to say, they have not just brought the drivers back round to the pit lane. They are resuming the session with 3 minutes left on the clock, so the drivers will get an opportunity to improve their lap time. We are also just hearing, and thanks to the Alpha crew as well for getting all the information to us in the comms position, that Onyx Hogarth, who was the driver who had the incident that led to the throwing of that red flag, is okay and is out of the ambulance, has been already sort of discharged from the medics. So absolutely the right call, obviously, to make sure that he was okay. There's clearly something awry off the back of that impact with the tyres, but already he's back out in the paddock. So we're hearing, and as Jacob was saying, I would assume that means we'll very much see him later on in the day. So yeah, just to finish the thought, Logan McAllister is our champion from the lightweight cadets last year, and now he's in the age category such that he joins the junior ranks in the super lightweight juniors. So and as I say, he was the other driver. He won that B final and got promoted with George Palmer Mobsby. So a very interesting narrative for us to keep tabs on is how does Logan, as a cadet champion of last season, adapt to this Rotax Evo, the fully sized Club 100 kart, if you like, and how quickly can he be competitive? The fact that he's able to race up from the B grid onto the A, I think, is already a positive sign. But we're just going to see how he gets on today. But yeah, Frederick Navarro, your championship leader, coming into today, and we've got some other big some names to be aware of as well, which I'm sure we'll talk more about as the day goes on. We've got, in fact, in this group, we've got Jack Redfern. Comes into today 4th in the championship. He got a podium in the pre-final at Rye House at round 1, and finished 5th in the series last year. We've also got a former cadet champion as well in the form of Benji Hamilton in the number 6 car. Currently 4th fastest in this session, actually. So lots of big names to be looking out for in the junior ranks this year in super lightweight. I'm sure, in fact, I know I've missed quite a few other names worth mentioning, but we've got a whole season to enjoy and discuss. Here, though, the checkered flag, Jacob, is due to go out in some 20 seconds' time, and there are some drivers taking this opportunity for the resumption of the session to improve their times.
Yes, 20 seconds left. If you start your lap now, you will get to finish it. But Zain El-Tobshi is currently 24th in the championship, but top of the timings here. Max Sheldon Haywood is 9th in the championship, and 2nd, and Declan Luff in 3rd. Currently sits in 8th in the championship. George Palmer Mobsby, who you just spoke about, is only as high up as 11th in this one, which doesn't sit well for his A final hopes. Let's see now as the checkered flag goes out. Benji Hamilton is finished. Max Davis is finished. George Palmer Mobsby can only do 10th in this session. Around the final few corners come our current top 3. Let's see if anyone can dislodge Zain at the top. They can. Declan Luff goes fastest with a 49.864. He'll be very happy with that. Zain El-Tobshi has finished. He ends up in 2nd. Jack Redfern improves to 6th. Daniel Archibald also improves up to 10th. But as I say that, Max Winfield steals that from him. So Daniel's down to 11th, and George Palmer Mobsby is now 12th.
Yeah, great closing lap that from Declan Luff. He'd been up towards the top of the times throughout the session. It was always going to be interesting to know if he had a response. Good as well for a session that has a pause in it. That can add its own difficulty, can't it? So that's a really good show from that. We've got to look ahead, though. It's Group B already going out now for super lightweight cadets. Cadet drivers then going out onto the track for the second group, that is Group B of qualifying. Just as a reminder, these are all randomly allocated groups. It's not until we get into our racing later this afternoon that being in A, B or C grouping means something. Oh, and we've got drivers off already right at the top of the hill there. A couple of drivers involved at least. There is, helpfully, if you're a driver with, say, my level of talent, a lot of runoff here at GYG. Jacob, that can help.
plenty of grass to go exploring across.
There is.
Some of these drivers may not be old enough to have been charged with mowing the lawn back home just yet. They'll certainly get the opportunity here at GYG if they miss an apex. Here you can see already a gaggle of carts heading up the Dragon Straight, benefiting from that slipstream that we discussed earlier. And we'll shortly see who's going to be topping the timings for this Group B qualifying.
Absolutely. That's one heck of a ride-on mower, isn't it? A Club 100 car. That's good fun. Not particularly good at mowing the grass, but you know.
Benchmark times from the first session, Howard.
Yes.
The top 5 or 6 drivers, and it's 5, were in the 53 seconds. 53.7 was about the standard time. Jacob Underhill was significantly faster than most others. In the end, he was 0.3 of a second quicker in his session. But a 53.7 looks like a decent lap, and if you get into 53s, you may well be well on your way to the A final. Of course, we don't take the top drivers from each session, we take the top times, and therefore setting a fast lap in this one that's faster than anyone in Group A will put you ahead of them in terms of a final pecking order. But we could still see the C group come out and see all 20 of them set faster laps again, so you're not guaranteed. But you can always find that a benchmark is useful to look for, and that benchmark, 53 seconds, is the lap time.
It's a really good point. Obviously, with a random allocation, it means that a certain group could be disproportionately faster than another. There is a rule which we won't dwell upon too much because there's no rain predicted, but if the heavens were to open, there is an alternative way in which the grids will be determined in order to keep that fair. They basically do the relative position across each session. So, for example, they'll take for positions 1 through 3 on the grid, they'll take the fastest driver of each qualifying group and then say who was the fastest of those 3 and do that. And then for positions 4 through 6, they would take all the drivers who finished second across each of the groups. That's how they would deal with it if there were to be significantly changeable weather conditions between the sessions. But so far, it's been consistent across the sessions, and there's no rain predicted. Early pace here coming in courtesy of Corey Chapman, a driver with a fair amount of cadet racing experience now in Club 100 in that number 42 kart, setting the early pace with a 54.232.
Currently 7th in the championship is Corey. That will do his hopes the world of good. Eddie Duncan is in 2nd, who sits 5th, having finished 2nd place in the pre-A final at Rye House.
Yeah, absolutely. And still plenty of time in this session for these young drivers to bed themselves in, get used to the kart as well. That is an aspect, actually. Whilst Club 100 do a fantastic job of maintaining competitive parity between these karts, Jacob, every kart chassis feels a little bit different. And for me, there's just the first few corners or first few laps, you get an idea of a particular characteristic of a kart. So. And as I stress, it's not about the karts have this sort of evenness between them, but nonetheless, I've sometimes felt a certain I don't know, I really struggle to describe it, almost like a sort of looseness to the kart. There's ones that just subtly different on how they are on turn-in, and you just have to just slightly adapt driving style to these things sometimes.
Yeah, there are subtle differences. They are mechanical entities after all, and nothing is exactly identical. You do sometimes, you know, if you consider it a spectrum of most of the karts tending towards the middle, but some drifting a bit out in terms of that looseness that you mentioned, and others perhaps a bit responsive under braking, you would have to adjust from going one end to the other. But it's more of a, I think it's more of a deviation from the norm. You go in expecting that standard that Club 100 aspires to, and sometimes you have to deviate from that in order to match the performance of another.
Yes.
But it is minimal.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's one of the things, you know, you talk to people about Club 100 and why they love it. And the first thing people will often talk about is the speed, because by the standards in arrive and drive karting, these Club 100 karts across both the cadets and the Rotax Evo full-size karts, you know, yes, they do there's a marked difference in speed between these and what you might get at a local kart track there, Fleet. Much as we love all the kart tracks around Britain, but as we've got a bit of a going off onto the curbing and a little bit onto the grass there, as some of our drivers try and find the right position to allow them to do a fast lap. Alex Rattan has just come in with a fastest lap of the session, by the way, 53.745. But yes, people mention the marked difference in speed. They're much quicker. And then second to that, they always mention, they usually follow that up with, and it's great, the parity that we get between the karts here. It's such a crucial ingredient of good arrive and drive karting is that the karts are, the karts have that parity, and the Club 100 crew do a fantastic job of maintaining that for certain. So we've got, we're over halfway through this session now, 4¼ minutes left on the clock.
You'll see at the top of your screen, just to dive in there, how it's some contact warnings and track limit warnings coming in. These aren't necessarily penalties. The warnings are a warning, exactly that, just clear as in the name, that you might get a penalty if you continue to infringe on the rules as you've done so far. Each driver will see them as they come across the start-finish line. There is a digital board which shows their number along with the description of the warning that they've received, so they know not to do it again. There's a track limit warning there for Shailen, who was briefly at the top of the times earlier, but he will see that on the board with his race number and track limit warning, and he'll know that he's sometimes exceeding that white line and shouldn't be, otherwise he's at risk of getting a penalty for doing so.
Indeed. The way that penalties are applied in qualifying is not that that lap gets disregarded or something like that. It is applied exactly the same as a race penalty. All penalties here are, well, apart from serious offences that lead to outright exclusion, all penalties take the form of position penalties in Club 100. We don't use time penalties, haven't done for a number of years. Everything is done on position. So if you were to get repetitive contact warnings, for example, that is 4 positions added to wherever you position. So they'll obviously take your time. Your time will still be registered, but wherever you position on the grid, you'll be dot 4 positions. And bear in mind, if that takes you from an A grid onto a B grid or a B grid onto a C grid, so be it. That is the way that that penalty will be applied. So you really don't want to be getting the penalties in qualifying, particularly a circuit such as this, where it can be so tight in the times between the drivers around here. If you've got a penalty hanging over you, that's really in the lap of the gods as to how many people might beat your time just at the end, and it's really quite changeable. There's not a physical. If you get a penalty in a race, you can at least see, okay, I'm running behind the next driver ahead of me. Maybe I can get past them and negate part of that penalty. There's really nothing you can do about it here in qualifying. If you have a penalty, you've got that hanging over you. So, really want to try and avoid that at all times, of course, but it can be very costly in qualifying. Corey Chapman, last time through, he just crossed the line again, actually, but the lap before, he set a 53.740 to take him on to, I'm just checking, actually, but they're still a little way off of Jacob's lap time, aren't they?
They're a little way off Jacob, but they're in that 53-second bracket, right the way down to Charlie France in 6th. So it does look like, provided we see consistent timings through to the Group C qualifying, that 53-second boundary will get you into today's A final, or at least the pre-A final, as we've had 5 drivers from the A and 6 drivers from the B break into it. Those on 54 zeros, including Eddie Duncan and Tyler Nickelbean, will be there or thereabouts, but may have to cross their fingers and watch the C session in order to find out whether or not they make the pre-A or the pre-B.
Indeed. Good improvement from just further down. Dexter Hazeldine just put in a 55.171. That's to improve up to 14th place. These, of course, all crucial in the pursuit of whether you're on the pre-C or pre-B final grids. For that, you're looking around about, again, it's the times, not the positions, but obviously, 18 karts will qualify onto that A grid in cadets. So across the 3 sessions, you're looking roughly at the top 6 positions because of the 3 6s for the 18 that you'll get on that grid. And then the next grid in the Bs will be 20 drivers. So again, you're looking around about that sort of 11th, 12th place for the sort of safety margin that you'd expect, notwithstanding the difference, as we said, that can occur between slightly different paces of the different qualifying groups. Another fastest lap improving on his bid for pole here is Corey Chapman with a 53.644, and that, no, he's got to start this other lap because the timer has hit 0. We've got the checkered flag out. Who can improve on this last time through? Alex Rattan has already crossed the line and not improved on his final effort. Elliot Griggs as well in 5th place in this session, wasn't able to improve on his very last tour of the circuit for this one. Can anyone else improve? There is Ben Cape improving up to 12th place. That could be crucial in his pursuit of the B tier grid with a 54.670. We've got a few more drivers coming across the line. Ben Hunt is going to come across the line. And Ben Hunt's improved at the last moment there, a 53.462. And Corey Chapman sets a new personal best for that session in a 53.542, but it's not good enough. Likewise, Nishon Marshall as well in the 94, who was running just behind Ben Hunt, also improved with a 53.477. So clearly that pack got their skates on in the last attempt there. And Ben Hunt puts himself fastest in that session. It's not enough to overhaul Jacob Underhill. So Underhill still on provisional pole from Group A, but that was a fantastic late effort there from Ben Hunt.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Hunt and Nishon Marshall were going around together and put in some solid lap times there just as the checkered flag was thrown.
Already I can hear outside Group B are going out for our super lightweight junior qualifying. The second group of karts going out then for qualifying in the super lightweight junior category. I think we covered the championship situation a little bit briefly during Group A, but just to clarify and remember, we've got Frederick Navarro leading the championship off the back of round 1 at Rye House in the number 38 kart. The number 8 of Mikey Brissenden sits second. He had a really good consistent scoreline, a second and a third across his finals at Rye House. Jack Harrison in 3rd, Jack Redfern in 4th, and Jamie Tyler Gooden in 5th. That's your top 5 coming into today in junior super lightweight. I mentioned that partially because quite a few of those names are in this group. So Frederick Navarro is in this qualifying group, as is Mikey Brissenden. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on in their second qualifying of the year. I think, Jacob, it's a good time for us, whilst we're just in the early part of this session, to talk about a recent bit of news to have hit the Club 100 paddock. This is how it relates to obviously Club 100 for the last few years has had a really good partnership and acknowledgement and affiliation with Motorsport UK. Club 100 providing a national touring arrive and drive categories. We've got a couple of drivers off at the top of the hill just getting an assistance from one of the marshals to return to the circuit. But Club 100 recognised as a key jigsaw piece of what's referred to as the Motorsport UK karting pathway, and some really interesting developments on that coming through in recent news.
Yeah, Motorsport UK have been really focused on grassroots motorsport, getting people into motorsport, and they recognise that karting is, the major foot in the door for people to get into motorsport. It started in 2020 with the initial UK motorsport karting pathway, and has been expanded this year to include 5 steps. First being indoor karting, your local arrive and drive. Second being outdoor arrive and drive at your local circuit on their machinery. And then step 3 is the national outdoor arrive and drive, which is what you're watching on your screens now, a national championship in arrive and drive karting, where you turn up and are given machinery to race around. And this really is the top standard of outdoor arrive and drive karting in both the UK and Europe, really. And Club 100 is that middle piece of the jigsaw, as you said, Howard, on this karting pathway. Step 4 and step 5 are where Motorsport UK are helping people get to. That's owner club karting at step 4 and the British kart champs at step 5, which is where the likes of Lewis Hamilton made names for themselves early in their careers. But it's that jump from step 3, which is what's on screen right now, to step 4, the owner club, that there's been a particular focus on recently. And CLUB100 has partnered up with Project 1 Racing, an owner-driver racing team based at Bayford Meadows in Sittingbourne, to provide excellent prizes for the winners of each category in cadets and juniors, both lightweights and super lightweights. The winners of each of those 4 championships will each get a test day, Howard, at the end of the year, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. One-to-one tuition that they'll get down at Bayford Meadows, fantastic circuit down in Kent in England, and Project 1, you say, one of the really highly regarded racing operation, and that's going to be a fantastic addition to the prize package for all of our class winners and juniors and cadets. That's going to be really fantastic. It's not just for them either. There are opportunities as well with the partnership between CLUB100 and Project 1 Racing of really any drivers in this field, if they're interested, can approach Project 1, and there's opportunities for them to have those tuition sessions. It's to the class winners who get that for free as a part of their reward for winning the championship. But if you are interested, I highly recommend heading over to club100.co.uk. If you go to the media section and click on latest news, it's still a news story right towards the top of the page, the partnership with Project 1, and I would definitely recommend checking that out, because there's opportunities for all to get involved and do that. And if you're interested in progressing up through that Motorsport UK karting pathway, which the final phase of which, as that's an interesting moment on track as we're watching that. Fortunately, the number 19 rejoins the circuit there.
There's a good chance to get back to the action, Howard, as we're halfway.
It is actually, yeah, it's a really good point.
Qualifying session. Just a reminder from Group A, which was earlier this morning, your benchmark you're looking for is that 50.3 lap time. The top 8 in Group A managed a 50.3 or better. 3 drivers, in fact, dipped below the 50-second mark, so that's really top tier. We've got 2 who've done so already here, Jamie Tilly-Gooden and Blake Susan. In fact, 3, Jake Anders makes the cut as well, just as I mentioned. Jack Shelley down in 4th has got 50.2 and just been replaced in 5th place by Jake Chapman, who's also done a 50.2. So that's the kind of cut-off we're looking at for the A final at the moment. Freddie Navarro, I think you spoke to on the grid, Howard, or rather while he was waiting to go out for his test session, has done a 50.3 now as well. He might need to improve on that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on today, certainly. But yeah, good pace early on from the likes of Jamie Tiley-Gooden, Blake Southern and Jake Anders, as you say. Yeah, the Paddock Walk, don't forget, you'll be able to view in the lunch break here on your Alpha Live broadcast, which is due, I'm going to say it's probably due around about 1:25 now, and I'm doing that. If it sounds quite hesitant, it's because we're just a little bit late. We're just a tiny bit behind the schedule at this point in the day's proceedings. So I think originally the lunch break was scheduled for 1:15, but we've still got a couple more qualifying groups to go after this. New fastest lap from Blake Southern in the number 33 car, 49.738. And that is
good enough for pole position,
isn't it? Yes.
So at the moment in the A final, Declan Luff setting a 49.864 earlier. So in fact, Jamie Tilly-Gooden is in line for a second place start in that A final as well.
Yeah, just crossed the line there for a 49.861. So there's a yellow flag at the top of sector 3 as one of the drivers gets recovered. That means that at the moment JD Tiley-Gooden is beating that Declan Luff time by 3/1000ths of a second at the moment to line up ahead of him. So at the moment we have those top 2 who at the moment would form the front row on the Pre-A final grid.
Yeah, great stuff from Blake Southern. He wasn't, probably wouldn't have been the happiest with his results back at Rye House, sorry, Meadows, Rye House. 5th in the Pre-A final, but then dropped back a bit in the actual A final. He's ended up 17th in the championship so far. So this will be a return to form for him. Jamie Tilly-Gooden did a bit better, though. He's ended up 5th in the championship.
Yeah, sorry, penalty just came in for Jake Anders, which is for ABC Bump and Pass. So we were talking about penalties earlier on. Unfortunately, that means wherever he lines up, and he has dipped, he's one of the drivers who's dipped below the 50-second mark, as a big lap comes in from Ewan Leonard to promote himself up 10 places to 5th place, a 50.147. He is the first of the drivers knocking, or the fastest of the drivers knocking on the door of that 50-second mark. With Jake Anders, although he's dipped below that 50-second mark, he's going to be docked 4 positions from wherever he would line up on the grid based on timing alone. That's for a bump and pass penalty. Not the kind of thing you want to be collecting in a qualifying session.
No, absolutely not. And as you said, he will suffer at the end of it as Mikey Brissenden brings himself up into 8th. This is a slightly quicker group than we saw earlier. That 8th for Mikey Brissenden, a 50.2. It would have been good enough to get him up to 5th in the A qualifying earlier. So expect to see a few more of these drivers in that Pre-A final than we saw from the A group. Be interesting to see how the C group compare. Yeah,
Jamie Warner's just improved as well, as has Joseph Simcock. There's quite a few drivers now who I think have really got into the rhythm. Maybe they've normalised into a pack that they can work well with on balance and pace, and it means that we're getting some good times being put in the latter part of this session. Who else has improved? Jack Shelley improves 1 position up to 5th place. He's really close to breaking that 50-second barrier there. A 50.059 takes himself up to 5th place. Still Blake Southern in the number 33 kart, your fastest driver, and now your provisional pole sitter with a 49.738.
Just half a minute to go then until we see the checkered flag. Drivers will be allowed to start laps, but as soon as you see that checkered flag, your session is over. Kira Boylan just makes her way up to 21st in this session. We spoke to her in the Paddock show as well, which you'll be able to see in about 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Good improvement there from Kira. Once again, Jake Anders crosses the line again, as does Brody Skinner and Jamie Tiley-Gooden. And I tell you what, that's a close one there. Blake Southern took the checkered flag then and didn't improve on his last lap. Jamie Tiley-Gooden he was the last driver across the line before the checkered flag, and I think he managed it by a second or less. So they will be able to finish this lap, and they will be the last drivers to take the checkered flags as it stands. Ewan Leonard, who had that big improvement a few moments ago, he's crossed the line and didn't improve on that last lap, nor did Jake Chapman or Jamie Warner. All these drivers sat in the top 10 at the moment. That's a late improvement there from Oliver Bamford Sr., though, and the 77 takes himself up to 20th place by dipping below the 51-second barrier. And here we go. Here's our last pack of drivers. Any improvements from our drivers at the top of the pack? No. So it stays as they are. But Blake Southern is your new provisional pole sitter with a 49.738. And the likes of Jamie Tiley-Gooden improved as well to beat the fastest pace of the Group A runners. Next up then here, it's going to be the final qualifying group, Group C, for our super lightweight cadets. Last group then for the cadets going out on circuit after this. All of our entrants for round 2 of this 2024 Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets Championship will have taken to the circuit. I made that a mouthful for myself. I don't know why. It's a perfectly easy championship to state, but there we go. Going out onto this lovely Glanny Gores circuit here. You can see Snowdonia on a clear day as you go down the back straight here. As a driver, not that you really want to be focusing that, you more want to be spotting your apex for the carousel, but you know, it's a lovely part of the world to go racing here at GYG.
Just a reminder then, we are looking at a 53.7 benchmark. A few drivers able to hit that or better in our B session. There's a fair few in our A session as well. If you can get into the 53s in general, I think you'd be looking for an A final spot, but 53.7 will be around par for the course. We've had a couple of drivers, namely Ben Hunt, Nishan Marshall and Jacob Underhill, go a little faster and dip into the early 53s. Those guys will be aiming for the top of that pre-B final. But let's see what our C group can do. All out on track now, as you can see on your screen. And Howard is just reminding himself.
I am. We'll talk about it when we get to the juniors.
Okay.
Because
Right,
when I was just looking up their corresponds to them.
So this is the last of our qualifying sessions for cadets, the Group C. There's 3 groups for each age group. And we will, after this, see the super lightweight Group C for juniors before going into a little bit of a lunch break, where you will see the paddock walk that Howard and I briefly mentioned in the previous session. That's us going around the paddock, having a chat to some of the drivers and parents as well that are here today.
And it's an easy one. That, in a way, bizarrely, this class is unique of the class. I don't think we've spoken much about the championship situation coming into this class today. That is a perfect pickup from Canberra's, because there is the number 1 kart. We haven't actually seen any karts with the number 1 this weekend, and that's because we haven't got much in the way of defending championships coming into this year in Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. I mentioned, obviously, earlier Logan McAllister being a graduate now into the junior ranks, and so he is a champion of last year, but he's not a defending champion because he's not in the same championship this year. This young man here, though, Rory Hamilton, and it's really simple to remember the winners of Cadet Super Lightweight and Club 100 for the last few years. They've all had the surname Hamilton, because Rory and Benji have both been champions in this category, and Rory is your defending champion coming into this season, and he got his defence of that championship off to the perfect start at Rye House with a double win in both the pre-A final and the A final. So Rory has come out of the gates fantastically here for this 2024 season, and it's going to be interesting. Well, he's setting the early pace here as well, a 53.797. Fear not, dear viewer, though. This is there is going to be plenty of competition in the super lightweight cadet ranks, in spite of how strong a start that Rory has had there in defence of his title, because we've also got the greatest number, I think, of returning top 10 finishers as well. So Rory's seen Jude Pudderfoot out on track. We were talking about Jacob Underhill earlier as well. So really good to see that we're going to have a lot of returning competitors, and obviously it's the super lightweight cadets. So we also get, on average, the most newcomers, if you like, because it's the lowest weight category. Obviously, on average, the youngest cadet competitors, those who are new coming in, are most likely to be in this category. So we get this really nice mix this year in Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets of a fair few of our most competitive drivers from last season still being around in this class, and also you get new talent coming in that could always shake up the order there. So I think it's a really enticing battle and season that we have on our hands in this category.
Let's hope so. Yes, Rory's setting the pace early doors. He's putting in 53.5s quite consistently. We mentioned at the start of this session that the benchmark was around about 53.7. A few drivers still setting quicker lap times than Rory. I think he's around about 4th at the moment in the A final with that lap time, or pre-A final I should say. James Vout is following him around on track. You would have seen him tucked in behind the number 1 in the number 9 car. In fact,
that's pole. That's James has just put in.
The slipstream, yeah.
He has, yeah, 53.362. That beats Jacob Underhill's time by 8/1000ths of a second to put James Vout on provisional pole. Another great example, by the way, of a returning top 10 finisher from last year is James. And that's a fantastic lap that he's done there to put himself on provisional pole.
And yes, halfway through this session, Xavier Ramsey is also putting in some good lap times. He's done a 53.7. That should be good enough for the Pre-A final as well. So the top three setting the pace in this one. We've got a couple of other drivers who are looking to sneak into that A final, and perhaps the 54.0 Lewis Taylor might just make the cut. He has got 4.5 minutes to go, and more than likely will improve on that. Where we see yellow flags out at the final corner for this.
That is our provisional pole sitter. That is James Vout, who is facing the wrong way there.
It is indeed. He gets going without that toe from Rory Hamilton, which will compromise the speed up the hill a little bit.
Yeah, this lap's going to be a little bit of a... well, it's not going to best his current provisional pole time at the moment. A bit of an unusual place for the spin to be. I'm not sure if he was maybe helped into it. We've spoken so much about how these drivers are going around in these slipstreaming packs. Or I don't know if maybe if you get on the exit curb a little bit, coming out of Paddock corner, that can put you into a bit of a spin. So whatever it is, he's back up and away now. And I think, actually, if I'm going off of the... he might be able to latch onto the next group that was down the road behind him, actually. Contact warning for Ewan Farrelly. We'll want to not get too many of those. And actually, there is a penalty on the... oh, you missed that one. Penalty for Rory Hamilton.
Oh, as we see a car.
Oh, we've got a cart off into the grass as well.
So yes, Rory's penalty, racing under yellows.
Yeah.
So there was a yellow flag out, and Rory was deemed to have not slowed down appropriately enough for the apparent danger.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a significant penalty for Rory. Currently setting a lap time good enough for the top 5 in the Pre-A final, but racing under yellows will hamper his progress.
But this is the thing, of course. He might be second in this session, but he's in that race effectively for time here between all those other drivers who've done so well in the other groups. So there's a nearly 2/10 gap between James Vout's time and Rory Hamilton's time. He needs to try and improve here to try and negate that penalty as much as he can, because otherwise he's going to find himself, I think, fairly far down in that. He's still due to be in the Pre-A final at the moment with that, but obviously more drivers could improve, and yeah, he's going to be quite far down in that grid if he can't improve a little bit, and because it's a position penalty, right? But he can negate it by going faster on his lap time. So a position penalty negated by good timing, if you like. Xavier Ramsey in third as well in the number 35 kart with a 53.728 at the moment. Sam Morse as well with good pace in fourth, as is Lewis Taylor in fifth. So some good drivers. We've got 5 drivers below the 54-second mark at the moment, which... apologies, Jacob. What did we say was about the cut-off, we thought? Did we say the 54?
Yeah, you want to be in the 53 seconds.
Yeah,
to really confirm it. You might sneak in with a 54, but it would have to be a 54 dead, I think.
Yes.
Based on a cursory glance at the A and B times.
Yeah, good improvement further down the order. Ferris Pelch puts in a 55.8 to jump ahead of a few drivers there, up to 13th at the moment. Could be very important in the pursuit, don't forget, of that B versus C grid. We naturally tend to focus on the sharper end of things, on that A grid, because it's where people ultimately want to be. But obviously, again, I mentioned earlier, super lightweights. We've got a lot of drivers who maybe were only with us for Rye House, maybe did some of the academy days and just the one racing round. This series obviously is, this format is partially put towards getting you that seat time on the track before you go into racing. We have the test sessions and the practices, then we have the qualifying, then we go into the racing in the afternoon. Those who are more familiar with, say, the Senior Sprints Championship, which will be here next weekend, we'll be broadcasting it with Alpha Live. Definitely check that out. And if you're interested, there's still spaces on the grid. Give the office a ring or head to CLUB100.co.uk for further details. we're more used to random grids immediately going into racing formats. But this format, I think, is the best thing to do, Jacob, to give drivers that seat time and to allow them to really get to grips with both the karting machinery and learn some of these fantastic UK circuits that we visit.
Yeah, they get to find their level, and pleasantly surprised earlier doing the Paddock walk, which you'll get to see in about 15 minutes' time, that a lot of these cadets understand that and are happy to find their level, working with the whole C final, B final groups to improve their lap times rather than trying to start racing against the best. We are seeing a checkered flag now, and James Vout has completed his session. Rory Hamilton is currently in second place and looks like most likely to beat him. Let's see what kind of a lap time our reigning champion can do as he comes around. Sam Morse and Lewis Taylor have finished their sessions as well. They're currently in 4th and 5th. Xavier Ramsey still in 3rd, having put in a 53.7. He too could unseat James Vout at the top of this one, coming across the line now. We've got a couple more karts finishing their sessions. There's the 21 going across the line. Still no major improvements on this very last lap. And there is Rory Hamilton. He's unable to improve on 2nd place. I think that should be 5th place overall, but with a penalty dropping him down a few positions. James Vout, though, looks like he's secured himself pole position for the Pre-A final.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of those 3 qualifying groups, we can declare that one, and it does indeed, as you say, Jacob. Well done to James Vout, because he has secured that pole position for the Pre-A final, unless there's any penalties forthcoming or exclusions for being underweight or whatever it may be. We will expect to see James Vout on that pole position for Pre-A final, putting himself in the pound seats there to have eyes on the first victory of the round. Karts coming out then for Group C for our super lightweight juniors. Coming out onto track then are our super lightweight juniors, and they'll be trying to beat the time of Blake Southern, which was, sorry Jacob, you got the lap time down there.
Yeah, so Ben Hunt set 53.4. I've clicked on the wrong session there, haven't I?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Absolutely. Blake Southern set 49.7. In the B group, we are looking around that 50-second kind of cut-off area. If you get below 50 seconds, you are going to be looking at an A final, we reckon. 4 managed it in Group B, 3 managed it in the A. Declan Luff passed us in the A with a 49.8. So we're not getting far into the 49s, but getting into the 49s is what you'd want for that A group cut-off, we think.
Absolutely. Now, that provisional pole time from Blake Southern, I mentioned earlier how Logan McAllister is a graduate to the junior ranks as the champion from cadets last year.
Did.
And sorry, that was the sneeze that got away, is what just happened in the comms there. The reason I mentioned that again, Blake is another. Obviously, there's a whole cohort who go from cadets to juniors at the start of any season. Blake is the driver who finished 4th in the lightweight cadets last year. So to see Blake ride up there so early on in the super lightweight juniors on provisional pole there, that's a really good sign from another driver who's adapting from the cadet machinery to the full-sized Club 100 karts. So that's really good to see, as we've got a driver off at turn 1 there. That's down at Club Corner. That'll be yellow flags out at a point in the lap where drivers really just want to focus on, well, blatting it, basically, getting the best entry onto the Dragon Straight, as it's called.
Yes, we did have one of our cadets earlier, I think, mention one of the Jacobs, one of the many Jacobs we have here today, mentioned that that's the important part of this track, is getting good exit from both Paddock and Club, the final corner and the first corner, in order to launch yourself up the hill with maximum speed.
Indeed. And speaking of drivers who have come from the cadet ranks in the form of Blake Southern, Logan McAllister taking the fight to that Blake Southern top. We're basically seeing two cadets, two drivers we saw battling so much in cadets right now doing battle at the front of the super lightweight junior ranks, because it's the early pace coming from Logan McAllister in this session, at least a 50.306. That's still got to come down by some six. It's just come down.
50.1 now. Still got a way to go to match, as you said, the high 49s, but a 50.1 is a step in the right direction. You go 2 tenths quicker than his previous lap time, and another 2 tenths will have him right up there at the front of the Pre-A.
Yeah, good lap as well from João Gabriel Castro, set a 50.335 to be second fastest. And Ethan Pritchard, and wouldn't you know, as we've got a driver on the driver's left up through the curve at Spoon there. Drivers pushing hard here, Jacob. You made a really good observation. Well, you made many good observations, but a really good point that you mentioned in qualifying yesterday was that Group C are in this position where they know what the deal is relative to the other groups. So they do come in with a slightly different pressure into the final qualifying group.
They do indeed. They know the benchmarks that we've just been talking about. They'll know that a lap time in the 49s will be enough to get them into that A final. Obviously, that does assume that all 20 karts or 26 karts out on track now don't set a better lap time than that. But you'd be surprised if they did. And so, yeah, whilst they don't have dashboards and things like that to tell them at what time they've set, they do know that they have to be a certain level of quickness. And speaking of, Logan McAllister does a 49.824, a fantastic lap time, just shy of Blake Southern's 49.738, which is still the provisional pole position for now.
Yeah, if you can find another 10th, Logan's got it, and no improvement that time around. But,
João Gabriel Castro is in the 50.0s. That should be enough for him to make his way into that A group, and Rory Hinckley behind him just improves. He's on a 50.399, which may not be enough for that A group, but would certainly put him at the 4 of the Pre-B.
Yeah, Dylan Tracy's picked up a penalty for racing under yellows. That, off the top of my head, will be 4. I think there's 4 positions for racing under yellow, if memory serves correctly, to wherever he qualifies, but it does mean that there's a yellow flag out. And I think what's happened is that the grouping of drivers who were first, second and third, which isn't the same grouping, by the way, because Rory Hinckley put in a good lap just now to bring himself up to the 3rd fastest in the session. But I think they've hit upon some traffic. I think it's a little bit difficult at the moment for the likes of Logan McAllister and João Gabriel Castro to improve at the moment, because they've just hit upon another group of karts. So there may just be a pause in their setting of personal bests here.
We are halfway through, more than halfway through the session as well. We've seen a number of yellow flags, Howard, which is only going to count against these drivers trying to set their fastest lap times.
Yeah.
As we mentioned earlier in the show, you do need to slow down under yellow flags, and slowing down is not conducive to setting your fastest lap time. But they seem to have calmed down in the last minute or so. Hopefully we'll see some clean laps now, and we'll start to see those lap times tumble. And indeed, Connor Kenny slots into 3rd place with a 50.327.
Yes, there's a right string of karts that are crossing start-finish line now, and it's that's the pack of karts. And there we go. Logan McAllister's cleared that traffic now.
And sets a time good enough for pole position.
It is good enough, isn't it?
0.08 of a second, but he is there now on provisional pole position for the super lightweight junior Pre-A final.
Great lap time then by Logan McAllister. As I say, a cadet champion, graduating up into the juniors, and was on the B grid at Rye House. The question, or one of the questions coming into today, here is one of the questions coming into. Actually, no, sorry, that's the. Apologies, that's the 96 of Annabelle Owen that we're just seeing there. Yeah, Logan's just coming around to start another lap now, as is João Gabriel Castro and Henry Barrington, who's currently 3rd in the times. But one of the questions coming into today is, that's a great lap from Abby Sanders as well, was going to be, how competitive can Logan be? And this is a fantastic improvement on his qualifying performance at Rye House to get himself the pole position. Abby Sanders with a great lap then, up to 3rd place in kart number 87. Luke Richards improves as well, up to the top 10, which could be crucial in his pursuit of the B tier grid. Dylan Tracy improves, bearing in mind he has got that penalty hanging over him. As this is the pack, by the way, of karts containing the 1st and 2nd fastest drivers in this session, Logan McAllister and João Gabriel Castro. Jensen Davies with a good improvement there, a 50.793, taking himself up to 12th place. This is going to be an interesting last few minutes of this session, because it seems to me, and I hope not to jinx it, but we've seen the yellows come in now. We're on fully green flag running at the moment, Jacob, and I think a lot of drivers are taking that opportunity to improve their time.
Interestingly enough, Howard, you see Logan McAllister's got a bit of a gap to this pack here. He's going down the hill into Carousel already, with João Gabriel Castro also a little bit of a gap. So they're not benefiting from the slipstream, either of those drivers, which Logan McAllister doesn't need to do, but certainly João Gabriel Castro and Ethan Pritchard would be looking to do in order to boost their lap times by that extra 10th or so, which is all important as they go for qualifying.
Yeah, it would be prudent for them to drop below the 50-second barrier if at all possible. I say prudent like it's like it would be good if they revise that. They've got to beat, they've got to go faster around one of Britain's major karting circuits. But I think they've got the pace in them to do it. And indeed,
João Gabriel Castro does.
Yeah, he has improved.
49.884. Very respectable lap time.
Oh, we have got a yellow flag out again, though. There's a driver stricken. There it is. Hands up for Carousel Corner. And there's the yellow as well at the top of the hill for Sector 3. I think it's on the outside of here that we have a driver off. There they are. It's just coming down into Compression Corner. So yellow flags once again there, likely to have compromised quite a few of the laps. Obviously that was a localised yellow. If we see somebody go faster, it doesn't inherently mean that they've sped onto the yellows, but there goes Logan McAllister and João Gabriel Castro onto a new lap. Significantly slower laps because of the yellow flag zone that they went through. But you're right, Jacob, certainly for Logan, who's ahead of João here. Logan, the driver with the predominantly red helmet, João Gabriel Castro with the blue helmet here in that 36 kart. It's going to be tough for them to improve because, as you say, they haven't got a slipstream ahead of them right now. And I don't know, well, we've got 30 seconds left on the clock, haven't we? There's not going to be time for them to catch another pack of karts.
Well, João Gabriel Castro closed the gap on that last lap as Ethan Pritchard dips below the 50-second mark as well. Ethan should have got himself into the A final with that. But can João get a tow up the hill here from Logan McAllister? I'm not sure he's as close as he'd want to be there, and they've both set lap times good enough for the pre-A final.
They have indeed. Checkered flag is out then. Last opportunity for these drivers to improve. Logan McAllister has improved on his last lap around it. He's improved his pole time that he'd already set, a 49.649, putting him on for that pre-A final grid. João Gabriel Castro as well with that improvement as well. That's not enough to beat Blake Southern's time off the top of my head, but it's a fantastic lap from the driver of the number 36. Is there any improvement from anyone else as they take the checkered flag? John Wall improves to the top 10 with a 50.582. That is probably going to put him in very good stead to get onto the pre-B grid. Some of our faster runners cross the line now, and there's no improvement from them. He doesn't need it, though, does Logan McAllister, because our lightweight cadet champion from 2023 has, on this first broadcast round of the season, taken that pre-A final pole. Really good performance there. And this is always the interesting thing. We get drivers graduating from cadets into juniors. How competitive are they? Well, in the case of Logan McAllister and indeed Blake Southern, the answer is, yeah, pretty competitive. And we've got some good racing on our hands, I think.
Yeah, great showing from the both of them. Really looking forward to the pre-finals that we've got coming up just after this lunch break. Indeed,
and the lunch break we are in, so we're going to stop with the live coverage right now, and we're going to play out for you during the lunch break the paddock walk that Jacob and I went on earlier, getting some of the thoughts of the drivers ahead of today's action. Do enjoy that. We'll be due back with the live action probably in around about half an hour's time here at GYG.
Hello and welcome to day 2's Paddock Walk. By now, qualifying will have already happened, but for us, we are merely getting started with testing. We're going to go talk to some of our drivers here today, see what they've got to say for themselves, see what their hopes and dreams are for GYG and round 2 of Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Super Lightweight classes. With me is Howard. Howard, good morning.
Good morning, or good afternoon for continuity. Yeah? Good day. Hello.
Yes, hello. Let's, should we make our way into the dummy grid and see who we've got? We've got a queue actually by here.
Do you want to go and kick off?
Let's start with who have we got here? Oh, we'll face this way. Come on, let's everyone in. Come on, everyone in. And let's all sit down on the podium so I'm not massively taller than you. Who have we got here then?
LaShawn.
We got LaShawn, Corey,
Lewis.
James.
and James. I will forget all 4 of those momentarily, so I do apologise. But LaShawn, I remember your name from now. Let's start with you. How was your ride house? Did you do it?
Yeah, I done okay. I came top 10 in the A final, what I achieved.
That's pretty solid result. Do you reckon you can do the same today at GYG?
I think so, but this is my first time being here though.
Okay. And are you liking it so far?
Yeah, I like it so far.
Good to hear. How about you, Corey? You like GYG?
Yeah, because this is my 3rd time. And last time when I was here, I got pole in the A group.
Oh.
So I am hoping for top 5 in the A.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on you later today then. I've forgotten your name, sorry, what was it?
Lewis.
Lewis. Been to GYG before?
Never.
How are you getting on so far?
I think it's really good. It's nice that they've got a mixture of elevation changes. It just makes it more exciting for the track and the drivers.
Absolutely. Would you say GYG is up there with one of your favourite tracks?
Yeah, definitely.
What else on the Club 100 calendar do you like doing?
Probably Butmore Park.
Those elevation changes really get to you, and I've forgotten your name down the end as well.
James.
James, have you been to GYG before?
Yes, I've been here with Club 100 before.
How did you get on this time last year?
I was top 10. I can't remember exactly where, but I think I'll do better this time.
Okay then, so we got a decent host of drivers here. High hopes of top 10s in the A final today. Predictions, who's going to win today? LaShawn, you first.
Me.
Who's going to win today?
Me or Rory?
Who's going to win today?
I reckon in the A final, Rory probably.
Okay, and then the end?
Probably Rory.
Okay, so we've maybe one of these 2 guys, maybe Rory. We'll see what happens later on today. Thanks, guys, for talking to me, guys. Let's go over to Howard now, who's got another couple of interviews lined up. Howard, over to you.
Hello, thank you very much. We've got more cadets coming to. Oh gosh, we've got even more. We've got 5 cadets now. Now shall we do the podium? We could go and sit. No, let's let Morgan stand up on cams for a bit. The poor man's legs are going to sleep. Recognise some of you from last season, but for the people watching, who have we got?
Daniel.
Ledger.
Caesar.
Adam.
Andrea. So, who's been? We're going to have to do some group questions. Put your hand up if you've been to GYG before. Okay. So we're going to go with the 2 who haven't. How have we found the test session? You've already been out for the test this morning.
There's a lot of elevation change and it's very annoying because there's a few blind corners.
Yeah, indeed. How about yourself?
I didn't go out.
Oh, you haven't been out yet. Sorry. That's a hard question for me to ask you then. Don't worry. How has GYG been for you in the past, for those who have been here?
Well, pretty good. My first ever race here, I won it, and then came last in the B final.
Indeed.
I qualified 9th in the A race, cut on the grass and spun, and then cruised my way to last place.
These very detailed memories of the last time you came here. I'm loving the research. Andrea, how about yourself?
So a lot of elevations, so you have a lot of opportunities to gain speed and like catch up with other people. But it was raining most of the time, so now it's finally dry for me.
Yeah, we can't get the changeable conditions here. Very different track to Rye House, certainly, that we had for round 1. Let's talk just generally about Club 100. How do you find racing in Club 100?
Fun, good. They're very fast.
That's what I like about them as well.
It's always a competitive season, especially against this guy. So there are lots of good battles, and then there are also some really bad bits like spinning out and then getting hit. So really.
Caesar, anything you particularly like about Racing Club 100?
Fun, except for Buckmore Park, and when he spins it out when I'm doing good. And yeah, that's about it.
We are not at Buckmore Park, so I think that's fine. Adam?
I find it very fun and competitive, but there are so many good drivers and battles.
Cool. And Andrea, Club 100, how'd you find it?
I find it fun, obviously competitive, and it's very amazing because like you learn a lot more than other championships, and the people are very welcoming and nice.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, we're going to do quick fire questions here, folks. Favourite food?
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
Pizza, I guess.
Pizza!
Honey. I like honey.
Honey? Honey? We had a tiebreaker there, and I wasn't. I like honey. Yeah, we'll go with that. Favourite circuit to race on or to watch?
PFI or Buckmore?
Clay pigeon.
Clay pigeon.
Shennington.
Shennington.
A lot of high-speed circuits coming out on that one in Clay and Sheddy. We'll see how GYG compares to the people who are new to it. Favourite driver?
Lewis Hamilton.
Esteban Ocon.
Charles Leclerc.
Max Verstappen.
Michel Moutois.
Great. I'm loving the Michel Mouton by that. That's great. Great mix of drivers. Love that. Okay, that was a really good round of quick-fire questions. Thank you. Well, everyone have a fantastic day's racing. Good luck out there. And, yeah, thanks for talking to us. Cool. Right. Just to quickly pan, because I don't think we've shown it. This is what they're all going after today. These are the shiny. I know. I'm coming. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll be. Let's go over to Jacob. He's got loads of interviewees to go with. Oh, and he's on his knees.
I've adjusted my height accordingly. We got some Group B drivers here, so we're just going to go through quickly. We've got Alfie.
Hello.
We've got Elliot.
Hello.
And we've got Charlie.
Hello.
Charlie and Elliot have got YouTube channels to promote.
Subscribe to Elliot Griggs Racing, please.
Subscribe to CF24 Racing, please.
And Alfie's not got a YouTube channel, but you're going to win, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
What do you reckon the chances are? Do you reckon you get in the A final?
I'd like to be in the B final because it's less advanced drivers, so it's about my sort of average. So yeah.
All right, that. Keep your head on those shoulders. A nice grounded approach. How about you guys? What are your expectations for today?
I mean, last round at Rye House, I managed third in the A's, so hopefully this time I can keep that up. But you never know what can happen. It's a very unpredictable track and very unpredictable conditions here, but we're going to have to see how it plays out.
And is that video of your third place on your YouTube channel?
Well, it's on my Instagram.
Get on his Instagram as well. Charlie, how about you? What are your expectations for today?
I want to get high up in the A. So last time I was 8th in the A, so I want to just build on that and improve. So yeah, and I've got my 8th on my YouTube channel, so you can watch that if you want.
There you go. There's some great content on Charlie's YouTube channel. Remind us of the handle.
CF24_racing.
CF24_racing. Elliot, what was yours?
Elliot Griggs Racing. Just Elliot Griggs Racing.
And Alfie, you said you're a big fan of Super GT, right?
Yeah, subscribe to him because he's a good YouTuber, good driver. So yeah.
And don't forget, whilst you're here, to subscribe to Alpha Live. They need it more than ever. Howard, heading back over to you because these guys are about to go out in Group B, I think. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Jacob. Yes, indeed. I'm just having a look at the dummy grid on the pit lane. This is Junior Group A, who I believe are about to head out. In fact, let's take a walk around the safe one. I'm not going to enter in that end of the pit lane, I don't think. I think we're going to go round the back here. Let's see. The GYG Paddock, which I seem to recall. I feel like I came here years ago and we didn't have a lovely tarmac paddock. So it's very nice facilities that they have here as well. Lovely clubhouse where people get to enjoy the event from the balcony. And that's the whistle blowing, so I'm not getting any interviews with that lot. So we're going to get more of the cadets coming on. You can see here, so this is how the Club 100 show how they run such a tight ship. You can see the cadets come in on one line, and the junior karts go out on the other line, made particularly easy for the junior and cadet format because there are the two classes of kart. I'm just giving everyone a chance because there'll now be a frenetic "where's my kart" moment for all the cadets getting in and out. Maybe we can catch the thought of some of the drivers getting out. Let's see. I don't want to.
Thank you very much. Grab your race number and any ballast you've got on these cards. Take that off, please. And we're looking for our Group 3 cadets now.
Let's see. Who can get some thoughts off? I'm just chasing cadets around the W pit lane at the moment. Can we get a few words? Who have we got here?
Jacob Kent.
How did you find it out there? You've just come in.
It's very fun and it's very fast flowing.
Is it your first time at GYG today?
Second.
How's it gone for you when you were here before?
It went a little bit bad in the race because I crashed out after coming 6th and 4.
Okay, so hoping for a bit better today. I think it'll help to have the experience around here because there's quite a few who haven't been here before. So I think you should be good.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us off the cuff. Cheers. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay. We've spoken to Corey, who's now all suited and booted, ready to go. I'm just going to see... Ooh. Picked an interesting time. Who have we got here?
Sarah Telfords.
Hi, Sarah. And you've raced with us before, haven't you?
Yes.
You were at Wright House as well, were you not? Yeah. How did Wright House go?
I got second in the C final.
Brilliant stuff. And how that you were with us last season?
For a few years, yeah.
Yeah. So are you with us for a full season this year in Club 100? How's your program looking for 24?
We're doing most of them except 2.
Brilliant stuff. So you'll have a valid championship score because of the way they drop scores around. Good stuff. Is there any particular goal coming into this season, or is it just
as many trophies as I can?
Pretty good goal. GYG, were you with us for the GYG round last year?
No.
Okay, so is this a new track for you today?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any particular preparation that you do when there's a new track for you to go to?
Try and learn the track, but not really.
Just go out there and get a good feel for it, and yeah. Quick fire questions. I love my quick fire questions. Favorite food?
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs. We haven't had a hot dogs yet this weekend. I like it. Favorite circuit to race at?
I'm gonna have to say Wright House.
Wright House. Okay. It's a good pick. I like Wright House, and you had the success there, as you say. So well done for your success, having a good result at the Wright House. Enjoy your day's racing. Take care. Hello. Oh, he's lined up some juniors. Go for it, Jake.
Look at this. I'm on the bench with Jake, Alfie, and Noah. Jake, we'll start with you. You're out in the session after this. We're currently seeing some juniors out on track, but you're in session B. What are your hopes for today?
Well, in pre-practice, I went P1, so I'm hoping for at least a podium in the A final. That's what I want. I was in cadets last year, and I get a single podium and still finished 5th in the championship, so I'll take that.
Not bad. So you'd be happy to know I spoke to someone yesterday who finished 1st in practice, and he won both A finals in cadets yesterday. That was Alfie Cox. Alfie, how about you? Another Alfie turning up today. What are your hopes?
Well, improve on qualifying because that's my weakest point of the sessions. Maybe get into the A is my goal from this race because I've not really done it, so that's what I'm hoping for today.
All right, and Noah, how about you?
Get into the B final like last year in qualifying, and then just finish the race.
Finish the race is always a positive. We're talking a lot about GYG. Lots of people saying it's one of their favourite tracks. What are you guys thinking? Up there with the best of them, or not worth the journey?
Definitely up there with the best of them, I'd say. It's only like an hour and a half away from me, so it's not too far. I'd say PFI is my favourite, then this one, then Wilton.
PFI, GYG, Wilton. Any advances on that?
I think this track very technical, which I like about it. You have to study every corner, especially the S's that come down there. If you don't get the first bit right, you don't get all of it right. So it's very challenging.
Okay, and Noah?
Probably the best track. Good last sector. And technical.
Interesting. No mention of Buckmore from anyone. Usually Buckmore gets a shout. Team Sport Warrington's also a pretty popular track. So I've heard, not been myself. Okay, let's... what would you do when we're not karting then? You know, I've not asked many personal questions so far. Jake, if you weren't go-karting this weekend, what would you be doing?
I'd probably be at home on my sim playing F1 or something like that.
Nice. If you weren't racing, you'd be racing. How about you?
I don't know, probably out on my scooter or watching Super GT or something.
Okay, if you weren't racing, you'd be watching racing. Noah, anything else?
The gym and sim racing.
The gym and sim race. I love the dedication. There's a lot of dedication to the sport itself, and hopefully that'll show on the track this afternoon. Good luck, guys. Howard's got a couple of cadets lined up by the looks of things.
I do, thank you, Jacob. We've got some more cadets in the paddock. If we go, I'll go to the side so we can get everyone in the shot. So, who have we got here?
Alex.
Alex.
Jensen.
Jensen.
Jude.
Jude.
Sam.
Cool. So, several of you, I think, were with us. Were you all here with us last season, weren't you? Anyone for a few rounds? Yeah. So, yeah, what's the feeling coming into 2024? Do we come in with any particular goals? Jude, you might have a particular goal I can think of, but yeah.
For me, I just really, because I only did the last 2 rounds of CLUB100, I just want to just visit all the circuits, and I'm just aiming mid-pack, really.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff.
My goal is hopefully to get a couple of podiums and that this year, and obviously try and be fighting for some of them championships this year, because last year I was like in there running in the A final quite a bit, but it's just couldn't really get up there for the podiums. I just got unlucky, really.
Jude?
I'm aiming for the championship win this season, but I'll still be happy if I get a podium.
Yeah, as really just for the context that you were second place in the championship at the end of last season, weren't you? And Sam?
I'm just trying to aim for top 10 in the championship. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, were you all at Rye House for round 1? How did that one go for you?
For me, it went quite well, because I managed to get into the A final for the first time. In the race, I couldn't do much as I just lacked race pace, but it was the qualifying that really saved me there.
Congrats on the A final. That's a big step when you get to the A final for the first time. Jensen?
For me, I got a bit unlucky in quali because the clouds came and it started to rain at the end, so I got unlucky for that. So I came around 15th in the pre-A. I managed to get myself all the way up to 6th, and then in the final, I was running with, can't remember his name, but I was running with this kid, and for a couple of laps we were battling, and unfortunately I just got ran wide, so I was down at the back with a couple of seconds to like 19th, but gladly I got the second fastest lap of the weekend, and also I ended up 17th.
Yeah, decent stuff. Jude, do I remember you was it second in the pre? Also, how was your ride out?
Well, I was leading in the pre-final because I qualified pole, but then I got a bit of hit from behind, and I had to weave in and out of the tyres, and I went to 4th. And then in the final, Rory just cleared off because he drove brilliant all day. I got up to 2nd, but I got a penalty because I got told that I pushed someone on the grass, but I didn't see the person. So it might have been my fault, but I'm not really sure.
Sam, how was Rye House?
My qualifying wasn't that good. I qualified 5th in the pre-B, but in the end, I managed to get 4th in the A.
Okay, sounds like we had some good beginnings to the championship then. I'm going to do the quick fire questions as well because I can see Jacob's got some more interviewees. What is our favourite food, everybody?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, nice, versatile.
Burger, love a burger.
Solid choice. Jude?
Pizza.
That's my answer as well.
Pizza.
Pizza's winning here. Pizza's winning here. Favourite circuit to race at?
Glanigors. Either this or Wilton Mill.
Okay.
Clay pigeon.
Clay pigeon, high speed, nice.
Glanigors.
Glanigors, we've got a few GYG fans out here today, so I hope it all goes well for you guys. Thanks for talking to us and have a good day's racing, all right? Cheers. Jacob.
Hang on, here we go. Yes, thank you, Howard. I'm just talking with another Jacob about how far you've come today. You were just about to explain to me the journey you've taken.
I've came very far over all the time that I've gone around the place.
So where are you from originally?
I'm from two places. I live in two houses, but it's Raunds and Northampton.
Okay, yeah, a bit of a trek to get up here, but worth the journey from what I've heard. You did well this morning.
Yeah, it's very fun. I also went to Daniel Ricciardo series yesterday, so that went well.
Oh, lots of racing this weekend then. So was it third you said this morning?
Yes, I came third in speed in that practice I just done.
We've been talking a little bit about the track. Everyone says they like the elevation changes. What's the secret to going fast around here?
I think probably just to have some good exits.
Yeah? Any corners in particular you really got to nail the exit?
Definitely probably the last corner, because then if you do that wrong, you lose it all down the Dragon Straight.
Exactly, yeah. That's one of the big tips I've always heard when coming here. You nail that final corner and you get the speed all the way up the hill then. How about that tricky last section? What's the secret there?
Just try and be fast flowing and not try and skid too much.
Yeah, you don't want to scrub off too much speed. All right, thank you, Jacob. Appreciate the tips. I'm sure any cadets watching over lunchtime will be thankful for that. Anyone you want to give a shout out to whilst you're on the stream?
Dexter Hazeldine.
If you're watching Dexter, Jacob is just giving you a shout out. Right, let's go back to Howard. Thank you, Jacob. Howard, back to you.
The panic in his eyes. I don't have anyone lined up. What I was hoping was to see if we can maybe just, because we've got a lot of cadets in the paddock at the moment. I was wondering if we can just find some juniors to talk to. They can be a bit more... Cadets come... Oh, get some juniors just off track. What a good idea. You're coming... I mean, how's the track feeling today? You've just come in and I've just shoved a microphone in your face. How's it feeling?
It's one of my favourite tracks, so it's good. This session didn't go as well as I wanted it to. I couldn't find speed and grip, but my pre-event practice was pretty good. I stuck it fastest of the day. So yeah, I like the track, it's good.
Yeah. And I assume, I mean, the goal's got to be to go big on this season, right? That's got to be the game plan. Is it just one step at a time with the rounds, with each race, or is there a grand strategy at play? I don't know.
Just win. That's it. All I want, first. I want consecutive finishes, top three. Would like top ones most of the time, first, but yeah.
How was GYG for you last year, round 3?
Double win. I won there, so it's one of my confident tracks as well. Very confident round here, so.
Good stuff. Man to watch today for certain. You have a good time out there, George. Thanks for talking to us. And thanks for talking to us straight after getting out of the car as well, man. Cheers. Jacob.
Thank you, Howard. I'm here with Kira. Kira, not the best time at Rye House, but can we go better today?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it is what it is, really, and I'll just try and go for what I can do, really, each round.
If we just step inside there, this young cadet's got to get back out on track. What are your hopes today, then? B final, A final?
I'm hoping to get into B, because that'll be nice, first time, but really, if I can get a podium in the C, that'll be amazing, but yeah.
Yeah, make the drive home a bit easier. How far have you come today to get here?
About 5 hours. It's a long drive for us, really.
Wow. Yeah, 5 hours home will be a lot easier if you've got a trophy on the seat next to you. And you're here today with, I'm assuming this is your dad?
Yes, this is my dad. I'm here with my mum and dad, because we went to Donington yesterday, had a lovely day there. No, we're just here. Yeah.
Full weekends racing then, love that. What would you be doing if you weren't racing this weekend?
Probably at Donington on Sunday as well.
And if racing wasn't an option, what would you be up to?
On the simulator at home.
On the simulator at home. Racing is the only option, is the answer to that question. Well, have a great race. Well, qualifying first, but enjoy yourself out there. We'll go see who you're up against this morning.
Thank you.
Howard, another staunch racing enthusiast there. Have we got anyone on this grid who likes anything other than racing?
Probably not. Probably not. I did just want to go on one last mission. I think we're a bit tight on time, but I think, if I'm remembering my kart numbers correctly, and bear in mind, folks, it's round 2. I'm still learning all of them, but I'm keen to talk to the man here in kart 38, if at all possible. Frederick, can we have a quick word? Yeah, sure. I wanted to get a word with yourself because obviously you had a fantastic start to your season back at Rye House.
Yeah, it was actually a really good start. I mean, starting on pole in the final was good after finishing first in the pre.
And does that come off the bat? I mean, is Rye House a local track, a particular favourite of yours, or have we just come into 2024, we've had our Weetabix and we're ready to race?
Definitely had our Weetabix ready to race. I mean, after last year it was quite shambles, but, you know, just had to try our best and push forward.
Absolutely. GYG, were you with us for GYG last year? So GYG, have you got experience here? How did it go for you last year? How are you looking ahead to today?
Last year went pretty well. Practice today wasn't that good, but hopefully this practice I can do much more better. So yeah.
Brilliant stuff. And well, it's a little early to talk about it, really. Is there a game plan for 2024, or is it just take each round as it comes?
Definitely take each round as it comes. You know, push hard all the time. You know, never give up.
Brilliant stuff. Well, you have a good time out there. I'll let you focus on your practice session. Cheers, Frederick. That's Frederick Navarro, who comes into today as your championship leader in Super Lightweight Juniors. So glad that we could get a word with him. And there we go. So I think we've got to wrap it up there because we've got to make sure that we fit into the lunch break ahead of the racing. But it's been great to get the thoughts of some of the drivers, hasn't it?
Lovely to meet some of them. And yeah, let's hope that we see a great afternoon's racing.
Right, let's make sure that Mike doesn't get mowed down by a field of juniors and wrap it up there. Thanks, everybody, and enjoy the racing. And we're back to live here at GYG on your Alpha Live broadcast of round 2 of the CLUB100 Super Lightweight Cadets and Juniors. And we're looking ahead to our first race of the day here. We've obviously got a few people just clearing the track if they've been on a little track walk during the lunch break. And we'll be looking for our pre-C final to go out onto track for our Super Lightweight Cadets. And I'm going to invite Jacob. Someone's just broken my headset, so I'm just going to invite Jacob to read the grid whilst I fix that.
You work away, Howard. I'll handle this. Starting in pole position for the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-C final, we've got Ewan Farrelly. Caesar Chen is lining up in second place in the number 16. Isaac Chan is third place in this one. He's in the kart 14.9 alongside Dexter Hazeldine in fourth position. Ferris Pelch starts in fifth on row 3 for this one alongside Ethan Biddle. And then on row 4 we've got Alfie Clark, who we spoke to earlier in the Paddock show, which you've just seen, and Lily Catignon in 8th. Row 5, Valley Finber is starting in 9th position alongside Sarah Telford in 10th. Then on row 6 we got Juan Armandaris Bocanegra. Oh, we struggle with the middle name there. Armandaris Bocanegra. Next to Juan is Leander Hewitt, starting in 12th. Zach Evans will line up in 13th for this one, and 14th is kart number 61. That's Oscar Daliniak. Edward Sibery starts 15th overall with Frederick Wengraf in 16th. Adam Askar starts 17th in kart number 31. And that is your lot for the C final, or the pre-C final rather.
Thank you, mate. I threw you into that one. That was not...
That's okay, I was ready.
A bit unprofessional of me to go, oh, my headset's broke.
Is it fixed now?
It's
okay?
Lovely, yes, fine, thank you. So, yes, sorry. Yes, pre-C final, then all of the finals, all the pre-finals and the finals 11 minutes in length, albeit if there are any false starts, and we did see a couple of those yesterday, they will take 2 minutes off of the time for the race. So, and they will do that every single time, so it would go to 11 down to 9, and then in theory it will go from 9 down to 7 if there were another one. We didn't see any double false starts yesterday, but technically that's the case. That is Ewan Farrelly on at the front of the dummy grid, getting ready to go out. Man with our back to us is Mr. John Viger, the man at the head of Club 100. And just as a reminder, because he'd appreciate me reminding you of this, Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship here next weekend. Still a few places on the grid for that one for GYG. If you're interested, give the office a call and get yourself booked on for that one. There's Caesar Chen in the number 16 going out, followed by Isaac Chang. The 70 there is Dexter Hazeldine. And then we've got Ferris Pelch and Ethan Biddle next, and so on and so forth down this grid of 17 karts going out onto the track. What is the important point to bear in mind for these C and B tier races? Well, it's the repechage system. We mentioned in qualifying that if you maybe don't have a great day at the office in qualifying, there is an opportunity for redemption. It comes in the form of the repechage system, essentially promotion positions. The top 2 finishers in every C and B tier race will be promoted onto the back of the next grid. So whoever finishes in the top 2 in this race will get onto the back of the pre-B final to enjoy racing up through the field. We actually spoke in that paddock walk just then when I was talking to George Palmer-Mobsby. He did exactly that back at Rye House, finished second in the B final in Super Lightweight Juniors and was able to race up through the A final to classify second in the end. So really good job there for him to do that. And we are getting ready. No, we're not, because the pace kart is going around once again. And that would be because there's only 8 karts behind the pace kart. That would be why that is. I'm just casually ignoring the fact that half the field are missing there. So yeah, 11 minutes. Let's talk a little bit about tactics with this, Jacob. It's not always about always going for the move. If you get separated off, pacing yourself and working together, forming these little mini alliances. We were talking about this yesterday. And yourself as a competitor, you know, how are you approaching these sprint races? It's more than just out and out, flat out, all the way.
Well, you've got to consider race management. You've got to think about exactly where you position your kart at all points of the race. If you're in the lead of a pack like this, you are punching a hole in the air for everyone else behind you and giving them a little advantage. Similarly, if you are mid-pack, if you're 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and onwards, and you are battling with someone for position, you are losing time. You cannot quickly battle with someone. You can't set your fastest lap time whilst you're trying to overtake or be overtaken, and that costs you time, and you will lose time to the people ahead of you should you continue to battle. Right, away we go then. Speaking of battles, they begin now as the Cadet Super Lightweights pre-C final gets underway, and our pole sitter Ewan Farrelly has an excellent start, leads all 17 karts away up the hill. Challenge for the lead into Spoon, and there's contact between the front 2. I think someone's got at the inside there of the right-hander. We'll see now as they come on down to Carousel who's won that particular battle. It's the kart number 48, is it, Howard?
It's the 49 of Isaac Chang who's gone to the front there, challenged Ewan Farrelly there, and it's put Ewan Farrelly, it put him off kilter for the next few corners, and that allowed Caesar Chen as well to get to the head of the field in the number 16. So it's the 49 of Chang and the 16 of Caesar Chen in second place. And Ewan Farrelly has had to settle for third at the moment for the remainder of lap number 1. But he's still with them, so it's there's by no means the sort of, and that's a wide moment for Caesar Chen out of Paddock, and that's going to immediately allow our pole sitter in the form of Farrelly to get back up to second place and into one of those crucial promotion spots. Isaac Chang leads then at the end of lap 1. Ewan Farrelly in second. Dexter Hazeldine has also got by on Caesar Chen. In fact, that was a costly moment for Chen. He's down from 2nd to 6th off the back of that moment out of Paddock. And look at this challenge for the lead there That is, in fact, that's fighting back, is it not? That is Farrelly fighting back and going for the lead on Isaac Chang and making that move stick. So that is a move for the lead of the race. We've got a driver, I think, who spun a little bit or was some way compromised through the top part of Sector 1, but is now going again in the right direction. And behind that move for the lead, that looks to me like Caesar Chen has already been able to make up a couple of the positions that he lost at the end of that last lap. It looks like he's back up to 4th place now.
Yep, already on the first 2 laps, Howard, you've seen examples of exactly what we were talking about as they rolled up. That punching a hole in the air, going up the hill, and there's contact there through Club.
Yeah, Ferris Pelch going for 2nd place, and there was just not enough room for him on the inside of turn number 1 there, and what that's allowed them to do, they're all compromised up that Dragon Straight, and it's allowed Caesar Chen to take back that 2nd place that he lost a lap and a half ago, and it's allowing all this battling. Ewan Farrelly is beginning to get a bit of a gap now at the head of the field. So this is all change at the moment, and there's a penalty for Ferris Pelch for contact, which, based on what we've seen, I suppose has to have been given out to him based on what we saw in that club corner incident there, where we saw the contact.
Yeah, just to remind our viewers, making contact isn't exactly a penalty in itself. Ferris will have received that penalty for getting too many warnings. You get a warning as soon as you make contact with someone else unfairly.
Oh, good
but
point,
if you do it too many times, as Ferris evidently looks to have done, you get a penalty.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Sorry, it will be for multiple instances there, won't it? So Ewan Farrelly leads, Dexter Hazeldine in 2nd.
With a track limits warning for himself. Quickest car on track, though, is Sarah Telford down in 10th place. She's done a 55.488.
Yeah, spoke to Sarah during that paddock walk that you'll have seen during the lunch break, and Sarah getting to the getting a good result at Rye House, so she'll be hoping to get a little bit further up the order if she can during this pre-C final. Obviously not the last opportunity of the day. She'll be in a final race later on as well. Another penalty shown for the 69 of Ferris Pelch, by the way, ABC bump and pass. I'm just seeing, now that is in addition to the contact penalty, and we missed this as well, sorry, for Isaac Chang, a penalty a few minutes ago as well, forcing a driver wide for number 49. What do all these penalties mean? Well, obviously it means they'll have positions added at the end of the race, but significantly, they will not be able to promote, as this is a battle for the lead, isn't it? Yeah, because the 16 of Caesar Chen has got by on Dexter Hazeldine in the 70 and was challenging Ewan Farrelly there for the overall lead of the race. So it is indeed Farrelly and then Caesar Chen in the 16. But yes, if you get these penalties, you're not going to get the promotion spot. The only form of penalty you can theoretically get and still get promoted is if you got a cone penalty and you led the race. Then you would still get through, because that's the only penalty that I can think of anywhere that there's a one-place deduction. But for anything else, that's going to be, there's a wide moment there for Ewan Farrelly, and that's going to open the door for Caesar Chen on driver's right of the straight. May even leave him exposed.
Dexter Hazeldine, I think.
It is, isn't it?
Going
Yes,
up the inside, although Caesar Chen's going through as well on the inside.
Yes.
As we come around through Spoon. Let's see. Oh, there's a big moment at the top of the hill there. Not too sure. He's been turfed out wide. Coming down the hill now, it's that 70 of Dexter Hazeldine.
It is,
closely followed by the 21 of Ewan Farrelly.
Yeah, apologies, getting slightly mixed up there between Dexter and Caesar. My apologies. You are absolutely right. That is Dexter Hazeldine to the lead of the race, as we've got 3 drivers off on the exit of Carousel there. We'll have to look at who that is on timing. Dexter Hazeldine then up to the lead of the race in the number 70.
And you can see those two have a big gap. And we were talking during the roll-up about working together. If these two push each other around now, they can maintain that gap down to 3rd, and these two will get pushed up into the back of the pre-B final later on.
The drivers unfortunately involved then, by the looks of it, in that incident, Isaac Chang, Sarah Telford and Oscar Deliniech, I think, have all been involved, unfortunately, in that incident on the exit of the Carousel, which is the corner that these drivers are heading towards now. And is that Ferris Pelch who got up briefly into 3rd place, but I think I think Alfie Clark may have come back at him.
It was a bit move in the middle of carousel as well. That's a double apex left-hander. You don't usually see someone overtake the second apex, but fantastic opportunistic move.
Indeed. So let's just double check. Oh, they're going for it again in Paddock. Yeah, and that could be costly for both of them because they're going to upset their pace. So yeah, it's Alfie Clark and Caesar Chen who came back, but I think it will already have changed around again because they would have compromised both of their pace coming out of Paddock corner.
Leaders side by side as well. Howard, Hazeldine looks to defend from Farrelly. Farrelly now to the outside and get a little bit of a tap there. They come down to the carousel. Hazeldine has regained the lead from Farrelly, who was ahead at the start of this lap. So it's all change at the front at all times. Coming around into compression now as we skip back to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Tight as it could be. Here's 8th and 9th as well. But yeah, Alfie Clark currently in 3rd place in this one, I believe, has no penalties to his name. He's made his way to the front of this group as Dexter Hazeldine comes around to start another lap. We've got 3 minutes remaining of this one, still a way to go. They'll get another 4 or 5 laps. However, different to the qualifying, the time, Howard, is pretty much the time of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. They will, they preempt when there's going to be 1 lap left, so it's not 11 minutes plus a lap. Race control will throw the last lap board when less than a standard lap time's worth is left. So, for example, the fastest lap of the race is currently at 55.037. If they cross the line and there's 55 seconds left on the clock, they'll throw the last lap board, generally speaking, at that point. Here comes the battle for 3rd place, then down through Devil's Elbow, down through that little dip there, and I don't think that was a particularly fast way of going through it necessarily for Alfie Clark. Just seemed to lose a little bit of ground there, and the back steps out on him as well as he comes through Paddock corner. He's pushing hard here to try and get an advantage, but I think he's just lost a little bit of momentum and he may be under attack, or he will be certainly exposed to attack from Caesar Chen come the end of that straight. Here's your lead battle again at the top of the hill. Dexter Hazeldine leads Ewan Farrelly out of the Spoon complex, and actually that looks to me like Alfie Clark has been able to hold off Caesar Chen for 3rd place, which I think is a well done. That's a wide moment for Dexter Hazeldine. That might give an opportunity for Ewan Farrelly, but it's a tough part of the lap to do anything with overspeed at that top part of the circuit.
Yes, keeps Farrelly behind him for now. That pack behind are travelling quite fast. Ferris Pelch has put the fastest lap on the last tour of the circuit, and they all did personal bests as well. It'll be that slipstream effect, pushing each other up the hill. It's working wonders for them so far. Can they catch up to Farrelly and Hazeldine with a minute and a half left on the clock?
Well, it's closing up, isn't it, at the moment? Another 2/10 basically taken out of the gap between Farrelly in 2nd place and Alfie Clark in 3rd. It's a good play, but I wonder if they're going to start to break ranks. Indeed, they are starting to break ranks. Caesar Chen's on the outside of Alfie Clark for 3rd place. And that's not gone Caesar Chen's way. I think that's allowed Ethan Biddle through, who we haven't mentioned too much. Ethan, the driver in the white helmet and white suit with the black sleeves there, the number 12. That's Ethan Biddle. And Caesar Chen also now under pressure from Ferris Pelch, who does carry a penalty, although he's coming back at. Oh, and Caesar comes back at. And round goes Ferris Pelch. Sorry, that all happened faster than I can say it. That was Caesar Chen trying to find a way through on Ethan Biddle, and in all of that, they all bulked each other up, and I think that sent Ferris Pelch round. One to forget maybe for Ferris, because he was also carrying a penalty from earlier in the race.
Last lap board is out. This will be the final tour of the circuit. Dexter Hazeldine leads Ewan Farrelly up the hill one last time. Alfie Clark is in quite a clear 3rd place now as we have a change for the lead through Spoon. Ewan Farrelly up the inside of Dexter Hazeldine. And it looks like he's made it stick, Howard.
Yeah, well, so long as they can keep this clean and not get any penalties, these two have got the gap. They've got the promotion onto the back of the Pre-B final, so they may as well have a battle if they like. And that was a fantastic move from Farrelly, really nicely done in the slipstream up the Dragon Straight. This is a challenging circuit for race management because of that slipstream effect. And you saw there precisely that Dexter was, there wasn't much he could do, right? He's got to punch the hole in the air, and Ewan was able to benefit from that, and he's going to come round Paddock corner now. Ewan Farrelly will take the win in the Pre-C final. It's well done to Dexter Hazeldine, who will get the last of the promotion spots. We've got a driver off to drivers right at the top of Sector 3. Alfie Clark has crossed the line in third. Ethan Biddle in fourth, ahead of Caesar Chen, who takes the fastest lap on the last lap. Liddy Catignon are in sixth. Ferris Pelch in seventh. Leander Hewitt in eighth. It looks to me like it was possibly Juan Armendariz Bocanegra who was your driver off the circuit there, and unfortunately will drop right back to the back of the pack. Just to finish off the top 10, it was Leander Hewitt in eighth, Anna Masgar in ninth, and Zach Evans to round out the top 10. But that looks like it was a costly moment. There he is crossing the line. Your heart goes out to him. It's never nice to lose out like that on the last lap. That Juan Armendariz Bocanegra crosses the line as the last of those 17 runners. That's how they finished their pre-C final. We will expect, pending any penalties or post-race scrutineering, we will expect to see Ewan Farrelly and Dexter Hazelden on the back of the pre-B final grid for Super Lightweight Cadets. Next up is the equivalent race of this, the pre-C final for our Super Lightweight Juniors. Let's take a look at the grid then for the first of our Super Lightweight Junior races today. Dylan Tracy will start this one from pole position. Worth noting that I think that comes by way of a penalty. It does indeed. So there you go. Penalties in qualifying costing him a guaranteed spot, at least on that B tier grid. But he sits on pole position and in a good position to try and get that back. Jacob Brown alongside Jack Adcock and Nikolai Eidsgaard. On the second row of the grid, Lewis Williams and Quentin Vajur on row number 3. Dmitry Borovsky and Charlie Williams make up row number 4. Richard Winchcombe and Oliver Ward round out the top 10, ahead of Oliver Manford Sr. and Tyler Masters on row number 6. Thomas Wordley and Annabelle Owen are your 7th row of the grid, ahead of Rudy Gilmore Kelly and Harrison Bishop. Kira Boylan and Imogen Owen are on row number 9, ahead of Oliver Harrod-Atfield and Bly Gregory to round out your top 20. Then it's David Shooks-Farkas and Lilia Scatchard on row 11. Jack Bromham and Voidan Kajayan are on row number 12. Curtis Duane and Freddie Coleman-Evans are on row 13. Row 14 is Rowan Horder and Thomas Walker. Andreas Brahario Mastita. Thank you, Andrea, for saying, by the way, to me in the paddock. I can just say Andrea BM if I'm trying to say it quickly. Michael Lonergan Khan are on the 15th row. And then it's Henry Eaton and Onyx Hogarth. Great to see Onyx back on track, by the way, after the red flag earlier on in qualifying. It's one of the biggest grids that we see of the day. It's a 32-strong grid who go on to the first racing lap of the day for Super Lightweight Juniors. We've got 4 spinners at the back of the pack, and that is still within the full start zone, so we'll see what the call is on that one. It is only involving the 4 carts, though, as they peel up the hill for the first time. All of the drivers continue. We've got a driver around and spinning there through Spoon Corner. That's a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth place to go for a spin, and there are more drivers involved there. And that is just within, again, what I believe gets considered as the full start zone. But it looks at the moment like the call is to cover it with yellows for the time being as the main pack peels through the start of sector number 3. It's definitely a dramatic start, and a fair few drivers who've been involved in a few contretemps out there. We'll have to see as they come across the line who will be sorry to report will be going down the order. At the front of the field, though, at the end of lap 1, it is Dylan Tracy who's retained his pole position, starting position, ahead of Jacob Brown and Nikolai Eisgaard. So the top 3, as they were, as there are understandably yellow flags out at the top of the hill. Those who have had some form of issue on the first lap, then, and I'm sorry to report, Harrison Bishop, Bly Gregory, Andrea BM, Lilia Scatchard, Rowan Horder, Henry Eaton, and Curtis Duane have all had some kind of compromised first lap there, I'm sorry to say.
Just to note, Howard, Dylan Tracy, our pole sitter and current race leader, is only in the pre-C final due to a penalty.
Absolutely, yes, indeed.
The two-place penalty was awarded to him. He would have been at the back of the pre-B final, but due to that 2-place penalty, he finds himself on pole for the pre-C.
Yeah, a great example of how costly that can be is going for a bit of a rallycross line there. That looked like the 113 of Nicholas Eidsgaard from third place. So what will that have done to his gap to Lewis Williams? I'm pretty sure that was him. Howard. It's not the racing line. It's not. I've tried it myself there, and that's definitely not the fastest way.
It's worth trying.
I'm not sure it is, mate. I'm not sure it is. Here is Jack Adcock, who has got by now on Isgard for what must be 4th place now, because I think that's Williams who's got through. No, he might have got through on Lewis Williams as well. Lewis Williams as well has Jack Adcock, so I think he may have got himself up into 3rd place. In terms of promotion prospects, though, it may all be for naught, because I think they've lost a significant amount of time there to the top 2 in the form of Tracy and Brown. So this is the battle. Yes, indeed, Adcock has got himself to 3rd place. Jack Adcock is in 3rd, ahead of a recovering Nikolai Eisgard, who came onto that lap with significantly curtailed momentum off the back of that lawn mowing escapade.
Yes, the top 2, Dylan Tracy and Jacob Brown, will want to work together here to keep away from the chasing pack if those two can continue to push each other around, especially at the pace that Dylan Tracy is setting. He's set the fastest lap on pretty much every lap so far of this race at 51.181 last time around. He and Jacob have a 2.5 second advantage over Jack Adcock and co that we are seeing now coming through Devil's Elbow. That dip there, the one that Howard's been mentioning, potentially get caught out. We're approaching a back marker as well, Howard.
Yeah, we are. It's one of our drivers involved in a first lap incident. It's the 1-2-2 of Curtis Dewayne, and it's quite the path that's coming up on him as we've got a spinner there in Devil's Elbow. Now, I wonder if that is just the kart getting a bit light on the rear whilst we're going over that dip. New fastest lap of the race from Dylan Tracy.
A penalty for Oliver Wilde there for contact. Again, that'll be multiple instances of contact, not necessarily overtaking through contact, as we see an overtake through the carousel there. But yes, penalty for Oliver Wilde, currently down in 8th place.
Indeed. Still plenty of time. Oh, we've got someone off to driver's right there from quite high up in the order. I think that was.
Down over the hill on his way over to assist, but he's facing the wrong way. He's going to have to turn that kart around off the grass.
Yes, we'll look for who's. It's Charlie. No, it's not. It's Tyler Masters. I thought I recognised that helmet. It's Tyler Masters there on the outside of compression corner. And that's going to drop him well down the order, unfortunately, as there's a new fastest lap of the race from Jack Adcock now. And he has to try now. And he has got the time to do it, I think, actually, to close this gap to the top 2 and pursue a possible promotion spot at the front of the field. But they've got to work together. Although, actually, what is the gap? No, Jack Adcock has a bit of a gap now, doesn't he, over Eisgard? So he's got clear air. He hasn't got anyone to buddy up with in the slipstream. But with pace such as he seems to have, he could take the fight here to Jacob Brown.
Oh yes, Dylan Tracy not setting the fast lap for the first time last time around. He was very close to it, but 300ths of a second off Jack Adcock's time. Jack is catching up to Jacob Brown, and the two of those could use the benefit of each other to bridge the gap to Dylan Tracy, which now sits at 1.2 seconds. Jacob unable to keep with Dylan at the front of this one. We're halfway through, Howard. Thomas Wardley now has the fastest lap down in 12th place.
Yeah, indeed. This is Nikolai Eisgard under a significant pressure from the likes of Lewis Williams and Quentin Fajeur behind him. And Oliver Wilde actually is part of this train as well. Actually, you could argue that the train goes all the way back, in fact, to Thomas Wardley in 12th place, having set that fastest lap and come up onto the back of him. Particularly close at the front. But yeah, what is the gap this time? Yeah, Jack Adcock is closing this gap. Another 2/10 as drama there through Paddock corner, Jacob.
Yes, I can't quite pick up who that is. Is that Elsgard going wide, or let's see as they come up the hill if we can pick out some numbers. But yeah, this is the chasing pack. So after the top 3, we've got Nikolai Elsgard, we got Quentin Fajeur, and we got Louis Williams as well.
So I think that was Eisgard going wide, and I think it may have been Fajeur who came to the fore there, as the changing momentum has got people clipping the curbs quite heavily there. That's not going to help out whatsoever in their retention of their position. A lot of pressure. I think that's Charlie Williams in the mid-pack there, under a fair bit of pressure from Kira Boylan potentially there. We're going to double check. He's got another
Spin up.
drive around, and that is right in the middle of Devil's Elbow there. That is literally on the dip. That will have been slightly weird feeling in the kart. And it looks to me like Oliver Bamford Sr. is the driver, unfortunately dropping down the timesheet off the back of that.
Jack Adcock continues his push for that promotion place. He's now just half a second behind Jacob Brown in second place. They're a few yards up the road from this battle. You can just see them at the top of the picture there. Jack Adcock would be wise, potentially. It's borderline time to start the overtaking, Howard. I was going to say he'd be wise not to overtake at this point, but maybe he does need to get a move on.
It depends, doesn't it? If you arrive on the scene in this manner, you can often go, and here it is, the battle over second place, the 13 of Jacob Brown versus the 11 of Adcock. And he's got a run there. I think
he feels that he was in the back of him.
Well,
but
he's going to have the inside line either way through Spoon corner. I think Jacob Brown feels that maybe there was contact on the rear right to prise the door open. I'm not. I'd have to see it back personally. I'm not sure. Maybe I was just having a quick look at timing or some such. But that is through and up into one of the promotion spots for Jack Adcock. And it was going to be that thing. If you arrive on the scene with good pace, you either can settle into a rhythm because you've got the job done and you can look to pounce later on, or you can just go, no, I'm going to strike whilst the iron's hot. I've arrived on the scene. I've got the pace. He doesn't know where I'm going to go for the move, so I'm going to go for it whilst right here, right now. And that's exactly what Jack has done. And
in doing so, he's also reduced the gap to Dylan Tracy at the front. There's 2 minutes left of this one. 1.3 second gap. He took 2/10 out of it on the last lap with an overtake. If he can make a significant dent on this lap, I think we've got a battle on our hands for the win.
Absolutely. Quentin Vasseur and Lewis Williams looking to break away if they can from this pack behind. So this is the 4th place battle, and it's sort of a pack of 5 here. Quentin Vasseur in the 79, the 43 of Lewis Williams, the 113 of Nikolai Eidsgaard, Charlie Williams in the 57, Kira Boylan, I think, is the last driver in this sort of little train of 5. And there's a little gap back to her to the next pack, which is currently led by the 16 of Dmitry Borovsky. And that features pretty much everybody else, as there's a move there being attempted through compression and the Devil's Elbow, and that's going to Constantina all the way back. This could get a little bit sketchy through Paddock corner if we're not all giving each other racing room. And they're 3 wide across the line. This is in the pack that was being led by Borovsky, and there's a kart skewering across the racing line, and there's going to be a spin, and that is Annabelle Owen, who out of all of that, and frankly that all began with people holding each other up through compression corner, and it all sort of recoiled out, and unfortunately Annabelle Owen ended up spun out and facing the wrong way of the Dragon Straight.
Yeah, caught in the crossfire a little bit there. I don't think Annabelle was particularly going for an overtake, or just trying to stay out of trouble really going up the straight, but caught the back end of an incident, unfortunately, and found himself facing the wrong way. That gap for the lead only marginally reduced last time round. Let's keep an eye on it now. Yeah, it's back out to 1.5 seconds. We've got the last lap board out as well, so Dylan Tracy looks comfortable at the front of this one. Can Jack Adcock do anything on this very last lap? Has Jacob Brown got anything left to recover second place, or will it be Dylan and Jack going through to the pre-C?
Battle over 3rd place, is that coming through shot at this point? We're looking, who have we got there? Yes, it is. No, it's further back, isn't it? It's Charlie Williams challenging Lewis Williams as they come through Carousel. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd are slightly further ahead. In fact, here they are. Dylan Tracy. Well, he got that penalty in qualifying. He's redeemed himself here and got himself the spot on the pre-B final grid. Dylan Tracy takes the win in the pre-C final for junior super lightweight. Jack Adcock, what a brilliant push to get on up and get past Jacob Brown for second place. He bags himself the other spot. There's people finishing 3 abreast across the line. Jacob Brown in 3rd, Quentin Vasseur in 4th, Nikolai Eidsgaard in 5th, Lewis Williams in 6th, Kira Boylan, a good result there in 7th place, Charlie Williams in 8th, just less than a 10th ahead of Jack Bromham, and then Richard Winchcombe, Oliver Atford, Harry Atfield across the line in 10th and 11th. Tyler Masters leading the next pack of karts across the line ahead of Thomas Wordley, Dmitry Borovsky, Voyden Kajayan, and Rudy Gilmore Kelly in 16th, ahead of Oscar Wilde, Imogen Owen, David Schux-Farkas, and Thomas Walker. I'm going to end at the top 20 because I forgot quite how large that grid was, and we've got to keep one eye on what's about to happen next to the circuit because the karts are already getting ready to go out for the Pre-B final in super lightweight cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Tyler Nicholbine will start this one on pole position ahead of Alex Ibanescu on the front row. Ledger Dimitriou and Eskil Hewitt are on row number 2. Omar Ulla and Max Wainwright are on row number 3. Ethan Hall and Zayana are your 4th row of the grid ahead of Andrei Vasyakov and Jacob Kent to round out the top 10. David Kadar and Theo Thomas, are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Jack Rauch and Francesco Angelo De Caro. Jake Matthews and Daniel Marutiak are on row number 8, ahead of Ben Cape and Adam Telford on row 9. Harry Berry Whiting and Felix Sheldon Hayward round out the 20 karts originally on this grid, and they will be joined by the Pre-C final promotees in the form of
Dexter Hazeltine and Alfie Clark.
He's on it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Jacob. As
do my best.
Hey, you do it well, mate. Nicholbine in the pound seats and Ibanescu in the pound seats for the promotion to the A tier, and we're not ready for the start this time around, so we will go around this lovely GYG circuit one more time in grid formation. Still overcast conditions here at the circuit, but the threat of rain still pretty low looking across the forecasts. Do hope you're enjoying this live broadcast coming to you from Alpha Live, covering round 2 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Super Lightweight categories is today. If you missed what happened in the lightweight categories, do be sure to check that out. It's over on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and please give the stream a like, please subscribe, share. Why have I forgotten all the things you can do on YouTube? Like, share and subscribe, and you can hit the notification bell as well so you never miss a video from Alpha Live. There's so much stuff that they're up to. I struggle to keep on top of it. One thing not least is the Weira Tools British Kart Championship as well. That's happening this weekend, so you can go back and enjoy that as well. We recommend sticking here, though, at GYG, not least because we're about to go racing. Tyler Nicholbine is in the number 41 kart and will lead them away into turn number 1, and it's a cleaner turn 1 than we saw from the juniors, but that is an incident in the mid-pack halfway up the Dragon Straight, and that was a dramatic one there as the driver just skewed to the right. We'll double-check on timing who that was as they come up to the top of the hill, though. It looks to me like that has been a change. Is that Eskil Hewitt who's got to their head? No, it's not. It is still, apologies, that's still Nicholbine in the lead. Very sorry. That was, and then Ledger Dimitriou has got himself up to 2nd place. So there has, been a change for 2nd place. And they've got a little bit, and this can be crucial even in these early phases, a little bit of breathing space there over Ibanescu, who's down to 3rd. Now they'll be looking to try, well, certainly if you're Dimitriou, you'll be looking to try and stretch that gap out, but there's a whole flurry of drivers, a further 22 of them behind these top 2 who would like to close that back up again, and actually that's been a good sector for Alex Ibanescu to keep them within reaching distance. We've got a driver off there at the back of the pack in Paddock, but it looks like he's got round in his got going again, as it's a battle for the lead up the hill between Nicholbine and Dimitriou. Dimitriou trying to go all the way around the outside there. He'll have the inside line for the left-hand kink afterwards, but he's already had the door closed on him by Tyler Nicholbine, who's not going to let him take 1st place that easily.
Alex Ibanescu right on them now, Howard. There was a bit of a deficit as they came around this corner on the 1st lap, but it's closed right up now, and all 3 are in contention for that lead spot. Got in 4th place, is that Eskil Hewitt?
I think it might well be. Sorry, I'm just double checking the drivers who had some form of drama on the 1st lap. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news for fans of Jacob Kent, Francesco Angelo Desaro, Adam Telford and Ethan Hall. They were all involved in some of those 1st lap incidents that we saw. It is indeed Eskil Hewitt in that 4th place as the battle continues in the main pack here. Once again, though, we go side by side for the lead of the race. This time, look out for Alex Ibanescu in the white helmet, who's much closer in third. But once again, Ledger Dimitriou tries to go around the outside on Tyler Nickelbine. And once again, Nickelbine goes, "You're not going through there, mate. I'm going to close the door," as is his right on the inside line there. I think sufficient racing room was given there. And so it's still Tyler Nickelbine in that 41 kart drive with the green helmet on, who remains in the lead of this race. And actually, it's lost Dimitriou quite a lot of time. What we're talking about, I mean, like, to be clear here, young drivers learning their racecraft, cutting their teeth. It's easy for me to say here from a nice cozy comms box. I would have thought maybe Ibanescu, who had the pace to already be applying the pressure, maybe Dimitriou felt the need to go for the move to stay safe. Once again, he pulls to the outside. But one wonders if they maybe should have tried to work together for just a little while longer, Jacob, to try and open up the gap. And that is Alex Ibanescu who comes into shot in first place. Where did that come from? That was an incredible change of position across the top three. It's Ibanescu ahead of Nickelbine and Ledger Dimitriou in third.
I think Nickelbine moved to the outside to cover off the charging Dimitriou, and Ibanescu said, "Thank you very much, I'll go up the inside, take the shorter route up the hill," and he's got first place because of it. But this top three battle we've been talking about, Howard, has now become a top seven.
Yeah, it has indeed, mate. Yeah, 7-horse race for the lead of this one. It's anyone's guess who's going to be in the promotion spots. And I have to say, this is what we like to see about cadets. When they get bunched up like this, the slipstream effect is quite major. It's not been a good run through Paddock corner for Ibanescu. I think he went defensive into Paddock and compromised his line through there, and it's allowed Nickelbine back up into the lead of this one. And look out as well for Eskild Hewitt, who's found a turn of speed there, had a double toe up the Dragon Straight, side by side, Noah's Ark formation, as I like to say, through Spoon Corner. We've not just sped up a parade lap, folks. That's a genuine battle there. It's still Nickelbine in the lead off the back of that. But it looks to me like, Eskild Hewitt has come to the fore there in second and now finds himself in the promotion spots. That looked to me like, was that, I'd have to double check who that was.
Dimitriou.
I thought it was.
Oh, is this?
Ibanescu.
Ibanescu, yeah.
I think that might have been, Ibanescu did have the white helmet on.
We've been told it's Theo Thomas, actually.
Okay, that would make sense as well.
Ibanescu's dropped right out of the...
Let's double check it as they come across the line then. Tyler Nickelbine and Eskild Hewitt. And yes, I think it was Ibanescu who we saw going out wide, and Theo Thomas, separate to that, had a spin. So Theo Thomas unfortunately drops well down the order, but for Ibanescu that was a costly lap, dropping the 4 position. So in answer, they were both off in the heat of that action. Tyler Nickelbine still leading. He's absorbing all this pressure brilliantly, as Ledger Dimitriou there wanting to apply pressure on the second place Eskild Hewitt there, as there's a mechanical flag. Don't see it too often, but there's something wrong with the kart of number 38, Alfie Clark. So unfortunately, he's going to have to pull into the pit lane to get that looked at.
That's a shame for Alfie, being rapid charged from the pre-C. Made his way up to 18th so far, but he'll go no further in this one. Dexter Hazeldine, the other Repocharge, has made his way up a little further to 16th in this one, so both running well. But back to the battle at the front, and this, well, the battle just behind the front is kicking right off through Club Corner.
Yeah, I think one of those drivers involved is Jake Matthews, as the battle for the lead comes round again. And once again, Dimitriou is strong, and he's trying to go round the outside once again of Eskild Hewitt. This is his favourite place to go for a move. He's clearly got a strong kart under him in that part of the lap. And is that a driver going off to onto the grass in the background? I just saw it. Well, very close to it, if not.
Yes, I think it might have been Jake Matthews.
Yeah, so clearly Dimitriou feels very confident at the end of that Dragon Straight, but he just can't convert it into a move. It is not easy to go around the outside of the Spoon complex. There's no two ways about it, and it's also brought...
That is Jake Matthews.
It is Jake Matthews,
yeah. The other blue suit, which might have been David Kadar. No, I can see him, although... Yeah, might have recovered quite well from that slightly wide moment to the inside.
That's
Dimitriou, yeah.
Sorry,
Jacob. Hill now coming through, though. Jake Matthews looks to the inside of the both of them. He'll at least get third place there, Howard. Coming into the kink now, he's moved to the outside. Looks for the cut back to the inside and will only take third. So Hewitt down to fourth.
Indeed, it was David
Dimitriou up to second, and Jake Matthews now the kart in third place.
Indeed, sorry mate. David Kadar has indeed dropped down the order on that one, so drama befalling his race effort. So around the top part of the last sector here, a lot of pressure being applied to Jake Matthews now as he's got by on Eskild Hewitt on this lap for 3rd place.
Let's see what happens this time up the Dragon Straight. All fairly spaced out to start with, but they will close up as that slipstream effect comes into play. Dimitriou right on the back of Nickelbine now, who is most advantaged by the wind and rain. The outside, he's got the move done. Ledger Dimitriou takes the lead of this one, and up the inside as well is Jake Matthews. Nickelbine goes from 1st to 3rd in the space of the Dragon Straight. Not great with only 3 minutes remaining in this one. He's got to get that back as into Carousel they come. There's a little bit of breathing space now for Dimitriou, who's taking the lead. Jake Matthews in that 2nd repechage place. Only the top 2 go through to the Pre-A final after this.
Absolutely. Nickelbine having to defend against Hewitt there as they came into the compression complex. Crucial for Tyler now that he doesn't lose his head at this point. He's still in this fight. It's so easy when you drop from the lead and indeed drop out the top 2 promotion positions to overthink, to start to overdrive the kart. He's just got to keep a clear head here, and he can fight back as ahead of him. This could be the kind of opportunity. There's a battle for the lead here, and that is a change. Jake Matthews this time with the pace at the end of the Dragon Straight in that slipstream, and Dimitriou has, he's on the receiving end there of he's the overtakee rather than the overtaker off the back of the slipstream effect up that Dragon Straight, which is a very marked effect here, as we've mentioned several times already. This pack, by the way, goes all the way back to Max Wainwright he's dropped off a little bit maybe off the back of this. You can just see him at the back there. That's all the way down to 10th place, this train of karts. So half the field are in this snake of karts, which is always a really exciting prospect to see in a cadet race. This frenetic action that we like to see.
Right on the back bumper there,
yeah.
and he's pulling alongside up the Dragon Straight, but he's gone the outside for the right-hand kink. He does like to be on the outside of the right-hand kink. To the inside comes Nickelbine behind them. He's looking to go up the inside of both those drivers, and all 3 maintain position at the front, despite being very, very close defensive line there for Jake Matthews into the carousel.
Yeah, they all got a little bit checked up there in the background. Zayarona and Eskild Hewitt. Alex Ivanescu, I'm not sure we've mentioned it, but has got up to that 4th place now. And so Jake Matthews has retained the lead this lap. Ledger Dimitriou behind him. I don't think they'll quite... Will they see the last lap board? It's going to be close as they come across the line. And they don't. It'll be 2 more laps now that Jake Matthews has to defend it, although this is the furthest back that Dimitriou has been, and if anything, Nickelbine is looking for a way through. He's got to be careful though, because Ivanescu we've already seen being an opportunist here, and it's 3-1, and there's contact across the top of the Spoon corner and right at the head of the field, and that is Jake Matthews off and round, and he's joined by others as well. That's a disaster in amongst the top 10 there, and in all of that, Ledger Dimitriou has come to the head of the field. All of them, there were 3 wide, Jacob, and they just all went for the apex to try and kiss it as they came up through Spoon, and there just wasn't enough room for all 3 of them.
Yeah, it looks to me like Nickelbine saw the opportunity on the inside, as we saw earlier. Often the leader will cover to the outside, which is often the line 2nd place will take. We are now entering the last lap, Howard.
Yes, indeed, and challenge as well. And here's Ivanescu going for the move on Nickelbine. This is for the last of the promotion spots, and someone who's played themselves into this brilliantly is Zayarona in that 37 kart, who's now pulling alongside Tyler Nickelbine. Alex Ivanescu has got up into 2nd place. Ledger Dimitriou has the lead that he needs and wants to hold on to this one for the rest of the last lap. That's a costly moment for Tyler Nickelbine. He drops down, I think, there to 6th or 7th place in this train of karts. So at the moment, it is Ledger Dimitriou and Alex Ivanescu who occupy those promotion spots. I think we should stress as they come across the line that these will be provisional results. Obviously, there was quite the incident a lap ago. Dimitriou then just has to lead them down the hill. Zayarona, it looks to me, has got up into 3rd place. I think it's Jack Rauch there as well. But this is going to be a big win here for Ledger Dimitriou, who will cross the line to take the checkered flag. Alex Ibanescu in second place, getting that final promotion spot up onto the pre-A grid. Zaire Honor in third, played into that one really nicely, was there when it counted at the end. Jake Rauch in fourth place, Eskild Hewitt in fifth, Tyler Nickelbine, your heart goes out to him. He was so competitive at the front of that field, but he finishes sixth in the end. Max Wainwright in seventh, ahead of Jacob Kent, Ben Cape and Felix Sheldon Hayward. That one got a little bit dramatic in the closing stages there, Jacob.
Absolutely, Howard. And the drama, I'm sure, will continue to come as we move on to the junior super lightweight pre-B.
Shall we have a look at the grid then for our pre-B final in Super Lightweight Juniors for round 2 of 2024? It'll be Jack Redfern who starts this one on pole position with Joseph Simcock alongside. Caden Ward and Luke Richards are on row number 2 with Luca Brooks and Rory Hinckley on row number 3. Row 4 will be Alfie Lambert and Dominic Balasitis. And then it's Tom Sands and Matthew Soe to round out the top 10. Max Winfield and Daniel Archibald are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we shall find Ellis McKenzie and George Palmer-Mobsby. Is it another case, dare I say it, of George Palmer-Mobsby not getting that qualifying in that he would have hoped for being on this B grid? John Wall and Jack Hayhoe are on row number 8. Dylan Fitzhenry and Jaden Giles are on row number 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Jensen Davis and Henry Jones. Joshua Greaves and Benjamin Amorin Draper are on row number 11. Noah Hadwin and Callum Wood are on row 12, and they will be joined by our promotees from the pre-C final in the form of Dylan Tracy and Jack Adcock, and we are ready for the off right away. Jack Redfern in the number 5 cart will lead them away onto lap 1. Into club corner they go. It's a much cleaner first corner than we saw from our super lightweights in the previous race, and that's a great start for Caden Ward. He's going to go for the lead as they come up through Spoon Corner, but he's going to scrub wide, and they're not going to all make it through on the tarmac, I'm afraid to say, as they peel through Spoon Corner. We're going to have some drivers off indeed. The yellow flags are waving, and that looks to me like it's Rory Hinckley, I think, who's got to the head of the field in the number 12 cart.
Yeah, dramatic start there. A few drivers just getting caught out on the outside of that right-hand kink. There's not enough room to go 3 or 4 wide around there. You just don't have the grip. Yeah, absolutely. And yes, they did have the grid formation laps. But cold tyres, you know, you've got to bear in mind they'll have lost a lot of heat in the pit lane, and you're really leaning on them as you go up through Spoon Corner. And I think they just all understeered wide, and whoever's on the outside of it, unfortunately, was left to meet with the grass. Those who have had incidents then on that first lap, Ellis McKenzie has had a poor first lap there, as has Jack Hayhoe. Henry Jones and Noah Hadwin all towards the back of the field, I'm sorry to report, off the back of those moments. Rory Hinckley is your leader ahead of Alfie Lambert and Caden Ward in 3rd place. Yeah, we see them now coming down into compression, looking comfortable 1st, 2nd and even 3rd place.
Yeah,
there's a bit of a gap, not much of a train forming just yet.
I think Redfern may have got past Balasitis there for 4th place. It looks to me like the driver of the number 5 now finds himself up in 4th place. Indeed he does, and actually it's been more costly than that no, excuse me. I'll try that one again. Balasitis and Redfern got by on Caden Ward is what happened there. So Balasitis now up into 3rd place. Caden Ward with the pink lid there in the number 10 cart.
Dominic Balasitis was supposed to start this race on the front row of the grid. He qualified there but received 6 places worth of penalties, so he is now showing that kind of pace again to make it up to 3rd. He's got 7/10 of a second to Alfie Lambert, who in turn has 8 to Rory Hinckley in the lead. Rory setting the pace at the moment, but Alfie and Dominic may be able to work together on this lap as they are very close together, a second half behind him now.
Rory Hinckley with the fastest lap of the race as he tries to break the toe at the front of the field. We're looking at some battles further down the order.
There's a contact warning for Dylan Tracy, one of our repechages. Him and Jack Adcock making it through from the B final. Dylan faring a little bit better at the moment in 20th place, but he'll need to keep away from the contact to maintain that.
So here's your battle for second place. Alfie Lambert, the driver in the 41 with the, I'm going to say, Alonso-esque helmet. And Balasitis in the 40 behind with the white and red details on the helmet. Then Caden Ward is got pressure from Tom Sands and Joseph Simcock behind him. And the rest of the top 10 streaming through as well. Archibald Richards Wall to round out your top 10 there.
Some great pace from Rory Hinckley. That's the second lap in a row. He's at 49.8, or I think the previous one might have been a 49.9. But that's a final pace, Howard. That's the benchmark that we looked at to be a qualifying time for the A final, or rather the pre-A final, which will be coming up shortly after this. So Rory really pressing his case to be included in that one with a first place finish here.
Absolutely. I think that was a look for Balasitis then to try and put a move on into compression, which we've seen before but would be bold, particularly now that Jack Redfern has caught up. Marginally different lines through Paddock corner from Lambert versus Balasitis. Does that mean that Dominic Balasitis in the second card in this train, in the number 40, is going to have a go for second place? One of those promotion spots. He peels to the outside, maybe to try and get a switchback by the braking zone. But good positioning there from Alfie Lambert in the 41 kart. That means that that isn't on. What about down towards Carousel? Again, Lambert is wise to it, positions his kart to the inside line to dissuade a move there from Dominic Balasitis. In all of that, to be fair, they have actually, if anything, stretched out a tiny bit of a gap. And I do say tiny over Jack Redfern because he's almost immediately back on them. Caden Ward now seems to have got away from the close running and the battling that was going on behind him to try and focus on pace to catch up to the back of these three. So it could very soon become a 4, possibly even 5 horse race for second place, because Tom Sands is coming with Caden Ward as well. As again, Balasitis looks for a way to duck underneath. He is going to find a way to duck underneath. How's this going to go? We saw drama on lap 1 of this nature. And in the end, Alfie Lambert is able to cut to the inside and close that off. And if anything, it leaves Balasitis more exposed to attack from Redfern. Redfern, though, doesn't make it pay off either. And that leaves him liable for attack from Caden Ward, who almost has to worry about Tom Sands on the outside of Carousel. And that is the way that it can all check up, folks, in a close run sprint pack in karting.
Yep, contact warning there for Jack Redfern. There's a little bit of rubbing between him and Balasitis there on the right-hander at the top of the hill. Balasitis giving Redfern the indication that we're going after Alfie Lambert. Don't battle. But here now we have an opportunity for Balasitis up the inside of Club and makes the move stick. He's got to defend up the hill though, because Alfie Lambert want to come back at him, and Redfern's got his eyes on the prize as well.
That was a beautiful move from Dominic Balasitis. Just had the overspeed on the start-finish stroke. We've seen a few people go for a move into club corner today. That's turn number 1, and it all ended in tears. That was beautifully judged by Balasitis. I wondered if he was going to be compromised in any way in his run up the Dragon Straight, and in the end he was fine. That was a brilliant move for second place, and the first of those promotion spots, or the second of those promotion spots I should say, up into the pre-A final. We should say, by the way, Rory Hinckley's just been putting in stunning pace. It's 4 seconds the gap now that he has in hand over Dominic Balasitis. Meanwhile, Jack Redfern is going to try and tuck underneath Alfie Lambert here. He's got his nose alongside. Lambert's going to have to yield and give him space, and Caden Ward fancies coming through as well. He's bump drafting there with Redfern up and through on Spoon, and that's 2 positions lost, unfortunately, if you're an Alfie Lambert fan there. And he's immediately going to be under pressure from Tom Sands as well in the 61, who's going to try and go down the inside of Carousel. This is how it can happen if you lose your rhythm, if you lose your momentum, but thankfully for Alfie Lambert, he's able to stave off that attack, and I think that allows him to just regain some of his rhythm as they come back down through compression. As that's a little look on Redfern from Caden Ward there, but that's not going to pay off, and it's going to allow Alfie Lambert to come back at him into club corner, Paddock corner even.
But then gets the cut back, does Caden Ward, and the inside line up the hill. Tom Sands will follow him through, And although it was a great opportunistic move from Alfie Lambert through Devil's Elbow and concluded in Paddock, he has now lost out, although he's got it back at the top of the hill. Can't call this quick enough, Howard. Swapping positions so fast.
Just managed to get through the top, so he's clearly not too happy as Alfie Lambert. It's the second lap in a row where he's been the victim of basically two drivers bump drafting past him on the inside at the end of the Dragon Straight. One could forgive him for feeling a little bit punch drunk after that many moves, but he's clearly not happy. It's down to race control how they judge that. I've not seen anything that would concern me greatly at this stage, as we're looking at George Palmer Mobsby here. This is in the pack further back, and he's putting pressure on Daniel Archibald for 8th place. You can see how he's gesticulating to say we've got to work together. That's to give the signal to Luke Richards behind him, which is in the 17 kart. He really wants to get on up the road to greener pastures in the form of the higher positions in this race. Spoke to him in that Paddock show, and he wants to be higher up than this. He doesn't want to be scrapping in these pre-B finals. He's going to have to pull off something now akin to what we saw at Rye House, where he races on up the B final and then up the A final. But I think hopefully he won't mind me saying I don't think it's the start of the season that Palmer Mobsby would have hoped for so far at Rye House and so far today here at GYG.
Yeah, less than ideal for someone who sees himself at the top of this championship. At the top of this race, though, Rory Hinckley in full control. He's got a gap of 4.5 seconds back to Dominic Balasaitis, who won that battle for the second place, and himself has eked out a gap of almost 2.5 seconds back to Redfern, Ward, Lambert and Sands.
And Moore and Draper there challenging Jaden Giles up the Dragon Straight as it was, but Giles was able to hold him off. That's in the battle over 13th place. And good battle as well going on behind them between Joshua Greaves and Luca Brooks. Rory Hinckley crosses the line once again.
Well, I thought it was going to be the last lap, Howard, but I don't think the board has gone out. So there'll be one more after this. This is the penultimate lap. Balasaitis now has the fastest lap, narrowly beating out Rory Hinckley's fastest effort, but both setting that 49-point-something second lap time, which is representative of pre-A final pace.
Absolutely. Jack Redfern here then. I think he's going to have to pin his hopes now on getting one of the promotion spots in the B final. He's got Caden Ward breathing down his neck though as they come into the last sector of the lap. Meanwhile though, at the head we've got to keep our eyes up the road because he's already coming around the last corner now. Rory Hinckley will cross. No, he won't. He get the last lap board. We thought we got the last lap board. They didn't. I almost fell into the trap. Onto the last lap then comes Rory Hinckley. And he's controlled this one brilliantly. As you say, Balasaitis with the fastest lap of the race. So on this last tour of the circuit, can Jack Redfern hold off Caden Ward for 3rd place? One of the closer battles out there. Caden Ward's going to go on the outside. He's going to stay on the outside to try and hang it round there. I think he is. We'll see how that one comes out. There's Balasaitis in the 40. He's looking good now for the last of the promotion spots. There is our leader, though. We've barely seen him this race because he basically got to the head of the field in a frenetic first lap and then got on up the road, got on with it, set incredible pace. And it's going to be a really good win here for Rory Hinckley to take the win in the pre-B final for Super Lightweight Juniors, and he'll bag himself a spot on the all-important pre-A final grid. There is Dominic Balasaitis, who's raced brilliantly up to 2nd place, and holding off Caden Ward is Jack Redfern just about in 3rd place. Alfie Lambert in 5th after many a battle in that one. Tom Sands in 6th, 7th for Joseph Simcock. Daniel Archibald in 8th, Luke Richards in 9th, and George Palmer Mobsby rounding out your top 10 for the pre-B final in Super Lightweight Juniors. As the drivers still stream across the line, we're going to go into the two highest ranked races of the first rotation here, the pre-finals. We're going to start off with our pre-A final for Super Lightweight Cadets.
Here we go then for the first of our Pre-A finals. This is the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A. James Vout starts on pole position after that fantastic lap this morning. Jacob Underhill is in second place from Group A. Ben Hunt starts in third in kart number 8. And Nishawn Marshall starts in fourth. Corey Chapman will line up in fifth for this one alongside Xavier Ramsey in sixth. Fabian Ganduck starts in seventh with our reigning champion Rory Hamilton alongside him on row 4. He starts in eighth. Alex Rattam is in ninth for this one with Jensen Barrard in 10th. Jude Puddlefoot, second place in last year's championship, has to settle for row 6 in this one. He starts 11th, and 12th is Mr. Morse. Zachary Smith in 13th, Elliot Griggs in 14th, Charlie France 15th, and Lewis Taylor in 16th, Eddie Duncan 17th, and Shailen Sritkatan is in 18th. We have 2 reportages, that's Ledger Dimitriou and Alex Ivanescu, starting at the back of this one, having finished first and second in the Pre-B. Around the final corner they come then. Jacob Underhill and James Vout on the front row. There's a bit of braking formation there. Underhill's got a good start from second place, although he's been turfed out to the outside there. Vout takes the lead up the hill, and I think that's fourth place. Nishawn Marshall coming into second place, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. There was definitely a little bit of confusion there of the start, and it has been called. Yeah, false start. I wondered that was for braking formation, drivers falling outside the tram lines. We've got a spin at the top of the hill, and we will go round into formation once again, and that will take the lap down to the countdown to 9 minutes. That is how you steer a Club 100 pace kart to pick up the field whilst somehow being behind it when they got going.
Yes, so the braking formation, you'll see tram lines, as we call them, on the start-finish straight. There's a cadet joining the front of the pack.
When I said that's how you
sure.
do it, that's not. I didn't mean it for the competitors. You have to line up behind the pace kart.
Careful what you say, Howard. You're a very influential voice in this Paddock. Yes, you'll see the tram lines, and each row has to stay within those tram lines until they cross that start-finish straight. We've got someone pulling off
So that's the
there.
driver who spun round, I think, has realised that they're out of position or they've got a problem with their kart. So we're definitely going to go around again here.
You can see a member of staff sprinting towards them across the track.
I think some of them have just gone to help some of the drivers elsewhere around the track, so they're having to go and assist there. We will go into rolling up again. This will definitely take the race down to 9 minutes in duration.
Yes, a reprieve for Jacob Underhill. Jacob Underhill was within the tram lines, but I think starting behind him, Nishawn Marshall may have been out of the tram lines, and that's what caused the false start.
Yeah, I think there were some drivers raising their hands aloft complaining about loading into Paddock. And then...
Do you want to explain loading?
Loading, so obviously we're not looking for drivers just... But basically, loading is where everyone's just pushing on the rear bumper of your kart, such that if you take your feet off the pedals, you'll magically keep going. And that's not what we're looking for here. We're looking for an organised start where everyone hits the loud pedal at roughly the same time and does not load, because otherwise you're going to get to the first corner, and if you've got an entire queue of karts behind you pushing your kart on, you can turn into that first corner. It's not safe is the reason we don't like it. You're going to turn into the first corner and you're going to have the momentum of all these karts behind you, and they'll just push you off. So loading is not appreciated, and I think some of the drivers clearly felt that they could feel. You can feel it when you're there. You can feel the force of umpteen karts. You know, we talk about bump drafting. It's basically instantaneous bump drafting of multiple karts that nobody asked for or wants, is how I would describe loading.
Yeah, it's hard for officials to ascertain where the loading starts and who's at fault. Like I said, Nishawn Marshall, to me, looked like he was outside the tram lines, but that was more than likely because he was loaded himself and trying to gain some control on the kart, which is a sensible thing to do. I'm not sure we've had that kart recover, although here we are, picture in picture, joining the back of the grid. If Elliot Alt in the pace car slows the pace down, they may well catch up. Just enough time to go this time around without another rolling up lap.
Yeah, it's going to be close run thing, isn't it? They're going to have to back it. No, they are going to go around again. I was going to say that was going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, you'll see them doing that little twirly finger in the air. That's a signal to other competitors that they'll be going round again.
Yeah, it's not the latest dance craze. It's although, yeah, I agree.
Would you know? Would you know?
About dance crazes, certainly not. That's not. I don't think I've ever been associated with a dance craze ever. But
that you know.
It's worth bearing in mind, Jacob, that a lot of cadet series in the UK use a standing start procedure. I'm a personal fan of the rolling start, and I think it's useful for the young drivers to have the experience of that because it's what they're going to graduate into anyway. But it is a skill in of itself, isn't it, to get used to for these young drivers, and so that's perhaps why that was a bit of a problem. I think we're going to be good this time around, though, mate. I think.
Yep, big thumbs up from Elliot Alt and a few of the drivers reciprocating from the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Just so that those at the back are fully aware.
Absolutely. Pressure as well on James Vout as a pole sitter, you know, to have had to control all of these laps. He thought he was going, then there was a pause and a full start. Difficult psychologically for these young drivers. How are we going to be this time away then? Away we go then for the Pre-A final. James Vout is in the 9, Jacob Underhill in the 5. They stream through turn number 1. It looks like a much better start to me as they head on up the hill for the first time. And Underhill is trying to tuck underneath James Vout. And I think there's a bit of bump drafting assistance. They're going to go 3 wide in very similar fashion to what we just saw in the Pre-B final. We've got some drivers off and round. That's Jensen Barnard. Was definitely one of the drivers having to take to the grass there as they stream through the latter part of the spoon section. But it looks to me like at the front, it is Jacob Underhill who's got to the head of the field, and Ben Hunt looks to have slotted into second place.
Yeah, great start from Jacob Underhill and Ben Hunt as well. The two of those lead the way through compression. Unfortunately, we did lose a cart or two to the grass at the back, but I don't think many of them spun around. We got Rory Hamilton, is that Howard, up into 3rd place already. Excellent start for him from 8th on the grid. That's exactly what he needed in this race to get back in charge of the tie.
Not half. Our only defending champion in any of our 4 classes here this weekend was frustrated by the penalty off qualifying. Was talking to his dad during the lunch break, but we were both. I was like, he should be able to make it back. He's made it back very quickly up into 3rd place and challenging for 2nd. And is there a little bit of contact there as they headed to Spoon Corner and through at the top of the hill? But it's still Jacob Underhill at the lead of the race. Rory Hamilton has got by on Ben Hunt for 2nd place. Just a note on drivers who were involved in incidents on the first lap. Alex Ibanescu, Lewis Taylor, Jensen... Oh, sorry, not Ibanescu. Lewis Taylor, Jensen Barnard and Zachary Smith involved in some of the drama on that first lap. And Sam Morse and Elliot Griggs as well, dropping down quite a few places as well as Jacob Underhill. Jacob is under a lot of pressure here.
Intense pressure, yes. Contact warnings for James Vout and Rory Hamilton in that little scrap at the top of the hill as Hamilton goes to the inside of Jacob Underhill. He may well get another contact warning for that. He gives the place back to Jacob Underhill. Very good driving from Rory Hamilton. Although he went for the gap and it closed itself and made contact, he was good enough to give that place back. He did sacrifice himself, obviously. He sacrificed the whole group essentially, because look at this pack, Howard, coming through at the top of the hill.
It very nearly became not his place to give back, didn't it? It was trying to do the right thing there, I appreciate, but it's a difficult place for it to have happened because everyone was checking up behind him. And it's in all of that, Ben Hunt has got back up to 2nd place. So it's now Underhill, Hunt and Hamilton in the front of the pack.
Very, very close, this one. Still 8 minutes to go. I don't think they reduced the time, Howard, unless it's been a really, really slow.
No, you're right, they
seconds.
didn't.
So it will be the full 11 minutes that we're racing here. Underhill being chased up the hill by Ben Hunt now. They got a little gap back to Rory Hamilton, who leads Corey Chapman, Jude Puddlefoot, Fabian Gandhock, and Nishawn Marshall ahead of fast lap holder Charlie France.
Maybe it was how quickly they made the full start call. They basically not got going. Maybe that's why they felt happy to run the usual length. Jacob Underhill going defensive again, positioning his kart nicely. So Jacob Underhill, Ben Hunt, Rory Hamilton and Corey Chapman we haven't mentioned too much, although actually he's been passed this lap, Corey, by Jude Puddlefoot in the number 2 kart. You can see the number 1 of Rory Hamilton there in 3rd, and now the number 2 of Jude Puddlefoot there in 4th place. It's got by on Corey Chapman this lap. You'll see that confirmed on your timing tower as they cross the line now. Penalty for Elliot Griggs. Advantage by contact takeout. Now, I did notice yellow flags waving in the back of one of the shots last lap at the top of the hill, just where they're coming up to now. So ABC takeout means that he's made contact with the driver that has led to that driver coming to a stop. As James Vout there, I think, was going for a move or looking for a move in Spoon Corner. He'd dearly love to get back up the order to where he started this one on pole, and he's got the fastest lap of the race in his attempt to try and do that. This is a difficult pack to try and make progress in here, Jacob. They're very evenly matched on the lap pace.
Yeah, this is the top tier of the super lightweight cadets, and certainly, as you can see on the screen, the top 10 not separated by too much at all. Jacob Underhill seems to favour a defensive line into Carousel. We haven't seen many overtakes through Carousel over the course of this weekend, Howard, so perhaps he is a little cautious. You'll see him take a very tight line here up the hill. You can see him right over to the right-hand side of the track. Ben Hunt seems happy to work with Jacob Underhill at this point, and they're not suffering too badly from battling with each other, but they've just got such fast drivers behind them, namely the numbers 1 and 2 car of Rory Hamilton and Jude Puddlefoot, as Underhill goes to the inside again of Carousel to take that defensive line.
Yeah, Underhill's made that calculation that he feels he can do that defensive line without compromising himself too much, because even there, though, Ben Hunt gets right up onto the back of him in this part of the lap. I think Jacob's worked out that it's hard to execute a pass there, so he gets away with it. As Rory Hamilton's going to go for a move there. That's beautifully judged there on Ben Hunt. That was fantastic stuff there. Hunt's going to try and come back at him, but if anything, he's going to run over the curb, is it? And that's going to open the door to Jude Puddlefoot. Puddlefoot is indeed through there on the number 8 of Ben Hunt. Costly moment for Ben Hunt there, and he's saved from a further attack, I think, by dint of the fact that there's a penalty for contact for Rory Hamilton. And that's going to be 4 places dropped from wherever he finishes. Costly penalty there for Rory Hamilton.
It's a big call from our officials, but that's for multiple contacts. That's not just the one incident that's given Rory that penalty. As Underhill once again, you're right, Howard, he doesn't seem to be compromised at all from going defensive, in which case you may as well.
Yeah, well, obviously he's sort of down Underhill, which means basically who's involved in helping run this event, and what that means is that Jacob there he is, and what that allows is that Jacob will have been here yesterday, and he may have seen these races. He really may have got a sense of the track there, and I think he's playing that very shrewdly in the lead of this race. It's all kicking off further down as Corey Chapman is battling away with the likes of James Vout and Nishan Marshall, and Charlie Francis in that grouping as well. And it's all getting quite frenetic between them as they come through. Alex Rattan's trying to buy into that one as well in the 52. That's the driver in the black helmet and suit combination. But yeah, I just wonder if Jacob, he would have been here yesterday. In fact, I know he was here yesterday. We saw him at the end of the day. I wonder if he just has picked these things up from watching at the sidelines yesterday and going, right, not many passes after Carousel through that top part of the lap. And he's using that brilliantly to defend the lead of the race, as there's a contact penalty again. This time it's for Corey Chapman in that number 42. So unfortunately another driver in this top 10 who's accrued a penalty for 4 positions off the back of excessive contact.
Yep, so far so good for Jacob Underhill. 3.5 minutes remaining of this one. He's gone 2/3 of the race in the lead, and well managed as well, though it's a testament to the drivers behind him as well, who I think have understood that battling will do them no good. There is now a top 5 who've managed to get out a bit of a gap. Ben Hunt and James Vout at the back of this, and there's a slight gap to Charlie France. And yeah, there hasn't been a lot of argy-bargy up the front, which has helped Jacob Underhill manage this race, I think, as Roy Hamilton, right to the outside, loses out big time, but makes it back, coming through the left-hander. The right-hander, Devil's Elbow, though, catches him out. He's got Ben Hunt alongside him now, going into Paddock. Rory's going to be in 3rd place. That's Jude Puddlefoot now, up into 2nd.
Yeah, really nicely judged from Puddlefoot. Dare I say, the dramatic commentator's line, the 2 championship rivals of last season. But the number 2 card is past the number 1 there. And that's a nice move from Jude Puddlefoot. I'll tell you who's played himself back into this one nicely, Jacob, is James Vout in the high-vis helmet there in the number 9 cart. Dropped down, having started on pole position, but he's played himself back into this one nicely. And I've not seen any penalties come his way yet in a pack where there has been a fair bit of contact warnings out there. So he's playing himself into this one nicely. So it's Jacob Underhill, Jude Puddlefoot, Rory Hamilton, although he has a penalty, and then it's Ben Hunt and James Vout, your top 5.
Yeah, still very, very close out front of this one. And at the start of the last lap, Jacob Underhill had 7/10 advantage. Half a second has gone from that now, and it disappears up the hill, Howard. It's you can see now Puddlefoot is right on the back of him. These drivers know how long is left in these races. They'll go past the clock on the start-finish straight, so they'll know now is the time to start making moves if they want to progress. Rory Hamilton to the outside there, gets turfed out. He's got a hand in the air as James Vout goes ahead of him up into 4th place. He's down into 5th now as Ben Hunt's got the better of him up the hill as well. So Underhill, Puddlefoot, Hunt, Vout and Hamilton are your top 5. Hamilton carrying that penalty. I think the only one of that top 5 to be carrying a penalty. We'll see now if the last lap board comes out as they come round as Ben Hunt looks for a move on Jude Puddlefoot. Round they come then again for another lap, and the last lap board hasn't gone out, so we will be on the penultimate lap here at GYG. Underhill leads them up the hill as he has done for the whole race so far.
If he can hold on to this, I'm fairly confident in saying this would be a first A-tier win for Jacob Underhill in Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets. He had some podium finishes last season, finished 5th in the championship overall, hence why he carries that number on the card. But if you can hold on to this one, although they're going to put as much pressure as possible on them, he's going to have to work for this one. Jude Puddlefoot putting pressure on Underhill there through the carousel. And there's James Vout going for the move on Ben Hunt. That was brilliantly read, and he's going to go for the move on Jude Puddlefoot as well. Beautifully read from our pole sitter in this race, from James Vout there. That was brilliant stuff. And he now sits in the pound seats to challenge for the lead of the race as further back as well. That's a challenge between Corey Chapman and I think Charlie France in the background, possibly. One more lap then. Last lap board is out. Can Jacob Underhill take his first win in Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets? He's just got to hold off a charging James Vout, and Jude Puddlefoot and Ben Hunt in 4th are all with them as well in this one as the top 4 come down towards the carousel corner. This is where we've seen Underhill go defensive because he feels that he can control it after he comes out of that corner. James Vout tries to get the switchback, but as we've seen so many times today, it's difficult to do anything with it as Jacob Underhill is going to lead them down the hill into the compression corner. And there's a little look on Jude Puddlefoot there from Ben Hunt on the number 8, and Puddlefoot's going to get out wide. I don't think there's going to be much more opportunity here unless Vout can put a move in on the last corner. It's going to be Jacob Underhill who takes the win in the Pre-A final for Super Lightweight Cadets. James Vout in 2nd, and Ben Hunt did get the better of Jude Puddlefoot there to finish 3rd on the last lap. Rory Hamilton will finish in 5th place with a penalty to be applied. Corey Chapman will finish in 6th with another penalty to be applied there as well. Charlie France in 7th. Alex Rattan raced up to 8th in the end. Sam Morse in 9th, but I think I saw a penalty possibly for him on the system at some point. Elliot Griggs finishes 10th. And I also think possibly there was a penalty. I hope I'm not misspeaking there. You can check. Don't forget all the confirmed results are results.alphatime.co.uk. Click on Club 100. But provisionally, at least, we say a great win there for Jacob Underhill. And we've got to look ahead to the equivalent race. The Pre-A finals coming up next here at GYG for our Super Lightweight Juniors. Let's take a look at the grid then for our Super Lightweight Juniors for the Pre-A final. Blake Southern and João Gabriel Castro are on the front row. Logan McAllister and Jamie Tiley Gooden are your second row of the grid. Declan Luff and Zainel Topshi are on row number 3. Brody Skinner and Ethan Pritchard are next, and it's Max Sheldon Hayward and Jack Shelley to round out the top 10. Abby Sanders and Jake Anders are on row 6. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Row 7 is where we shall find Henry Barrington and Ewan Leonard, Max Davis and Jake Chapman on row number 8, Jamie Warner and Connor Kenny on row number 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Daniel Campbell and Benji Hamilton. Frederick Navarro, who comes into today leading that championship after a very successful time at Rye House, and Mikey Brissenden, who came in today second in the championship after a really successful time of it at Rye House. They find themselves on row 11. Rory Hinckley and Dominic Balasaitis are your 2 promotees from the Pre-B final. And yes, an interesting quirk there that the top 2 in the championship coming into today find themselves on, well, they've had the promotees join them on row 12 behind them, but ironically find themselves at the back of this Pre-A final grid. You couldn't you couldn't make it up, really. That's quite an exciting prospect to see how they get on. Blake Southern in the 33 car, then joining the junior ranks this season after so much success in cadets, and not forgetting right behind him as well on row 2, Logan McAllister, cadet champion. How's he going to do racing here in the juniors? Away we go for the pre-A final. A few drivers out very wide on the exit of Club Corner, but they managed to all keep it facing the right way and on the tarmac. As we head up the hill, it looks to me like Logan McAllister has got up into second place and is challenging Blake Southern already as they come through the Spoon Corner at the top of the hill, down the hill towards Carousel, and João Gabriel Castro, I think, has fallen back to 5th place, it looks to me, as we've got a driver running wide through Carousel but manages to avoid the spin, which is easier said than done. Blake Southern, though, with a tiny bit of breathing space over Logan McAllister as they come through towards the compressions for the first time, and it looks like a good start from Jamie Tidy Gooden as well, up to 3rd place in the number 9 kart. So as they come round to finish lap number 1, it's a little bit of change, but what hasn't changed is the man at the front. Blake Southern is in the top spot, having started on pole position. Logan McAllister in 2nd, Jamie Tidy Gooden in 3rd, Declan Luff it is who's got himself up to 4th place, and then 5th is João Gabriel Castro in the number 36, who started 2nd on the grid. A few drivers have dropped quite far down the order there. Jake Chapman and Jack Shelley both losing out heavily, but crucially, I don't think they've dropped that far back off the order, as at the front, Logan McAllister is starting to apply pressure. These are 2 drivers, as I say, who we've spoken about having, and that was a really, I think that was a very earnest look there from Tyler Gooden there, through the right-handers at the top of the hill. But as I say, Southern and McAllister, 2 drivers that we've been commenting on before, battling away in the cadet ranks, now right at the sharp end of the super lightweight juniors here. And I think that's Logan trying to get a slightly later apex there through Paddock Corner to maximise his chances, chasing Blake Southern down the straight. But Southern immediately goes to the driver's right to try and break the toe. They're side by side. There's a little bit of pod-to-pod rubbing there in between them as they'll come up. Jamie Tidy Gooden's going to try and come through on the inside, but Blake Southern's been able to close the door on the inside there, and Declan Luff is going to come through. But what that has seen is a change for 2nd place, as the number 9 of Tidy Gooden, who chose the inside of that 2x2 formation, has got by on Logan McAllister, and all of that as well. Declan Luff, who initially looked like he was going to have a go at McAllister, actually lost out to João Gabriel Castro as well. So Castro up to 4th place, and it's changing quicker than I can say it here, but it is still Blake Southern who leads the race ahead of Jamie Tidy Gooden as they come down the hill. Logan McAllister still there in 3rd, and now it's João Gabriel Castro ahead of Declan Luff for 5th place as they come on to lap number 4.
Yeah, back up the hill they go then, front 3, bumper to bumper, not as quite as confrontational as they were last time, although as I say that, through the right-hand kink, bouncing over the curb goes Logan McAllister. All 3 survive long enough to get themselves down to carousels. To the inside goes Blake Southern, taking that defensive line that we saw Jacob Underhill taking in cadets just now. Fastest lap to Rory Hinckley, the man who won the pre-B finals. To the inside, Gooden takes a little look, but gets no change from Blake Southern, and he's set himself up badly for Devil's Elbow as João Gabriel Castro looks to get back involved here, as does Declan Luff. It's take what opportunity you can get in 4th, 5th and 6th place at the minute, as Blake Southern gets a little bit of a gap this time going up the hill.
Yeah, that all concertinaed up again, didn't it? Logan was trying to try a different line to try and get a move set up on Tyler Gooden, but what he didn't account for was, as he left the door slightly more open than normal into Devil's Elbow, he didn't expect João Gabriel Castro to go for the move. That didn't work for João Gabriel Castro, and it ultimately allowed Declan Luff through. And it looks to me like Max Sheldon Hayward as well has now got by on Castro. Actually scratched that. João Gabriel Castro has come back at them coming out of the carousel, and going for the lead here is Tyler Gooden. It's 3 wide into compression briefly as Tyler Gooden out of nowhere went for the move there on Blake Southern, who I don't think is too pleased to have lost the position. Logan McAllister has a bit of a nibble at 2nd place, but can't make it change. That was a really unusual place to see a move for the lead. It was a bold move there from Jamie Tyler Gooden in the number 9, but he made it stick, and now he's trying to pull out from the toe.
Yeah, excellent stuff going through compression. As you said, Howard, you don't normally see moves by there. The front 3 have built up a little bit of a gap. Gabriel Castro currently in 4th with a massive train of karts behind him, but the front 3 have a bit of breathing space, and the leader now, Jamie Tyler Gooden, a little bit of breathing space for him ahead of Southern and McAllister, who are fighting over second.
Yeah, you can see how close together the train is behind them, by the way. There are positions changing all the time. Benji Hamilton and Jake Anders got past Max Davis and Ethan Pritchard. That's all changed for 9th down through 12th. That was on the previous lap. And Dominic Balasaitis got past Rory Hinckley as well for 17th place. So plenty of battles out there. Well, it's basically all one big battle, apart from these few pairs that have split off at the front. Blake Southern and Logan McAllister trying slightly different lines through Spoon. Is McAllister going to try and go through on the inside? Once again, Blake Southern closes the door. But they would do well, I think. I think, Jacob, they'd do well to try and work together, because I don't think Tyler Gooden is out of reach at this stage. We're only just coming up to the halfway stage of this race. I don't know if it's just them trying different lines. Logan McAllister, I think there was trying to get a switchback as if inspired by Tyler Gooden's move from a lap ago. But my impression at this point, Jacob, is easy for me to say as ever from the comfort of the comms box, is they should try and make a little alliance here to make sure that Jamie Tyler Gooden doesn't break away by too much.
Yeah, Jamie Tyler Gooden sets the fastest lap of the race, as you say that, Howard, so he is trying to break away. He's the first into the 49-second boundary of this race. Two men who made it in there earlier, Dominic Balasaitis and Rory Hinckley, are up to 13th and 15th from the back of the grid on this one. We know they've got the pace to challenge at the front, and they will be at the back of this big long train of karts as into Carousel. There's a challenge there. Declan Luff losing out, or rather both karts losing out. I can't quite tell who that was making the overtake, but someone's
Hamilton
gone ahead of the both of them.
Yeah, I think it was the number 6 trying to come through there. And Zane,
I think.
Yeah,
that's gone past the both of them.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. So yeah, it's El Topshi through on both of them. So I think it's a completely neutral lap for Benji Hamilton, who goes neither forwards nor backwards, but has totally different people in front of him as behind him. It's now El Topshi, Hamilton, and Luff, your 6th through 8th positions. Balasaitis continues his progress up the field, by the way. Got past Abby Sanders for 12th place on that last lap. So the way that this train is working, look out for that number 40 kart, because we mentioned this before this weekend, how if you get the promotion, you've got your eye in on the conditions. You only just were on track racing 11 minutes ago, and we can see some of our repêchages sometimes really take that baton and run with it all the way up the field. And it's a good drive so far from Balasaitis, that is for certain. Coming on to lap number 10 then, and there's serious pressure there being applied to that is Zain El Tobshi being demoted by Benji Hamilton there, and Declan Luff is going to try and follow through as well on the inside as they come up through Spoon Corner. We've seen a few hairy moments through here this weekend, but for now that is Hamilton up to 6th and Luff up to 7th at the expense of Zain El Tobshi in that 72 kart. There is Brody Skinner as well coming under pressure from Jake Anders as they go through Carousel. That is over 9th place. And here again, Logan McAllister versus Blake Southern through the corner. Blake is clearly not happy at the moment in the way that this is going, and that is a change of position, mind, for 2nd place. Penalty for Logan McAllister for repeated showings of contact, as was noted by Jacob earlier. He's not happy about it, but as you say, Jacob, that's not based off of one instance. That is for multiple instances of receiving a contact warning.
Indeed, that's a couple of occasions where he's made contact with other karts, and he just can't keep doing it, Howard. Not in this kind of racing, and he's rightfully been penalised by the officials for that. Here we see a battle for, what is that, 5th, is it?
João Gabriel Castro
blue helmets mixed up, I
is
think.
trying to catch up onto the back here of Blake Southern. I think we were seeing another battle, weren't we?
We were. It's João's blue helmets. I'm confusing with perhaps Brody Skinner or Jake Anders. A few positions back.
Yeah, Skinner does have that, yes.
João Gabriel Castro is now right on the back of Blake Southern for 3rd place with Logan McAllister's penalty. That is the battle for net 2nd.
Actually, correction. I think it was Jake Anders in the blue helmet who we saw going past Brody Skinner. Brody has a blue suit. Anders has a blue helmet. I'm pretty sure that's the situation there.
Fastest lap for Dominic Balasitis. I told you he could do 49 seconds. He's done a 49.7, which is one of the fastest laps we've seen all day.
Yeah. He's
He's currently trying to catch up to this pack that we're watching at the minute. He's not quite on the back of it. He is trying to catch up to it. He's running out of time, unfortunately, but I think he'll be happy with 12th place, having come through from the pre-B final, and he'll be able to work from there for the A final later on today.
Yeah, this is Jake Anders putting pressure on Declan Luff. That's over 7th place. And I'm not even correct saying that Brodie has a blue suit. He's got a blue details on a black suit. There we go. Don't worry, it's only my job. So Jake Anders putting pressure on Declan Luff as they head up through Spoon Corner. He's going to try and tuck underneath, but we've seen it relatively simple for drivers to shut the door by the time they get to the braking zone, as Declan Luff duly does. As they all take a shallow line down towards the carousel, except for at the last moment, Jake Anders goes to the outside to try and get as best an exit as possible from the carousel. And coming up onto the back of them now are the likes of Max Davis, Zainel Topshi, and Dominic Balasitis. Yes, is here. Here he is, going for a move, but it's not going to work there into Devil's Elbow. That gap was always going to close, I'm afraid to say.
Last lap board is out, so yeah, Balasitis has managed to catch up, but all the good work he did was kind of undone, really, with that half-hearted move into Devil's Elbow. We look to pick up our leader then, Jamie Tyler Gooden. He's got a little bit of a gap from this man, Logan McAllister. There is Tyler Gooden going through carousel just ahead. Logan McAllister is under pressure from Blake Southern. João Gabriel Castro is a little too far behind, I think, given this is the last lap as they come through compression now for the last time. Howard?
I was just going to say, I'm fairly confident this will be Tyler Gooden's first win in this category as well. So as he comes round the line, he's going to see the checkered flag. Jamie Tyler Gooden will take the win in the pre-A final for super lightweight juniors. Logan McAllister finishes second but has a penalty to be applied. It's going to be very close across the line for 7th. But Blake Southern will finish 3rd, João Gabriel Castro 4th. Then it's 5th place for Max Sheldon Hayward, Benji Hamilton in 6th, Declan Luff in 7th, ahead of Jake Anders, Brodie Skinner and Max Davies, Zainel Topshi in 11th. Dominic Balasitis, good effort to get up to 12th place off the back of his promotion there. Abby Sanders and Mikey Brissenden in 13th and 14th. Jamie Warner to round out your top 15. That was a pretty solid, action-packed race from start to finish.
Enjoyable. I'm looking forward to the A final.
Indeed. We're going to immediately go into our next rotation of races here, and that's going to kick off with the C final for our super lightweight cadets. Here's your grid then for the C final in super lightweight cadets. Ethan Biddle and Caesar Chen will start on the first row of the grid. Ewan Farrelly and Lily Catignon are on row number 2. Leander Hewitt and Zach Evans are on row number 3. Frederick Vengraff and Valley Fimbra are on row number 4. Edward Sybury and Adam Asgar are round out your top 10. Ferris Pelch and Oscar Deliniech are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Sarah Telford, and Juan Alandares Bacanegra and Isaac Chang round out the 15-cart grid for your C final in super lightweight cadets. And once again, the name of the game is to try and be one of those top 2 drivers at the end to bag yourself a promotion spot onto the super lightweight cadet B grid.
Yeah, a couple of drivers in this one who narrowly missed out in the pre-C, namely Ewan Farrelly and Ferris Pelch, I think, was the victim of a penalty. We've got thumbs in the air from Elliot Alt in the pace cart, so we will be going this time around. The snake makes its way through Devil's Elbow, around Paddock, and when they see the lights go green, a little bit of loading there through Paddock, but as they come across the start-finish now, we will be racing once again in cadets. Good start from pole side of the grid, but the cutback from second place Caesar Chen sees him to the inside of this one. I think Ethan Biddle has held his lead, and Chen's not got the overspeed really to get the inside on this first lap. So all carts making it through nicely and will find their way down to carousel. I believe we have a fully clean start.
Good stuff to see there. Ewan Farrelly was putting pressure on Ethan Biddle there through Spoon Corner. Caesar Chen wanted to do something with the overspeed on the exit. He's got a visitor to the grass there, who does well to navigate themselves back onto the circuit. Down the hill then for the first racing lap of this C final for round 2 in our super lightweight cadets. And Ethan Biddle has done that oh so difficult thing of retaining that first place, which is not too easy a feat around this GYG circuit. But he has done exactly that. At the end of lap number 1, Ethan Biddle, Ewan Farrelly, Caesar Chen, your top 3, and they're about a second up the road from a fast-starting Frederick Vengraf, who's got himself up to 4th place in that 58, having started on 6th place.
Yep, as mentioned, Ewan Farrelly was at the forefront of the pre-C final. We were looking to make up for his failure to make the B final here. And I say failure to make the B final, there is still a chance. And in making up for it, finishing in the top 2 here, he will still get there.
Penalty for Oscar Deliniec, that's for...
breaking rules.
Yes, it is for breaking the rules.
It's breaking formation.
Breaking formation. It always throws my brain when I see BF, because I think black flag, and that's not how black flag is shown. Breaking formation indeed, so that will be coming out of the tram lines. But as we've got an incident there involving 3 carts in the middle of, well, between Compression and Devil's Elbow. And I think everyone's just got a little bit checked up in there. So yeah, there'll have been Deliniec breaking out of the tram lines at the start of the race. I think, by the way, the driver who dipped onto the grass through carousel on lap 1 based on position changes on lap 1 would have been the 34 of Valley Finborough. It's still running as part of the, not too far off the pack. So hopefully Valley can come back as there's a change, Jacob, for 2nd place.
There's a change for the lead.
There's a change for the lead, begging your pardon.
That's Ethan Biddle down in 3rd place. So Ewan Farrelly now leads, and Caesar Chan is in 2nd place, the fastest lap holder. Not a great lap for Ethan Biddle. I think Farrelly took him up the hill, and then Chen down into carousel that we saw on the stream. We'll have a new leader this time around as they come through Paddock. Just across the start-finish line once more. There it is confirmed on your screen. Ewan Farrelly with the fastest lap of 54.995 leads the way up the hill. Caesar Chen behind him. Ethan Biddle still very much in contention though, moving to the inside of that right kink. And it's
that's
too
Caesar
wide.
Chen onto the grass.
Chen, yeah. Didn't look to be any contact from where I'm sat, Howard. It looked like he was trying to go around the outside of the right-hand kink and didn't quite realise how close the grass was.
You can see the disappointment there. He's okay, but yeah, it was very bizarre. We certainly, I didn't see any contact either, but I suppose, you know, there will be less grip on the outside as you commit. We've already spoken about how much you lean on the tyres there as the 2 at the front do battle. It's still...
ABC takeout for Ewan Farrelly.
Okay.
So there was contact unseen by us in the comms box, but the observer has made that call. Ewan Farrelly, currently in the lead of this race, gets an advantage by contact takeout penalty shown at the top of your screen now, which leaves Ethan Biddle now 2nd place, but in net lead of this one, and makes the fight for 3rd, or at least the man in 3rd, Oscar Doliniec, more prominent because he will be going through to the B final as well as it stands.
Yep. Oh, absolutely fair play to the observer on that corner as we picked it up. Well, we picked it up slightly late on. He was already headed for the grass when we joined the camera shot. So that is exactly why we have observers stationed around the circuit. Or more accurately, Club 100 have observers stationed around the circuit. That is the 45 of Lily Catignon, I think, applying pressure to Edward Sybury for 6th place. Deliniec is not too far off the back of the top 2 here. And once again, I pose that question, I think he's 1.3 seconds off the back, actually. He's still got to push fairly hard to make up that gap. So you've got Farrelly and Biddle at the front now. They're in the pound seats for the promotion spots. A second back to Deliniec, who has a penalty. And then we're looking here at Leander Hewitt and Ferris Pelch, who are battling away over 4th and 5th place. And Pelch has just got the fastest lap of the race and is looking racy here to try and put a move. He's going to try and go around the outside, which is a bold effort that we've seen. We've seen some make it pay off, though. But it stays as they were for now, with Hewitt in 4th and Ferris Pelch in 5th.
Ferris Pelch took a penalty in the pre-C final, if I remember correctly, which is why his start position was so low. But he was at one point looking likely for promotion to the pre-B. I think it was the inside of Compression here. and
gonna make it
around
work.
the outside of that left-hander. Takes Devil's Elbow first. Ferris Pelch up into 4th. Potentially, Howard into the B final.
Yeah, really nice move there from Ferris Pelch. Obviously still has his work cut out because, well, so he's in a net third now, is Pelch with that penalty for... Oh, no, hang on. We've got the... Who got the breaking formation penalty?
The breaking formation penalty was Oscar Doliniec.
Okay,
And then there's
right.
a bump, there's an ABC takeout for Ewan Farrelly.
Of course there is. Sorry, you're absolutely right. Gets himself
Penalties
into the...
will be applied in the order in
yes.
which they happen. So
Yes.
Doliniec will drop down 2 places first before Farrelly is deducted for.
Yeah. Indeed. So, yeah, sorry, absolutely right. That in making that move, and it was a beautiful move, by the way, around the outside of compression and then hanging onto the inside through Devil's Elbow. You're absolutely right, mate. Ferris Pelch puts himself into one of the promotion spots, though he'd be forgiven for not being aware of such a fact, given how much penalties are bringing to bear on this race.
Absolutely, he can see the 3 carts in front of him, but he'll know from his own experience in the Pre-B that penalties do happen. He may have seen them on the board as he's come round, know they're not for him, and be thinking, you know what, I've put myself in a decent position here. He'll want to catch up to Oscar in 3rd place and will endeavour to do so across the last 4 minutes of this one, as Oscar looks to have caught up to the front 2 himself. That line through Carousel didn't seem to do him many favours. But yeah, the 2 orange helmeted cadets in carts 61 and 69 are making their way up to the lead battle for this one. We pick up further down. I think this is Leander Hewitt and Edward Siberry, unless I've missed Leander Hewitt going through somewhere. We'll double check now. I have missed Leander Hewitt going through somewhere. This is Edward Siberry and Isaac Chan, I think, coming up the hill now as we speak. Yes, there is Hewitt in the blue array suit just in front of these. In fact, I was skipping a couple of carts altogether. This is, apologies, Hewitt, Siberry, Chang, and Catignon. It was Frederick Wengraf and Sarah Telford I was looking at just before, but this is the battle for 6th, 7th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, I should say, led by Leander Hewitt, who Ferris Pelch has just overtaken. There is Pelch navigating compression. So in the blue we have Hewitt, Siberry, then the 107.49, Isaac Chiang and Lily Catignon at the back of this one. So we pick up our lead 2 now, still battling away out front, Farrelly and Biddle. Then it's Doliniec and Pelch. Leander Hewitt has a little bit of a gap back to Siberry, Chiang and Catignon. Still close at the front then. 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th look to be helping each other out with the bump draft. The 2 white helmets and the 2 orange helmets. Down the hill comes Farrelly, 21, with that takeout penalty, unfortunately taking him out of contention for the B final. Still a strong showing from Ewan. As we mentioned, he was there or thereabouts in the pre-C final as well. Ethan Biddle has worked his way up well to the back of him. Probably just biding his time now. He will see next time round that there's under 2 minutes remaining. This won't be the last lap that they're coming on to now. They may well get 2 after this, but they certainly won't get 3 with that amount of time left. And coming out of club, then differing lines, but not quite an overspeed. We got a kart stranded. Is that Adam Asgar in the 31? It is. He's dropping down the order. So set the fast lap. He's going a little too fast through compression there, and his kart has spun right around, having to be recovered by one of our members of staff out there. We pick up this battle for 5th then, coming through Carousel now. Hewitt still out the front of it. Siberry in 6th place, as they have been for the last few laps. Around the double right-hander into compression they come. Then Devil's Elbow with the little drop that you see there, less severe to the outside of the corner, which is the line that these guys were taking. Doliniec still leads Pelch just ahead of this, but with those penalties for Farrelly and Doliniec, Pelch is in line for promotion to the B final by our calculations here in the comms box. The last lap board has been shown, so we are coming up to the end of this race. Ewan Farrelly leads at the front as there's a challenge there for 5th place. And I think, yes, Isaac Chiang has made it up to 5th place ahead of Leander Hewitt. The 49 kart there getting the better of the 11 at the top of the hill. But Farrelly now should be coming around the last few corners to take the checkered flag. There he is. Ethan Biddle behind him, though, will take the win for this one. Round Paddock corner they come. Farrelly sees the checkered flag first. Biddle will take the win overall. 3rd place for Oscar Dolinec with a penalty. Ferris Pelch in 4th place gets that place in the B final. Isaac Jiang gets up to 5th on the very last lap. Leander Hewitt comes home in 6th. Lily Catagnon made 7th ahead of Edward Sibury, who was running 6th for so long in that one. Sarah Telford comes home in 9th, and getting 10th on the last lap, Valley Fimbra just ahead of Juan Armendiez Bocanegra in 11th. That was your Cadet Super Lightweight C final. We will now move on to the Junior Super Lightweight C final.
Let's take you through the grid then for our C final for Junior Super Lightweights. Still a big grid, this one. Remember, 30 competitors in this one. Jacob Brown is your pole sitter with Quentin Vasseur alongside. Nikolai Eidsgaard and Lewis Williams are on row number 2, ahead of Kira Boylan and Richard Winchcombe on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Tyler Masters, who had that spin, if I remember correctly, in the pre-C final. We'll be hoping for better things this time around, ahead of Thomas Wordley. Dmitry Borowski and Charlie Williams round out your top 10. Rudy Gilmore-Kelly and Oliver Harrod-Atfield are on row number 6. And on row 7 we find Jack Bromham and Imogen Owen. David Shooks-Farkas and Oliver Wilde are on row number 8, ahead of Voidan Kodjayan and Oliver Bamford Sr. Bly Gregory and Andrea BM round out your top 20. Annabelle Owen and Freddie Coleman-Evans are on row 11. Onyx Hogarth and Thomas Walker are on row 12, ahead of Harrison Bishop and Rowan Horder. Lilia Scatchard and Curtis Dewayne on row 14. And on row 15, rounding out a 15-kart grid, Michael Lonergan Khan and Henry Eaton. That's how they line up for the C final for Junior Super Lightweight. I nearly said Junior Super Lightweight Cadets there. I think the brain's going. As we get towards, and we've got a spinner, and that is Tyler Masters off to driver's left. We're going to go with the start nonetheless. There is Jacob Brown leading him away. That's a disaster for Tyler Masters there. Unfortunately, he's going to rejoin and be off the back of the order as they head up the hill for the first time. I think Jacob Brown's able to retain the lead for now as Eidsgaard does battle with Vasseur. And we all clean to here. This is, as I say, one of the largest grids that we will see in the weekend. And they've all managed to navigate a relatively clean start there. We've got driver off onto the grass in the form of Richard Winchcombe. He's going to drop far down the order, I'm afraid to say, but he is still pointing the right way. And it looks to me like Eidsgaard might have got to the head of the field there. I think that was the 113 that I saw coming over the crest of the hill. And unusually, we see the drivers going too wide on the exit of Carousel. And that's a driver off to driver's left at the top of Sector 3 as they come down through the compressions. Are we going to keep it all clean through there? It was cleaner than the pre-C final was for our super lightweight juniors, but there were still a few incidents and accidents out there. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is Nikolai Eidsgaard in the 113 who's at the top of the field, ahead of Lewis Williams, Jacob Brown, Quentin Vasseur, and Kira Boylan with a good start in to round out your top 5.
Yeah, excellent start to this race, full of drama as promised earlier on. A quick signal from Nikolai Eidsgaard at the front.
No, that's from Vasseur.
Oh, sorry, no, he's checked out the front 3.
Yeah, Quentin Vasseur.
The 4th place man, Quentin.
Indeed, trying to indicate to say we've got to work together here to catch on up to the top 3. There is the top 3 of Eidsgaard, Williams and Brown. There's a little traffic ahead of them, is there? Was there a car I just saw up the road ahead of these ones? There is some traffic. No, there's nothing as I look up the Dragon Straight. Me and the producer are sharing a shared look there. We were both convinced we saw someone further up the road then, but anyway, as they come up the hill on lap number 3. Eidsgaard leads them through, and unless someone ran off just in front of them here, though, is the move from Jacob Brown, our pole sitter, on Williams as they come through Carousel, and I think he's going to be able to stave off a counter-attack there, and yep, that would be second place for Jacob Brown, and into the all-important top 2, which would see promotion up onto the B final grid.
And we come then to complete lap number 3. Some decent lap times. We're in the high 50s at the moment. Fastest lap goes to Quentin Vazier in 4th place with a 50.797. You see that at the top of your screen now, and he needs it really to be catching up to that pack at the front. There's a 1.414 second gap already between himself and Lewis Williams in 3rd place. Here are our front 3 navigating through Carousel. Howard, you're rubbing your eyes.
That's fine. There's the slowly moving car has returned again. It's the 93 of Michael Lonergan Khan. But he's now behind the top 3. I missed the moment. He's just phased through the top 3, or the top 3 phased through him. I'm not quite sure what happened there. He was your spinner off to driver's left at the top of the hill on the first lap, and that was an interesting move for the lead by Jacob Brown. We've seen very few people go for the move at the apex of turn 1 and make it work.
Yeah, usually you have to be ahead by the apex to make that work, but Jacob Brown, buoyed by the fastest lap on the last time round, thought he'd take his chance coming down to Carousel, though he's still behind. Just a quick note on this one, we've got in 20th place Onyx Hogarth, who we saw earlier in the tyre barriers, causing the red flag in the qualifying session for this one. Good to see he's out there racing. We got a change for the lead, Howard. Battling through the Devil's Elbow is still going. Wait to see how this one pans out as we cross over the start-finish line into the last corner. They're very tight, but 13 of Jacob Brown to the front now. Eidsgaard down into 3rd as I finish the sentence, start the second since he was in 2nd, but Lewis Williams now is the 2nd place man, and they will continue to chase down Jacob Brown as they go up and around this right-hander.
We're going to have to form a new way. Eidsgaard down the inside of Williams there at spin. We're going to have to invent a way of vocalising shorthand, I think, at this rate, Mason, because of how he's let him back through. That's good driving, heads-up driving there from Eidsgaard, because he knows, well, partially it's the right thing to do, but secondly, he can't risk the penalty, because if he gets the penalty, and I'll be honest with you, well, I'm going to pause on saying that because briefly timing showed a bump and pass.
But he has got that contact warning at the top there.
Oh, is the
rescind and
okay, well, we'll just wait to see how that one goes through. There's no reaction from Eidsgaard, which makes me it's gone away. Yeah. So
no.
Okay, it's still showing on timing, but we didn't see any reaction from Eidsgaard as he crossed the line, so I'm guessing there's nothing shown on DigiFlag right now. We'll have to see how that one plays through. Obviously, it's not our call to make. Driver off there at Paddock corner. You can't park there, and that is the 93 of Michael Lonergan Khan, who I think is perhaps having the one to forget here. It's been a difficult race for him so far, unfortunately. Another driver who's had an incident, by the way, that we haven't mentioned, Oliver Wilde, dropped down 17 places a couple of laps ago from the mid-pack, so he's now on a bit of a recovery drive. So as they come on to lap number 8, Jacob Brown is your leader ahead of Lewis Williams. Nikolai Eidsgaard is in 3rd place and is getting another contact warning.
So yeah, I think that was rescinded, Andrew, when he gave Andrew. Sorry.
It's all right,
Howard.
It's fine.
I spent the whole weekend with you, and I'm calling you Andrew. I think that was it's because I'm used to correcting Andrew and not used to correcting yourself.
Good
obviously.
save. That's the best save I've heard for that situation. No, it's fine. It's gone. Yes, indeed. So it got rescinded, the bumper pass. It has disappeared from timing, as it is race control's prerogative to do. Often it's just a case of, there can be a queue of messages coming in from the observers, and the correction can just take a little time to come through. The observer says bump and pass on this cart number, and then they say they gave it back. That'll be from the next observer. So Can just take a bit of time, but the Eidsgaard penalty has been removed. What hasn't been removed, Jacob, is all of his contact warnings, which he needs to avoid. That was Jack Bromham there putting pressure on Kira Boylan. This is the battle over 5th place as they come through at the top of the hill. And I think that's allowed... is that Tyler Masters who's gone through? Was I wrong?
That's not going to work. Up the inside of Carousel is already 2 carts heading towards the apex. I'm afraid that gap was ever closing, and we've got a spinner through Carousel. We'll see who that was as they come back around and confirm, but
well, okay,
done them no favours.
I was clearly wrong to say, and my apologies to anyone following his progress in particular, I was clearly wrong to say that Tyler Masters was the driver who spun on the warming up laps, because he hasn't managed to make up all that time and get up to 5th. So I'm going to correct myself from about 8 minutes ago and say it was Curtis Dewayne who I think might have been the driver on that.
Okay.
Apologies on that. Similar looking lids on the wide shot at least. So that's why we find Tyler Masters in 5th place. We are now looking at Nikolai Eidsgaard under pressure from the long working towards it Quentin Vejour, who has now caught up to 3rd place.
An unsafe release penalty from Charlie Williams, and I think that might be who spun out at Carousel just moments ago on the stream. An unsafe release means rejoining the pack in an unsafe manner.
Yes.
You hear it in Formula 1 for releasing from the pit lane, and we do indeed have that penalty in Club 100, but in this instance you would have got going again from a spin in a manner of which someone would have to have changed direction or even braked to avoid them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, not necessarily contact, but if you just suddenly come on in the path of other cars behind you and they have to take massive avoiding action, then yeah, that's exactly what that type of penalty is for. Fastest lap of the race was set last time around by Jacob Brown, pushing now to seal the deal on this race with 2 minutes just under left on the clock. Lewis Williams there in 2nd place. Nikolai Eidsgaard with Vejour on his tail. That is battling a little bit further down. That's Kira Boylan, I think. I think that was Borowski that she was with, battling away there.
Kira Boylan we spoke to in the Paddock show. She was at Donington Park yesterday. She said she'd be there today if she wasn't racing, and if she wasn't doing either, she'd be at home on the sim. So clearly in her element, driving around in 7th place at GYG.
Absolutely. It's been a while since I've been to Donington. I need to go there. I need to find an excuse to get over there again. This battle, though, for 2nd place is closing up now, isn't it? And this is for the last, and as we say that, unfortunately, bump and pass penalty for Kira Boylan. So that'll be 4 positions added to wherever she finishes, which she's running quite high here in 7th place, doing okay. So unfortunately, that is going to have 4 positions added to wherever she finishes up. But it's closing up for this 2nd place, and it's the last battle, and it's the last lap. So is anybody close enough here to go for a massive move to bag the last of the repechage spots for the B final, as there's some traffic as well that could come into play here. Jacob Brown just needs to bring this one home, but here is the battle for the last of your promotion spots. Blue flag is being shown to the number 93 kart ahead of them as the 2nd place battle goes through, pulls out of the way. That's good driving there to let them through. Jacob Brown just needs to bring this one home down the hill, but is anyone close enough? I don't think they are. I think Lewis Williams is looking good to bag the 2nd and last of the promotion spots. So Jacob Brown will come round to take the checkered flag and win the C final for junior super lightweights. Lewis Williams will finish 2nd and bag the last of the promotion spots. Nikolai Eidsgaard, so close, but still bagging some good points in 3rd. Quentin Vejour in 4th. Jack Bromham in 5th, ahead of Tyler Masters in 6th. Kira Boylan in 7th, but with a penalty to be applied. Dmitry Borowski in 8th. 9th was Richard Winchcombe. And Rudy Gilmore-Kelly rounded out your top 10 as they continue across the line. Voidan Kajayan in 11th. 12th for Imogen Owens. David Chuks-Farkas, Bly Gregory and Charlie Williams to round out the top 15 for your super lightweight C final in your junior class. Next up, we will have the B final in junior super lightweight cadets.
Here we go then with the grid for the Cadet Super Lightweight B final. Zaya Honor is on pole position in the 37 kart. Jack Rauch in second place. Eskil Hewitt is in third place, 33. Max Wainwright starts fourth with Jacob Kent in fifth. Felix Sheldon Hayward starts sixth place. Row 4 is Daniel Maturiak and Theo Thomas. Omar Ula is on row 5 with Tyler Nickelby. Ben Cape is on row 6 in 11th place alongside Jake Matthews in 12th with Dexter Hazeldine in 13th. Harry Berry Whiting for company on row 7. Row 8 is Ethan Hall Jr. 15th place. 16th is Adam Telford. 17th is David Kadar. And Francesco Angelo De Caro is 18th overall to start the B final. Alfie Clark and Andrei Yasyukov are 19th and 20th respectively, and then coming through from the C final, Ethan Biddle and Ferris Pelch.
Thank you, Jacob.
You're welcome. Here we go then, coming round. Compression. Or is that Devil's Elbow? I can't quite tell from this angle.
It's going into compression, yeah.
You
can get parallax error looking down that hill, can't you?
Absolutely. But yeah, everyone seems to be in position, being led round by Elliot Alt in that pace kart. No, we've got the twirly finger symbol, and Elliot's not pulled off to the side, which means they are once again going to roll up. I'm not sure if there's a kart in the pits. Perhaps they'll be joining onto the back of this. There is the kart coming out of the pits. They will filter into position. And I think it's our pole sitter, is it? Or is the...
I think there was a bit of confusion about which side pole was on.
Someone's just pulled up at the
bottom
of the straight there as well.
Eskil Hewitt was very clearly having to gesture and go, no, I'm meant to be on that side. Could you all let me in, please? I don't know. I was a bit confused by that one. But we will go round again. 22 drivers, 2 positions available on the back of the A final grid. So this is going to be interesting to see who can bag those last 2 spots. There's a fair few drivers who I think it's really open, this one. So it's going to be interesting as we've got drivers joining towards the back. We've got a very slow-moving kart of, I think that was Vasyakov at the back, and it looks to me like we're going to be going around again. Everyone's doing their best dance move to indicate that it's time to go around once again around this GYG circuit. I'm going to take this opportunity to give another shout out to the fact that in a week's time, this time next week, which is the same phrase, meaning different phrase, meaning the same thing. A week from now, we'll be here again for more Club 100 action for the Senior Sprints Championship. There are still some spaces available on the grid, so if you are interested, please give the Club 100 office a call. Club100.co.uk for all of the details of how to get in touch. Let them know, and you too could be racing around this fantastic Glan Igor circuit. And I'll be doing my anti-rain dance during the week as well, so that we can give you the same lovely conditions that we have been treated to this weekend. It's been a really pleasant weekend to be in this part of Wales. County of Conway's lovely places around here. And yeah, do look into details of that. I think we're going to be good this time around for the off. Indeed we are. Elliot Alt pulls the pace car off to one side. Away we're going to go then. The number 37 of Zaya Honor leads them away into the first corner and up the Dragon Straight for this super lightweight cadet B final, excuse me, as Eskil Hewitt trying to find a way through, or trying to get into the slipstream, tuck into the slipstream of the pole sitter. But as they come into the first braking zone, can't find a way through. It's going to be Zaya Honor who leads them down towards Carousel. And it looks to me like a largely clean start. Good looking start from Tyler Nickelby, who, don't forget, got that promotion from the pre-C final. He's going to be one to watch in that 41 kart. Early challenge there from the 15 of Jacob Kent, who's got himself up into third place there. So really good start there from Jacob. as they come down at the end of lap number 1 to go through Paddock corner. It is going to be Zyron, and that's a wide moment there for Kent after a good start. Can he gather that one back up again before Daniel Marutiak in the 25 tries to put a move on in, who's also had a good start. That's separated off the top 2. They've got a little bit of a breakaway now. Eskild Hewitt again in that slipstream of Zyron, but I think in spite of the loss of momentum, Jacob Kent has been able to hold off any challengers from behind. Who hasn't been able to, though, I'm afraid, is Daniel Marutiak. He's been passed there by, I think that might have been Max Wainwright in the 29, who's got up into 4th place. But I tell you what, that's been the gap to the top 2 has been seriously closed there, though, by Jacob Kent. He's had a really rapid second half of this lap.
Yeah, great recovery from his little wide moment at the start of it. Jacob is recovering from an off moment, in the pre-final. He found himself on the grass at the start of that one, so we'll hopefully be getting a good result to make up for it here. But he's got Zaya Honor and Eskild Hewitt to catch up to before he does, as another car is facing the wrong way. Club.
Yeah, well, there was one car off to driver's left and another car spun. I don't know if that was connected. They were quite far apart for it to be connected. It was just a spin in sympathy. Zyron in the 37 car, then Eskild Hewitt in the 33, in those 2 promotion spots at the moment, but they're being kept honest by Jacob Kent and Tyler Nickelbine. What a day he's had. Now in 4th place, and he stands to potentially, well, he is challenging here for the promotion spots. It would be a fantastic achievement if he could get onto the back of the A final grid. That would be a really, really impressive feat for the driver of the 41.
Kent with the fastest lap last time round, and he's right on the back of Hewitt coming up the hill now. They're both catching up to Honor as they come through the right-hand kink. They are bumper to bumper. Nickelbine leading the pack of 3. Turns out like Jacob Kent to the inside is getting quite argy-bargy through there. Hewitt still holds the inside line going down into Carousel, will have the advantage, and Kent's going to have to try again next lap. All that fighting has allowed the pack of 3 from behind to catch up. I think Jack Rauch has got ahead of Tyler Nickelbine there. Yes, Nickelbine is in the middle of those 3.
I'm misremembering slightly, aren't I? Nickelbine was your pole sitter in pre-B.
Yes.
So he was on the B grid legitimately. He was right at the sharp end in the pre-B final, but had penalties, which saw him go down. So he has had to work his way back up, and there's another wide moment there for Jacob Kent. Don't let me take away from that at all, though, Tyler. That would still be a fantastic feat if you could fight your way back up to those promotion spots. I was just slightly misremembering the way in which that had come about. Zyron still leads then. Eskild Hewitt in 2nd place. Jacob Kent with another wide moment there to Paddock, but somehow by the end of the Dragon Straight, he's turned that into an attempt for 2nd place. This is for a promotion spot. He's on the outside. Can Hewitt counter-attack into Carousel? He cannot do so. And Jacob Kent, I've not seen anybody have a wide moment at Paddock and convert that into such a successful run up the hill.
Just getting a slingshot, wasn't he, Howard?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2nd place now for Jacob Kent, who got a contact warning perhaps for the little bit of rubbing we saw in the previous lap, and still under attack from Hewitt, just about holding on across the line in 2nd place for the first time now. Let's see if the 2 of them can make any impression on Zaya Honor, who's led from pole position for the duration of this race, which has been going on now for 5 minutes, to the outside. Jacob Kent right round the outside of the right-hand kink, and Jacob Kent takes the lead at the top of the hill. Excellent move that from the youngster in green. Down the hill they come into Carousel then. 37 of Zaya Honor now in 2nd place. Hewitt remains in 3rd. The chasing pack, of course, right up to this one. We've got Jack Rauch and Theo Thomas ahead of Tyler Nickelbine now, but all of those, plus Max Wainwright and Daniel Marutiak, are very much in contention for this. The top 8 you can see on your screens coming through now for another lap.
Yeah, and plenty of changes further down the order as well. David Cadar got past Felix Sheldon Hayward last lap. Francesco Angelo Desaro as well on the move down up to 12th place. Dexter Hazeldine working his way up the order as well. There's loads of moves going on throughout the field here.
Switch for the lead
Ah, yes.
Zaya Honor back to the front, and Eskid Hewitt followed through. Jacob Kent got a bad run out of club by the looks of things, and Honor went to the inside. Hewitt thought, do you know what? I'm going to follow him through. And up they went the inside of that right kink. So Kent back down into third place now. It's as we were a couple of laps back. Honor in the lead, Hewitt second, and Kent in third. That pack, as I said, very much behind them now. So Jack Rouch keeping a very close eye on this bumper to bumper with Jacob Kent in third place. There's fighting going on behind them now. Theo Thomas trying to hold off Nickelbine, Wainwright, Marutiak. There's two groups of four forming slightly, and I think Theo Thomas's priority will be catching up to that first group of four to make it an 8 again. Round the top corner they come. Kent looks as if he's got back into second place. He has, ahead of Hewitt. Honor holds that lead that was briefly lost, but soon regained. Kent's seen off a challenge from Hewitt coming into compression. It is now back to that group of 8. You see them all there as a snake coming through down the devil's elbow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of them coming through Paddock now. Start another lap. We've got 3.5 minutes left of this one. We're moving into the final third of the race. This is when you really want to start making your moves and stop working together with the people around you, because you're only going to set yourself back further if they start battling with other people. Round the outside once again for Jacob Kent. He's pulled that move off once, he's pulled it off twice. Fantastic stuff, as you can tell from Howard's sound of approval there. As well, down into Carousel, and Kent leads once more. Him and Honor have been trading the lead now for the past 4 or 5 laps. Hewitt has been there or thereabouts and continues to hold third place. Jack Rouch and Theo Thomas taking it in turns to have a look at the back of this in 4th and 5th. Tyler Nickelbine, as you said, Howard, was at the front of the pre-B final and retains contention for the B trophy.
Absolutely, really impressive move for the lead then. Nickelbine pulls to the inside on the 53 of Theo Thomas. That was getting very close, and I'm delighted to see that they all made it through there. That was a move, as I say, Theo Thomas and Jack Rouch was involved in that, and I think Jack was the one who came out the worst for it, but they all still keep going. And Nickelbine to the front of this pack now, and will head in pursuit of the top 3. And there's a penalty for
contact. Yeah, there. I think Nickelbine gets a contact for that move, not necessarily a bump and pass. However, he's done multiple contacts already in this race, and therefore accrues a penalty. And
there's a move.
Speaking of contacts, yeah. Jacob Kent's got a bit of a gap out the front now, because Zaya Honor and Eskil Hewitt, and there's a cart backwards there. I think that's Jack Rouch or Theo Thomas, is it?
Yeah.
In a dangerous position. Jack Rouch is dropping down. We've got, we'll be on the penultimate lap here, perhaps, Howard. We expect to see the last lap board either this time round or next time. A contact warning for Adam Telford in the middle of that. But yes, Kent has a little bit of a gap now at the front. There's still a big battle going on. This is now over 4th place as Nickelbine leads them down the hill. He's got a bit of a gap, actually, so the battle's more over 5th and 6th. To the inside goes the 67 of David Cadet.
Yep, that's a move there.
An ABC BAP, Howard, sorry to interrupt, very important. ABC BAP for Zaya Honor in 2nd place. So Eskil Hewitt will get 2nd place at the end of this one if it stays as it is.
Yeah, so Zaya now cannot get that promotion spot, unfortunately, for fans of the number 37. Eskil Hewitt sets the fastest lap of the race, though. He would like to take this on the road, actually, as well. I have to say, with regards to that incident for Jack Rouch in down towards Compression Corner, bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment. There is a reason, folks, why the rules say stick your foot on the brake pedal and keep it there if you go into a spin. When you're on a slope like that, it's easy for the kart to roll back, and we saw a little bit of a moment there for the cars trying to navigate the stricken kart. Disappointing, of course, for Jack Rouch. Your heart goes out to him, but just bear it in mind for people watching. That's exactly why the rules say that. Felix Sheldon Hayward, with one to forget there, a 2nd advantage by contact penalty. So there's a few penalties to be played through here.
But we are coming on to the last
We are
lap.
indeed.
Jacob Kent in the lead for this one. Zaya Honor with that penalty in second place. And Zaya Honor's got a great run out of club. Jacob Kent squeezes to the inside. Was that fair? As Hewitt benefits from that going around the outside. Be interesting to see the observers take on that one. Jacob Kent very defensive at the front of this one. Possibly won't know that Zaya Honor has a penalty. But as things stand, the front two, Jacob Kent and Escalade Hewitt, are going through to the A final.
That's correct. Sorry, big battle for fourth place going on behind. Who's going 3 wide with Nickelbine in the background. And I don't know if suddenly it looks very quiet behind the top 3. I don't know if there's some drama there, but Jacob Kent looks set here to take the win here in this B final.
Yeah, right in the last couple of corners, we spoke to Jacob Kent earlier. He's wanted to get to the A final, and with this win, he will have done. Jacob Kent wins the Cadet Super Lightweight B final here at Glanigorse. Escalade Hewitt is in second place. Zaya Honor third on the road with a penalty. David Kadar won that battle for fourth place and will be net third at the end. Theo Thomas comes home in fifth. Daniel Mariuciak in sixth. Max Wainwright finishes seventh. Excuse me. Harry Berry Whiting coming home in eighth. Ninth goes to Andrei Vazhikov, who we haven't spoken much about today, Howard, but a solid result for Andrei. Dexter Hazeldine finishes in 10th, rounding off a great day for him. Next up, we have our Junior Super Lightweight B final, and then it's on to our 2A finals.
Let's take you through the grid then for Junior Super Lightweight B final for round 2 of the 2024 CLUB100 Cadets and Junior Championship. Jack Redfern will start this one on pole position. Caden Ward is alongside him on the front row. Alfie Lambert and Tom Sands are on row number 2. Row 3 is where we find Joseph Simcock and Daniel Archibald. George Palmer-Mobsby and John Wall are on row number 4. Joshua Greaves and Max Winfield round out your top 10. Luca Brooks and Ellis McKenzie are the 6th row of the grid. Luke Richards and Benjamin Amore and Draper are next, ahead of Matthew So and Jack Hayhoe. Jensen Davis and Jaden Giles make up row number 9. The top 20 is rounded out on this grid by Dylan Tracy and Jack Adcock. Callum Wood and Dylan Fitzhenry are next on row 11. Row 12 is where we find Noah Hadwin and Henry Jones. And then joining the 24 carts on the grid are your 2 confirmed promotees from the C final in the form of Jacob Brown and Lewis Williams. That's how they line up then for this B final race. 11 minutes will be put on the clock for these drivers. There's several drivers, I think, who would fancy themselves through onto the A final grid, not least the front row of the grid in the form of Redfern and Ward. You've got drivers in here like George Palmer-Mobsby as well. Going to be an interesting one, this one. Away we go then. 2 more positions beckon in the A final through the first corner for these 26 carts. And we've got drivers off at the back. And that is the 62. That's Noah Hadwin, who's one of the drivers off as they come up the hill. And there's another driver off into the grass. And we've got several drivers off at the top of the hill. And one does wonder if that one's going to be called a false start. It's going to be a close run thing. I think they're going to let that one run as it stands. And that's a lot of drivers who are off on the first lap of the race. No, it's been called as a full start, so we will go back to formation and look to get this one started again.
That noise you can hear, if it's coming through for everyone else, is a helicopter taking off.
That is a helicopter, guys. It's coming through my headset.
Just behind our position here in the comms box, just south of the racetrack. Swift exit.
But you can see this. That's the rotating blades in the back of the shot, just to reassure everybody. That's a very odd view, isn't it? But yes, that's why I think that's been picked up on some of our mics.
Rest assured, the hedge is not taking off.
No, that's not an extremely aggressive way that Glanigorse goes about keeping all the hedges in check around here. But yes.
Maybe it'll look like a giant hedge strimmer maybe as well, actually.
Yeah. Right, the lifeline thrown then for so many of the drivers who were involved in dramas there at the start of that one. The race time will be taken down to 9 minutes, which is great news if you're on the front row, because that's 2 minutes less that you have to try and defend your position to hold off everyone else who would fancy themselves on the back of that A final grid. It's bad news if you're anybody else who seeks to try and deprive them of those 2 promotion spots. Obviously, beyond the actual question of promotion, there is the matter of bagging as many points as you can in this race. We are good for the restart. I will I suppose that it'll be 9 minutes on the clock. We'll confirm that one as they come across the line. But crucially, it's going to be, yes, it is 9 minutes on the clock. Jack Redfern takes them across the line again and on to lap number 1 of the race. Caden Ward trying to challenge, trying to pull across if he can to driver's right. Otherwise, he's going to be pushed down, and that's wide for our pole sitter. And that's Alfie Lambert coming to the head of the field, I think, in the number 41. Indeed, it is. So as they come out of the Spoon Complex, Alfie Lambert judged that one nicely. And our pole sitter, in the form of Jack Redfern, has run wide and is down to at least 8th place there through the loss of momentum as they come out of carousel for the first time. Alfie Lambert in the 41 has got himself to the head of the field as they come back down the hill. Caden Ward, it looks to me, has been able to retain second. No, he hasn't. Nope, he's dropped down as well. So he's down to about 5th or 6th. Good point there. Good spot there. So it's Alfie Lambert, Joseph Simcock, and Daniel Archibald, your top 3. George Palmer Mobsby with a massive start there, up to 4th place. He mentioned to us in the paddock walk how he wants to, well, fair statement from him, he wants to try and win everything. And are we again going to see Palmer Mobsby get himself up onto the back of that A final grid as we saw at Rye House for round number 1? Alfie Lambert leads, Joseph Simcock in 2nd, Daniel Archibald in 3rd, George Palmer Mobsby in 4th, and then John Wall rounds out your top 5 as it currently stands. Caden Ward, as you say, Jacob, down to 6th, hasn't, by the looks of it, lost any more positions this lap, but we'll be hoping to fight back up the order towards 2nd place.
Yeah, quite a cursed front row there. Jack Redfern and Caden Ward not having the best of starts at all. There you can see the helicopter emerging from behind the hedge in the picture. But great start for Alfie Lambert, and he is pulling away very slightly there. As wide goes, I think that was Daniel Archibald, was that, to the outside, and suffering a bit at the top of the hill as our top 4 becomes a top 3. There's a yellow flag out at the top of the hill as well. I'm not sure if that cart's been able to be recovered. But Alfie Lambert ran very well in the pre-B final earlier on before just missing out on a repechage place. Looks like he could be on for a repechage place here into the A trophy final, and indeed a trophy for the B.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I'm just trying to go back over some of the drivers who had drama on the first lap. Jensen Giles, I think, dropped down the order on that first lap. There's a penalty for restarting on the grass for Joseph Simcock, so obviously he had some sort of drama because he's had to restart, but having also dropped down the order, he's going to be penalised for trying to get that grass started on the kart. That kart started on the grass. Alfie Lambert still leads. It's still Daniel Archibald in 2nd, who's just set the fastest lap of the race by way of a response to the pace of George Palmer Mobsby. Very impressed by the way that Palmer Mobsby took that start, though. You know, knew that he had to do something big here to put himself into contention for those promotion spots. That's exactly what he's done, and he did it cleanly, which is so crucial, of course, when making up this many positions early on.
Speaking of clean, Caden Ward gets a contact warning. He can't be doing too many more of those. Joseph Simcock and Daniel Archibald have one each as well. So Archibald will have to be careful as he approaches the leader, Alfie Lambert, here. He's going to be looking for an overtake at some point because only 2 of these 3 drivers can go through to that A final. And you know for sure that Palmer Mobsby will want to be one of them. So Archibald may need to make a move on Lambert in order to secure his own safety.
One of the drivers, oh sorry Jacob, yeah, they're battle for 2nd place. Archibald versus Palmer Mobsby. Palmer Mobsby's going for it in the devil's elbow, and it's costly in terms of time. It gives a bit of breathing space to Alfie Lambert, but he has got the job done there as Palmer Mosby up into second place. But I was going to say as well, a driver on the move, one of our promotees, Jacob Brown, up to 12th place at the moment. He is a driver, although, as I say, that Matthew So's just got past him for 12th place, but still running well in 13th is the number 13. So, again, another example, I think, of a driver who has got the promotion, getting a really good, getting their eye in on the track and the conditions.
Very much so. So yes, Palmer Mosby now in second place. I did say Archibald might be looking for a move on Lambert for his own security, but it's now Palmer Mosby who will be looking to do that now. The number 3 car running in second place really wants to be up in that A final, as he said earlier, Howard. Palmer Mosby last time round was 6/10 down. He looks a little closer this time around. Indeed, he is only 2/10 behind. He sets the fastest lap of the race at 50.023, and with this toe up the hill, you wouldn't bet against him going faster next time around. There's no overtaking opportunity there for him, but as he cuts back around this right-hander and follows Alfie Lambert down to Carousel, there may be an opportunity here. Ducks to the inside, and there's half a gap there, which I think he pulled out of just at the right time. Alfie Lambert gives him a little signal to say let's work together. I'm sure Palmer Mosby will be up for working together, just when he's the kart in front rather than behind.
It's a good point. I mean, he gave the signal to work together just before Palmer Mosby tried for a bold move into Carousel. So the impression I get is that, as you say, is that Palmer Mosby would like to control this one if he at all can, but because he wants to have, I think he also wants to have just someone in reserve behind him. He doesn't want to be the one on the bubble, as it were, for those promotion spots. Further down the order, Luca Brooks has just made some good progress up to 8th place, moved for the lead again, 1 lap on from where he attempted it the first time. Last time was a dress rehearsal. This time he's got the job done. George Palmer Mosby with a bold move into Carousel. Not the easiest place to make a move, but has made the move there and takes the lead of the race.
And straight away gesturing back to Alfie Lambert to say, yeah, stick with me, we'll do all right. I think Alfie Lambert will be inclined to go along with that now, given the time they've already lost. Two of them have excellent pace. You know, 2 of the fastest drivers on this track, but they're not going to be if they keep swapping positions like that.
And Archibald's cottoned on here. They're bump drafting here. He wants them to work together to stay on a par with George Palmer Mosby. So they definitely have one eye on the win here. Every driver in our top 3 at the moment. And behind them as well, there's been very little in the way of battle in the last few laps between the likes of John Wall, Caden Ward and Tom Sands. They're all coming into this one. So this one is not done yet, as there's a bump and pass penalty for Dylan Fitzhenry. There'll be 4 positions added to wherever he finishes the race on the road.
Currently down in 14th position. Speaking of finishing the race, there's only a minute and a half left. They won't see the last lap board this time round, but I think they'll be seeing it next time they cross the start-finish line.
Absolutely. George Palmer Mosby leads, and he has pulled out best part half a second on that lap. Oh, sorry, not just on that lap, but over the course of the last few laps, he's got that gap in hand. Alfie Lambert in second, Daniel Archibald in third, John Wall and Caden Ward working hard to try and keep on terms with them. Tom Sands just behind them, Benjamin Moore and Draper in 7th. Luca Brooks has recently got up to that 8th place. Max Winfield and Henry Jones rounds out your top 10 as it stands at the moment. And there is the pressure on Alfie Lambert coming from Daniel Archibald, and he's going to have basically 1 lap here, Jacob, to try and challenge for the last of these promotion spots. They may have been working together at certain parts throughout this race, but you've got to think it's gloves off now for the last lap, as the last lap board is indeed shown to Palmer Mosby.
Yeah, Palmer Mosby's got 6/10 as he's crossed the line there, so looks comfortable at least until he gets to the top of the hill. Lambert defending heavily from Daniel Archibald. Only one of those 2 drivers is going to be in the A final. I think Palmer Mosby's too far down the road now for those to catch, but coming into Carousel, does Archibald have an opportunity? Lambert goes defensive. Round the outside isn't an option for Archibald, so he tries to get the switch back, but Lambert has positioned his car very, very well. They come round now into the series of right-handers. There is Palmer Mosby just ahead of them. I think Lambert's got this tied up, Howard. Looks to have done the job. Palmer Morspeed rounds the last corner and takes the win in the Junior Super Lightweight B final. Alfie Lambert does hang on to second place. Daniel Archibald, hard run, third. John Wall finishes fourth. Caden Ward, fifth. Sixth for Tom Sands. And seventh for Benjamin Amorim Draper. Luca Brooks finishes in eighth. Mac Winsfield in ninth. And Henry Jones Jr. rounds out the top 10 of this one. That was your Junior Super Lightweight B final. We now move on to our A finals in both Cadet and Junior.
Here we go then. Let's look at your grid for our Super Lightweight A final for our cadets today. Big trophy final here, and it's going to be started off by Jacob Underhill from pole position. Ben Hunt will be alongside off the back, of course, of Jacob taking what I believe to be the first of his A-tier wins in Cadet Super Lightweight earlier with the pre-A final. Jude Putterfoot and James Vout make up the second row. Charlie France and Alex Rattan on the third row of the grid. Then it's Rory Hamilton and Nishan Marshall. Jensen Barnard and Ledger Dimitriou are next. Dimitriou, one of our promotees earlier on today, so really good to be starting in the top 10 here. Fabian Gandhock and Lewis Taylor on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Alex Ivanescu, another driver who got promoted onto this A-tier grid, and Shailan Srikantan on row 7. Xavier Ramsey and Zachary Smith are on row 8, ahead of Eddie Duncan and Corey Chapman on row number 9. Sam Morse and Elliot Griggs are on row number 10, and they will be joined, of course, by our promotees, the last two bagging the tickets on the back of the A final grid in the form of Jacob Kent and Eskild Hewitt. That's how they line up on the grid for this one. Well, this is going to be an interesting one. Defending champion Rory Hamilton with the double win at Rye House at round number 1. He's got very high standards. He holds himself to very high standards, does Rory, and I think he would love to have a bit of a more successful time of it today. He's had a few penalties, but it definitely is looking tricky for him. I mean, people have won it from starting 7th on the grid, but there are 6 drivers ahead of him who fancy themselves taking this A final win here today, taking home the trophy. So it's looking more likely that we are going to have a different winner compared to our trophy final at Rye House, purely because of where Rory starts on the grid. But hey, he might have a blistering first lap. We never know, but he's definitely got his work cut out here because it's been a very strong field so far here today, not least from our front row, from Jacob Underhill, from Ben Hunt. Jude Putterfoot in that number 2 kart on the second row of the grid. We spoke to him in the paddock, as with everyone we've spoken to really, who finished in the sort of top 5 or even top 10 of their respective championships last year. He's got one eye on the championship standings as well. So I think what we can say is the championship is very likely to be a little closer together as we leave GYG this evening. "11 minutes then will be the time on the clock for us to decide who will take home the trophy for round 2 of the 2024 Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets Championship. And I think we're looking good to be on the starters orders this time around. Elliot Alt has just given the thumbs up, which suggests we are good for the start. 22 karts then. All of them would like the big trophy at the end. Who's it going to be? Jacob Underhill is the number 5 on your left, driver's right. He's going to lead them away. Away we go for the A final for Super Lightweight Cadets at Glanny Gores. Everyone is round turn 1 nice and cleanly. Jacob Underhill hugging the right-hand side of the circuit to try and prevent anyone tucking underneath. Jude Putterfoot, though, trying to come through on the inside. And I think he has just about got the better of James Vout, who's got a driver off at the back into the grass going into a spin. But as they come through the spoon section, it is still Underhill. And it looks to me like that is Ben Hunt still in second place. So he's able to fight back against Jude Putterfoot there. Rory Hamilton looks to have slotted into 4th place ahead of James Vout as they come round the top part of the lap and down through the compressions for the first time.
Yeah,
but it's
good start by most, but we did have 2 off at the top of the hill. One more of a significant off than the other.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll have that cleared, although there will, I think, be yellow flags. No, it looks clear at the top of the hill. So up they come then. Jacob Underhill leads Ben Hunt, Jude Puddlefoot, and Rory Hamilton through the right-hand kink. Yeah,
yes.
No yellow flags. Overtaking is permitted. As you can see, I think that's James Vout coming alongside Rory Hamilton there through the shot. Let's see who comes out towards, yeah, Vout and Hamilton still side by side going to carousel. Vout round the outside. Can he possibly hold on? No, he can't. And in fact, he loses out there. Does Vout. I think that's Charlie France who's gone up the inside of him. So yes, now France in 5th position, Vout down to 6th, having made an overtake attempt on 4th position.
Drivers who were involved in first lap incidents: Nishawn Marshall, Zachary Smith and Eddie Duncan all dropped down down the field. Not sure who that was we just saw going through that section of the line. Just looking for anyone else dropping down on the timing. But those are the 3 drivers who dropped down the order. Oh, it might have been Eskild Hewitt now has dropped down towards the back of the field. I didn't think that was him, though, that we just saw coming into that shot.
Unless he's changed helmets.
And that was being a fast costume change. Jacob Underhill, though, still at the front of this field. We saw how well he positioned his kart earlier on in the Pre-A final. He knows where he can block, and he knows, frankly, where he can lose time. But these other drivers behind him, Ben Hunt, for example, has now got the job of trying to find a way by, and they might have to get creative. Rory Hamilton going for a move on Jude Puddlefoot. We saw them battling during the Pre-A final. That was almost a repeat performance. Charlie France ready to pick up the spoils if any should be forthcoming. Now ahead of James Vout, as he has been for the last couple of laps. Onto a new lap. Jacob Underhill still gives the gesture, and Jude Puddlefoot, that is a very clear indication to Rory Hamilton behind, saying, let's work together here. Let's stick with these top 2 as they come up over the rise into Spoon Corner. They're all hugging the shallow line. James Vout jinks out to the left-hand side to try and get the switch back, and he'll try and get a little bit of overspeed on Charlie France. Once again, Underhill, though, hugging the inside as they go into carousel. Ben Hunt, as I say, he's going to have to get creative.
Srikatan, who we saw rejoining the track earlier, and he's got a penalty for omitting part of the circuit.
I think what will have happened is he'll have had an incident of some kind in carousel, and I think he'll have gone... I think he'll have sort of rationalised that, oh, I'll just rejoin here. Unfortunately, that isn't permitted in the rules. I think that's a 1-lap deduction if you omit part of the circuit. On to lap number 5 then. Ben Hunt right in the wheel tracks of Jacob Underhill, who set the fastest lap of the race with a 53.224, which is no mean feat when you're the one punching the hole in the air at the head of the field. Very little spread here amongst the top 9, all the way down to Jensen Barnard.
Yeah, again, impressive so far from Underhill. We saw yesterday Ellis Cox in the lightweight cadets do this. He led every single lap of the Pre-A and A final, and Underhill looking to recreate that. As you mentioned, Howard, he would have been here spectating yesterday.
Puddlefoot up to 2nd place. Big move there on Ben Hunt as they came into compression. He managed to go round the outside of the left-hander. That was a beautiful move from Jude Puddlefoot, and in fair play to Ben Hunt, he was, I think, just trying to try out some different... He was trying out some different lines on Underhill at the top of the hill, but that just left him a little bit exposed. That was a really nice move from Puddlefoot, and now can he find a way to break the strong defensive positioning here of Jacob Underhill in that number 5 kart. Fastest lap of the race from Alex Rattan, which just ramps up the pressure more. He's the driver in the black helmet and black suit at the back of this pack. So it's all closing up. Underhill's doing a great job of as I say, of defensive driving. What it means is it's just getting tighter and tighter amongst this top 9, and they just keep closing up, and it just increases the pressure all the way through. Rory Hamilton now having a look at Ben Hunt, wanting to do similar to what Jude Puddlefoot did a lap ago. It's not going to pay off. Look out for Charlie France trying to come through now. He's going to have to go for the inside of Paddock corner. This we've seen get a bit sketchy throughout today. Rory Hamilton is out on the curb, but it has gone the way of Charlie France. Nice move there. And I think that's Fabian Gandhock as well benefiting. And James Vout as well. That's Rory Hamilton down 3 places there in a costly moment for him. Meanwhile, at the front, another attempt from Jude Puddlefoot to try and get through. This time he goes out wide round Spoon and will try and get the switch back. The trouble is that Jacob Underhill has habitually been holding the inside there. Now Putterfoot will try and go around the outside of Carousel. It will be a bold move, and it doesn't pay off this time. He's going to have to try something else if he wants to get to the lead of this race.
Yeah, disappointing few corners at the start of this lap for Rory Hamilton. He's dropped back from 5th to, I think, 8th position. Puddlefoot trying absolutely everything to get to the front ahead of Jacob Underhill, but as you've said, Howard, he positions his car nicely on defence. He's got himself a little bit of breathing space. I'd imagine that gap will close down as they push up the hill, and Puddlefoot might have another look at him coming into Carousel as they come back down the hill. Ben Hunt's still very much in the hunt. Charlie France, they're now in 4th place, thinking what can he do to get himself into one of these podium positions.
Absolutely. And James Vout there trying to put a move on Gandhock. He's going to be side by side with him down the hill, is he? And Rory Hamilton senses an opportunity as well. That's in the back of shot. No change amongst the top 4 as they stream through Carousel. And actually no change further back as well, because Gandhock has been able, I think, to... Or is that Gandhock getting back past, sorry, because that wasn't the order they were at the start of the lap. So Gandhock back through on James Vout.
James Vout with a contact warning, you can see at the top of your screen as well. Not too sure which bit of driving that was for, but James Vout has to be careful now not to accrue any more of those contact warnings.
Yeah, Alex Rattan and Jensen Barnard having a battle at the back of this pack, by the way. Barnard arrived on the scene and got passed on Rattan a few laps ago. A real pressure cooker situation here at the front, particularly amongst these top 4. And through they go at the top of the hill.
We move into the final third of this race. Puddlefoot once again looks to take the racing line through Carousel, as it were. Underhill, his favoured defensive line. We said earlier he doesn't seem to lose out, Howard, by taking that defensive line. Does he not gain though? Could he be going faster and build himself a bit of a gap?
Yeah.
Is that fruitless anyway, because the gap seems to close up going up the hill with the slipstream effect being so beneficial to those behind him?
There's always the two strategies, aren't there? You can either try and outrun the competition, or you can just drive defensively. And yeah, maybe that's the calculation he's made. He's like, look, up the Dragon Straight, any advantage that I gain is going to be eradicated. So I will simply drive defensively. Now, obviously, he still gets the toe and all that goes with it. There's a battle further back here. That's Jensen Barnard having a go at James Vout. And there's the 52 of Alex Rattan as well, trying to get into this one. James Vout's going to go wide, and Jensen Barnard will go through and up into 7th place. But yeah, it's always a compromise, isn't it? He absolutely could go quicker through that Carousel section, and maybe he could break the toe. But this is the strategy that he's decided to go for. And at the moment, to be absolutely fair about it, it is paying off right now for Jacob Underhill, but he has got to keep this enormous amount of pressure behind him for 2 laps. A little bit of a breakaway now from Charlie France. Underhill, Putterfoot and Hunt are nose to tail heading up the hill. How are they going to break this this stalemate, though, if they can at all? Breaking into Spoon. Jacob Underhill will come out, and then he'll go over to driver's left. Putterfoot, again, will go out to the right to try and do... Fair play to Underhill. He's doing this plan and making it work because he's absorbing the pressure. He's not missed a braking point. He's not run wide. He's doing exactly what he needs to do here to retain this lead.
Yep, he showed great pace in qualifying earlier, and that's got him into the position that he's in now. James Vout a little bit faster than him initially in qualifying, but after starting on 2nd place, Jacob Underhill took the lead and hasn't looked back. There'll be 2 more laps. This is the penultimate lap as Rory Hamilton sets the fastest lap in 5th. He's got his sights on Charlie French there in 4th place. But yes, 2 more tours of the track. Underhill defends up the hill for the penultimate time. He's got 2 more rounds of Carousel to go. The first one, which is coming up round about now. He continues to take that inside line as Puddlefoot looks to the outside. Hunt, perhaps a little bit of contact there with Puddlefoot. Goes up the inside of the second part of Carousel. A contact warning for Eddie Duncan. We'll keep our eyes to see if there's anything for Ben Hunt at the end of this one.
I'm not sure. I think that was Putterfoot trying to take the wide line to try and get the late apex. And Ben Hunt was closer than he had been at any other point
You might be right, Howard.
Lovely, lovely little move there.
Last lap board is out, though. Last lap board is out. Jacob Underhill takes to the Dragon Straight for the last time today. Ben Hunt is his closest challenger. Puddlefoot is in third. Charlie France now right with these in fourth place. It's going to be one of these four, I think, that wins the A final here at GYG. Round the right-hander for the last time and into the sweeping left. Underhill comes to the inside of Carousel. There's been a switch round.
There is, yeah. James Vout just got past Ganhock at the top of the hill there. Jacob, big battle going on behind these four in this last lap.
But it's all about these four here. Underhill leads them into the final section, the twisty back section of this track. Hunt looking for any opportunity. Underhill's leading into Devil's Elbow, though. Usually that means he's got it wrapped up. He's led every single lap of this A final. He takes Paddock for the final time. And there is the checkered flag. Jacob Underhill wins the Cadet Super Lightweight A final here at Glanny Gorse. It's a win in the pre-A final. It's a win in the A final. It's a fantastic day out for the young Underhill. Ben Hunt comes home in second place. Jude Puddlefoot takes third. Charlie France has the fastest lap, but it's only good enough for fourth place. Our reigning champion, Rory Hamilton, will finish fifth. James Vout, our pole sitter from the pre-A, finishes the A final in sixth. Fabian Gandhock is in seventh. Alex Rattan finishes eighth. Jensen Barnard ninth. And Sam Morse finishes off your top 10.
I can see a very happy Underhill senior up there. And well, he might be. That was a brilliant, brilliant drive from Jacob Underhill. Controlled that one brilliantly. We've got to look ahead, though, to the A final for our super lightweight juniors here at GYG. Let's take you through the grid then for the last race of what's been a fantastic weekend here at Glanny Gorse for Club 100. Jamie Tiley Gooden starts this one on pole position. Blake Southern alongside João Gabriel Castro and Logan McAllister make up row 2 with Max Sheldon Hayward and Benji Hamilton on row number 3. Declan Luff and Jake Anders are next, with Brody Skinner and Max Davies rounding out the top 10. Zayn El Topshi and Dominic Balasitis are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we will find Abby Sanders and Mikey Brissenden. Jamie Warner and Ewan Leonard are on row number 8. Connor Kenny and Henry Barrington are on row number 9. Frederick Navarro and Daniel Campbell round out your top 20 on row 10. Row 11 is occupied by Jake Chapman and Jack Shelley. Rory Hinkley and Ethan Pritchard make up row number 12. And row 13 is where we find our promotees from the B final. And he's bagged a ticket on the back of the A final grid for the second row in succession. George Palmer Mobsby, and joining him this time, it's Alfie Lambert.
Second round in succession.
What did I say?
You said second row in succession.
Fair point. Second round in succession.
Well, it is his second.
It's his second time on that row.
Second back row in succession.
Second time achieving that row.
It works if you think about it.
Yeah, we'll put some spin on it. They'll believe it. I tell you what, when we're going out live, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is our last race of the weekend here at GYG. Don't forget that there's still spaces available on the. I tell you what, if they've gone, no one's told me. There's still spaces on the senior sprint grid next weekend for Club 100. We will be here back at GYG. It will be live broadcast courtesy of Alpha Live, and definitely tune in to enjoy that. If you're not considering competing, don't wait to watch the stream. That'll be too late. Please go and call the Club 100 office. Details are at club100.co.uk. Don't worry, I know it doesn't look like they're in grid formation. They get some warm-up laps here to make sure that they are happy with the karts that they have been handed. Whilst Club 100 do a fantastic job of maintaining parity between these karts, there are subtle differences between the karts, and by getting through to this A final, these drivers have earned the privilege of being particularly discerning customers. They can make sure that they are happy with the handling of their kart to avoid any questions over such things should it come to a head in the race.
I've always seen it as less of a are you happy with the kart and more just checking, because this is the end of the race weekend.
It's a very good point,
They've been through a lot.
Yep.
You know, like me emotionally in the last few months, they've been through a lot and may or may not have some minor wear and tear.
It's true.
And it's the same for any sprint race day. It's the same for yesterday. They'd been through a full day's racing. And this, for me, is if anything, is the double check that there's no unforeseen mechanical issues with the karts that they've been allocated.
Absolutely. I have to say, I haven't seen anyone coming out of the pit, so I think generally speaking, drivers are happy. They're in their formation now. A reminder of what the situation was coming into today. Frederick Navarro took the pre-A final win back at Rye House. Jack Harrison was your winner in the A final back at Rye House. Navarro came into today as your championship leader. I hope you won't mind me saying it's, I think, based on the results so far, he's unlikely to be in that position later this evening, but he's on this grid. He's ready to race. I think he's going to need a big result, though, to maintain the lead of the championship. But who knows? It's going to be an interesting one, this one, as Jamie Tylee Gooden, who's had so much good pace today, will lead them round to start this one on pole position. I'm going to do, I'm going to do some of the thank yous I usually do at the end of the race, just to allow, because I'm not sure I'm going to get it all done before they come around this one, but we do hope you've enjoyed all of the live broadcast today. And don't forget, if you missed all that happened in the lightweights here yesterday at Glan Igors, then you can enjoy that all on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And they've also had all sorts of other action this weekend. They've been at PFI for the Weir Tools British Kart Championship as well. You can go and check that out. You can go and watch the back catalogue of Club 100 of goodness how many knows how many rounds there are now. It's all there available for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please like, share, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Coming round the final corner of the parade lap then, and ready to go racing. Here we go then. Who's going to win round number 2? Jamie Tylee Gooden leads them away and into Paddock corner. And that looked like a wide moment there for Blake Southern, who's going to drop surely to the back of the field there for the number 33. That's a hugely costly moment there as João Gabriel Castro tucks into the slipstream of Jamie Tylee Gooden. And we've got a driver off onto the grass as well at the top of the hill. But as they all come through, I wonder if that was Navarro. I think the number plate ended in a 8 on the second digit. But either way, it's Jamie Tylee Gooden. As behind him, they do battle. That's Declan Luff, I think, coming through to the fore. As going wide there, was that Max Sheldon Hayward, I think it might have been, onto the grass. Returns back onto the circuit. We're going to double check all of that as they come back through, because it's been a frenetic first lap. But it is definitely Jamie Tylee Gooden who leads them down the hill for the first time at lap number 1 of this A final, and has in hand a little bit of breathing space here. So across the line, it's Tylee Gooden, McAllister, Declan Luff, João Gabriel Castro, Blake Southern it was who dropped down the order, and that is the number 50
Ewan Leonard.
Of Ewan Leonard. Thank you, Jacob, who had a drama there as well. And I think it was Max Sheldon Hayward who we saw going wide through carousel, but managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. Wow, that was your heart goes out. That was a gutting moment there for Blake Southern off of grid spot 2.
Yeah, it was a feisty first lap in general. The main beneficiaries of that, I think, Logan McAllister and Declan Luff, although Jamie Tylee Gooden's got a decent little lead up front. Logan looking to close that out immediately. João Gabriel Castro was up in second place, but that incident in carousel has seen him lose ground a bit, and Declan Luff get ahead. Also now Benji Hamilton up into 4th place in the number 6 kart. Everything seems to be going well for him as well. So half a second's gap at the front of this one. Logan McAllister chasing down Jamie Tylee Gooden. Looks to be a lot closer at the top of the hill. Declan Luff a little bit behind them. Now look back, a second's gap as they come through carousel for the second or third time, rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Logan McAllister on a mission here to close down that lap. Dip below the 50-second mark on that last lap. Benji Hamilton up into 3rd place in that number 8 kart, ahead of Declan Luff, who's had such impressive pace here today, Declan. Right from the first lap of qualifying, he was putting in some impressive pace here, but they've got to show some of that pace now if they're going to get on to terms with the top 2. Another fastest lap of the race from Logan McAllister. He, I think, wants to make up for not taking the win in that pre-A final earlier on, and he's challenging here, trying to tuck underneath Jamie Tylee Gooden, but Tylee Gooden, as we've seen so many times this weekend from so many different drivers, is able to just come back across, having taken a slightly wider line through Spoon, as there's a contact warning for Matt Sheldon Hayward as he tries to fight his way back up the order after that wide moment through carousel on lap number 1. But this is some rude health to the pace of the top 2, and I think the Hamilton, Luff, Castro, Anders group that we have here have got their work cut out here as there's a challenge for the lead already. Logan McAllister trying to find a way through out of Devil's Elbow. Can't do anything with it. And I think, crucially, bailed out of that move before he did anything that would compromise his run here down the Dragon Straight.
Yeah, he's just had a quick look over his shoulder as well. He'll see the gap back to Benji Hamilton as he tries around the outside of the right-hand kink, cuts back to the inside and makes the move stick. Fantastic switch back there from Logan McAllister as he takes the lead in the super lightweight A final.
Gorgeous move there for McAllister, but has Tyler Gooden got a response? Yes, he has, into Carousel. That's one of the first times up at Spoon that I've seen the driver this weekend make that move work. And Tyler Gooden, that's one of the first times I've seen a counter-attack of that nature into Carousel. As easy as these moves look on paper, those two made those very difficult moves look very easy. The lap books will show that nothing changed, but you and I know different, dear viewer. That was a fantastic exchange between the top two during that lap, but what it has allowed is for Benji Hamilton, and he's capitalized on it as well by setting the fastest lap of the race, as that's Jake Anders who has got past João Gabriel Castro. That's a change for 5th place. Brody Skinner has got onto the back of them as well, and they're all pointing forward. They can all see the opportunity as João Gabriel Castro goes to the left there in a little bit of a jink to the left. I don't think that was intentional, and it's allowed Brody Skinner through. The 18 now ahead of the 36, but they can all sense the opportunity here. That little exchange between Tyler Gooden and McAllister has shown that the gloves are going to come off, as far as they can judge, fairly early in this one, and that means there's something worth fighting for. Shout out, by the way, to one of our promotees. He's doing it again, folks, doing what he did at Rye House. George Palmer Mobsby is up into the top 10. He's part of this train of karts. He's the penultimate kart in this train. Dominic Balasaitis as well, another promotee earlier on today, is in this train. And Rory Hinkley as well is the last kart in this train with the high-vis helmet, the white and pink suit. This is a really talented train of karts who can smell an opportunity coming on up the road.
Lots of support for Balasaitis in the YouTube comments earlier, and rightfully so. He's had a fantastic day here. He's up into 8th place in this A final, challenging the man who started in 3rd and was 2nd going into the top corner on lap 1. You can see Balasaitis there battling with Palmer Mobsby in the middle. These guys kind of need to work together to catch up to the front 3, but I think it's a case of, would you trust the person at the front of it to get you there? And if you don't, you're going to want to put yourself there. As Balasaitis looks to make up a couple of places, can he make this stick into Paddock? He's going to come round in 6th position, I believe, Howard.
Yes, it's a wide moment for Brody Skinner, though. That's going to be costly for him, and that loses George Palmer Mobsby all the momentum as well. Costly moment for both of those drivers as they fall out of that pack and back into the next pack down the road, which was the likes of, oh gosh, that's into the Alfie Lambert pack of karts. He's having a good run up the field as well. So costly moments for those drivers, breaks it up a little bit. It was a lap ago at this point where the discipline sort of broke down a bit. Jake Anders having a go at Declan Luff, and it just meant that, as you say, Jacob, they weren't working together as well as they should, and that gave an opportunity for Brody Skinner, as it was at the time, to have a look at Jake Anders, and it all went a bit pear-shaped by the time they got to Paddock Corner. Still Tyler Gooden, McAllister and Hamilton at the front of the field. And Benji Hamilton definitely playing himself into this one. Really impressive pace. He's done that without a slipstreaming buddy. He has worked his way onto that one really well. And yeah, is this going to be a 3? But another fastest lap from Logan McAllister. Impressive pace from McAllister here to once again bring himself in within striking distance of Jamie Tyler Gooden.
Yeah, still as you were with the front 3 as we pick them up again here going through Carousel. Tyler Gooden leading Logan McAllister, who had that brief spell. It was about 100 yards in the lead earlier on before Tyler Gooden took him back. Whether or not McAllister had the opportunity to go for a move, I don't know, as we've been following the other pack, but probably sensible not to, given the oncoming Benji Hamilton. He's doing well to stick with these two at the front. Further back then, Declan Luff leads the other pack, as that's Benji Hamilton there, a promotee from Cadets last year, doing very, very well here in Super Lightweight Juniors. But yes, Declan Luff in 4th place leads Jake Anders and Dominic Balasaitis. Rory Hinkley as well is a promotee from earlier in the day. He's done well to get himself up to 7th in the A trophy.
Tyler Gooden responds, fastest lap of the race. Once again, we're with this pack. Once again, Jake Anders is having a look at Declan Luff here for 4th place. I think they've decided this is where they want to cash in. Rory Hinckley
has lost out there.
He
Howard,
has,
2
yeah.
places.
Yeah, Rory Hinckley's through, as is Sheldon Haywood through on balasitis. So changes there. You can see the 12 and the 31 now ahead of the number 40. I think this pack is starting to conclude that they're unlikely to catch up to the top 3. And so it's maybe every man for himself is a little extreme, but the gloves start to come off as Jake Anders is looking for any which way he can get off now. He's giving the indication to Rory Hinckley to say, let's work together. But these are going to be very short-lived alliances at this stage in the race. We are entering the end game phase of this one as it's nice and close between the top 3, and it's close as well from 4th place. And Declan Luff is now having to be put in a Jacob Underhill-esque situation. He's having to defend, and it's just causing more and more drivers to add to the train. Here is your battle for the lead, though. Jamie Tyler-Gooden versus Logan McAllister, and the gap again has closed up this lap.
Less than 2 minutes remaining of this one. I think we might get 2 laps after this, but Logan McAllister is surely now thinking it's time to make my move. Typically, when you see that last lap board out, you know the guy in front is going to defend for their life. So a couple of laps prior to that, when you see 2 minutes remaining, is when you think, I better start, get a move on. Benji Hamilton has dropped off a little bit as the pace of this front 2 extends into the 49s. They've both done 49.7s now, although Benji Hamilton has managed a 49.8. Last lap around, he was a little slower than that. He did a 50.2. So let's see if anything, Logan McAllister can get onto the rear bumper of Tyler Gooden as an ABC back comes in for Daniel Campbell there as one of our back markers. I think that's Frederick Navarro gets out of the way.
Yes, and that was definitely getting out of the way. 2 more laps left of this one then. Bump and pass penalty for Daniel Campbell, by the way, in the mid-pack. He'll be docked 4 positions from wherever he finishes. And, who's that dropping down there? There's a few moves as well. In the mid-pack, Max Sheldon Haywood and Alfie Lambert getting by on Jamie Warner as there's a battle here coming up the hill. That's still Declan Luff battling away against Jake Anders, and now Rory Hinckley is trying to find a way to break ranks and go past on Jake Anders as the top 2 come through the top part of the lap.
It's all going to come down to the last lap, Howard, unless we see something special here through Devil's Elbow. They are very close together, but Tyler Gooden seems to have had a very good run through there over the start-finish line for the last time as races then through Club and up the hill they go. The gap just under 2/10. Slipstream in effect. To the outside goes McAllister. Can he get that switch back? No, he stays to the outside, Howard, but that's the long way round, and it's not going to work this time.
It's certainly not, but he's going to try and get the switch back down the hill. Tyler Gooden wonders which way should I go. There's no wing mirrors on the Club 100 card. Unfortunately, you've got to pick your position, and he manages to pick one that dissuades a move from Logan McAllister. The opportunities are running out now for the driver of the number 95. He's going to try, though, and pull alongside into compression. He's got the job done. What a move from Logan McAllister. A bold move into compression corner, and Logan McAllister, unless Tyler Gooden fires one down the inside of Paddock, he's going to try it. It's a drag to the line. Who takes the win? It's Logan McAllister by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Tyler Gooden. Benjamin Hamilton has done a great job of bringing himself into 3rd place there. Rory Hinckley in 4th, 5th for Jake Anders. Declan Luff has battled through there to finish 6th. Ethan Pritchard in 7th. Max Sheldon Haywood in 8th, 9th for Zainel Tobshi. George Palmer Mobsby, perhaps not as successful a damage limitation as at Rye House, but he got himself onto that A grid. He's got himself some good points in 10th place. Alfie Lambert in 11th, 12th for Brody Skinner. Jamie Warner in 13th, 14th for Jake Chapman. What a good day's racing Balasitis has had. Dominic Balasitis in 15th, Daniel Campbell in 16th, but with a penalty to be applied ahead of Max Davis, Henry Barrington, Abby Sanders, Connor Kenny in 20th, Blake Southern in 21st, Mikey Brissenden in 22nd, João Gabriel Castro in 23rd, ahead of Ewan Leonard, who will have a penalty for omitting part of the circuit, if I spotted that correctly on the notifications just before the last lap. Jack Shelley and Frederick Navarro. Oh, goodness me. It was a fantastic move from Logan McAllister into the compression sequence. And Tyler Gooden, to be fair to him, had to go for it into Paddock. It was firm but fair between the two of them, and in the end, 86 thousandths of a second, Jacob, determined the winner.
both drivers get a lot of respect there. Logan McAllister, not least, for a fantastic overtake. I think Jamie Tyler-Gooden maybe went a little too defensive there on the last lap, and Logan McAllister was able to capitalise. But massive, massive props to Jamie Tyler-Gooden. He felt like he bumped Logan McAllister wide on the last corner and waved him back through over the line to keep your head on your shoulders at that moment in time, having lost the lead on the last lap and still having the peace of mind to accept that second place is better than fifth after penalties. Fantastic stuff from the both of them. Very well done.
Absolutely, absolutely. A question coming into this season was, how competitive will lightweight cadet champion Logan McAllister be in the junior category? On the evidence of today, the answer is, yeah, that's pretty competitive. That was a mega move exactly when it counted there. So fantastic stuff, and well done to him. Well, I hope you agree, everybody, that brings to an end a really entertaining day, a really entertaining weekend's racing here at GYG. As ever at this point, I do like to throw out a few shout-outs and thank yous. Thank you, of course, to all the marshals and the medical team. We saw the medical team having to be utilised today. They were on the scene so rapidly. Without these people, we can't go racing, so we're always grateful to their efforts. Thank you to all the staff here at GYG who've made us feel very welcome and have a lovely facility. I think I'll come back next weekend. And if you'd like to do so and race as well, and you're of the right age and all of that, call up the Club 100 office, because there's still some spaces going on the grid for the Senior Sprints Championship next weekend here in North Wales. That's a good opportunity to say thank you to the Club 100 team. They maintain a fantastic fleet of cars. They put on quite the cracking championship. So thank you to all of JV and the crew who make that happen. I do hope you like the pictures and, well, not the whole package that has been brought to you this weekend by Alpha Live. Please show them some love online. Like, share, subscribe. Go and check out their other material. My thanks to Stuart Rice, who's been calling all the shots today in the production seat. And my thanks to Morgan, to Griffith, to Mike, and to Dan, who have been part of our camera crew today. You wouldn't know it. There was a bit of a drama with the cameras at the end, and it just all got solved. We didn't have to worry about it at all in the comms position. That's the magic that happens behind the scenes here at Alpha Live. So please check them out. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm part of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Double Dash MM on your various forms of social media. Double-mm.com to check out what we get up to. I think that's everybody. But thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much to you, the audience, for showing the support as well. It's very much appreciated. Jacob, your first weekend in comms for the cadets and juniors. How have you found it, sir?
It's all right.
There we go. It's been a pleasure to have you. We've not seen each other in ages, mate. It's been a good weekend.
I know. We spent some quality time together.
We did. I think it only remains for me to say thank you very much for your support, everybody. Club 100 back in action next weekend, right here at GYG. Check that out a week from today. Until then, folks, thank you very much and take care.